always, is Pewter Report's own Bailey Adams. Bailey, how we doing today?
Doing all right. It's pretty hot out here. I'll say that.
It is. The sun's going to be directly in our eyes in about 10 minutes, so bear with us as we squint through the show. But we've got a big show for you today. We'll be joined, as always, by former Bucs tight end John Gilmore. He's going to be providing the game day analysis, X's and O's, deep dive. He's a player. He used to play in the league. He used to play for this team. So he knows what it means. So we'll be joined by him all season long, as always, giving us great analysis each and every week. He's been there. He's done that. He knows what it means to be an NFL player. But we are live here at Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa. Speak of the devil, he's just showing up right now. Great food, TVs galore. I mean, the food is great.
The London game on? London game's on right now?
Game on right now. Over off to the side, so we're watching that. This is the best game day spot around, guys. It's by far the best game day spot. And both locations offer something different, too. If you're down here at the Midtown Tampa location, there's a nice green little field over here. Plenty of shopping, hotels. If you're up in the Walk-Ons location up in Wesley Chapel, they have the outlets right across the street. They have self-pour stations as well, where you can sit at your own table with your own self-pour draft taps, which is awesome. And they always have great specials. Great game day specials right now are amazing all season long. Miller Lite pints for $3.99 and 22 ounces for $5.49. Blue Moon pints for $5, 22 ounces for $7. That chicken sandwich is amazing. You guys have seen the appetizers we put out here. I'm a big fan of the sliders and the waffle fries. Both of those, they're beautiful. They taste delicious. They got Gator Bites. If you never tried Gator, the Gator Bites are awesome as well. So definitely make sure you come to one of our Walk-Ons pregame tailgate parties, or just for dinner or whenever you at your leisure. Because
any day of the week,
right,
great spot.
Food is great, beer is great, plenty of stuff on tap. Plus, they have Pirate Republic here, so you can't miss that. But we're gonna be live here until 12:15. So make sure you stay tuned, because coming up at 1:00, Matt Matera, Casey Hudson makes a return to our live in-game show. They'll both be taking us all the way up to kickoff, through the entire game. But we'll be here until 12:15, right before kickoff. We'll throw it to Matty Matera and Josh Queipo for the final half hour to get their thoughts prior to the game start. So make sure you're following us on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. If you're watching on Twitter, if you're watching on Facebook, you guys want to head over there. That's where the action's at, as I like to say. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you subscribe and turn the notifications on, too. That way you know every time we're going live. We don't just do these tailgate shows and in-game analysis. We also have at least four Pewter Report podcasts a week. Plus, we have awesome clips and stuff that Maddie puts up there. And Touchback Tuesdays will be making its return this week after some, hurricane kind of interrupted some stuff. So we'll be back into it. But we've got a big injury report to talk about. Not so much for the Falcons, but for the Bucs. There's a little bit of news that came out yesterday that's kind of alarming. So, Bailey, let's get into that, and let's talk about the injury report.
Let's get into this one. Obviously, a big game. NFC South lead is on the line. I don't think anyone really thought we'd be saying that. No, Week 5 with the Bucs and the Falcons. Both teams coming in at 2-2. The Bucs are getting healthier, but also not getting healthier.
Right.
I guess we'll start with the bad on this. Is Akeem Hicks, of course, is still out with that foot injury. Logan Ryan's out with the foot injury, and Cameron Brate still dealing with that concussion and concussion protocol. Right. Will miss the game. The news that you were talking about yesterday, Russell Gage being added to the injury report with a back injury. He was dealing with that hamstring all season since training camp, and was kind of getting through that. And actually, by Friday had no status, no injury designation for the game. Then they add him to the injury report on Saturday with a back issue, which
something that's completely different than what he's been dealing with. So that's concerning. Yeah,
and something came out too. It was Ian Rappaport said, I think it was late last night, early this morning. He always drops those little nuggets at 12 a.m. He did say that Russell Gage, they were expecting him to play, and they also said that Julio Jones, who's been dealing with that knee injury, played a little bit last week against the Chiefs. They think he's good to go. He's going to be out there testing it pregame. We'll know the inactives here in a little bit, but Julio Jones expected to go. Still a little bit, with those free agent wide receivers, you're still feeling a little iffy because of the constant injury issues.
Right, and Julio Jones is one thing. I mean, I know he's going to go out there, test it, see if he can go, but Bolsa said, they want him healthy, and they want him healthy down the stretch. I mean, we look at what happened last year with this team. Starting week 15, Chris Godwin goes down, then Antonio Brown goes topless, then you lose Rachaad Perriman, then you lose Cyril Grayson to injuries, and by the time you know it, you're in the Rams game. You got Cam Brate playing wide receiver for you, which is never a good thing. It's bad enough he's playing tight end sometimes for you, let alone wide receiver. But it's going to be really interesting to monitor. It looks like Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, finally healthy, clean bill of slate.
That's the good news.
To go, which is nice. But yeah, monitoring those guys, and even Rashad Perriman, who's listed as questionable too. So though you got 3 of your top 5 wide receivers dealing with injuries right now, 3 of them are questionable.
There was the good news. Like you said, Chris Godwin, no injury designation coming into this game. Mike Evans, neither. Tom Brady, who banged up that shoulder last week against the Chiefs, all set to go. No question about that. Donovan Smith, who's been dealing with that elbow injury since week 1, he's all set. He didn't carry an injury designation coming into this weekend either. So there's Raheem Nunez-Roches was dealing with an illness earlier this week. He's all set to go. No designation. So there's some good news and mixed in with the bad. On the Falcons side of things, I guess this would be classified as good news for the Bucs, bad news for the Falcons. They're without Cordarrelle Patterson. He hit IR last week with a knee injury, and they're also without Kyle Pitts, who's dealing with a hamstring injury. He's been ruled out for Sunday's game. So 2 of their main weapons on offense that the Bucs won't have to deal with.
Right, yeah, and that's huge too, because they are without Damian Williams as well, who got injured in that first week. So I mean, they're down to their rookie running back and second-year running back in a Tyler Algier and Caleb Huntley. So I mean, they're down to their bottom of the barrel guys at running back, but they still had success last week with both of those guys. Algier ran for over 80 yards and was had a few catches in the passing game as well. So while it looks on paper, you take away 2 of their best guys, they still have other players here who have stepped up and who will continue to step up. Drake London, their first-round pick, is a guy who's going to have to really fill that void for them. But Kyle Pitts is a huge injury loss. He hasn't looked like Kyle Pitts. He hasn't looked like, trust me, I'm his fantasy owner. I know. So, now he's dealing with a hamstring, and we know how iffy those hamstring injuries can be. But it's a huge loss for this Atlanta Falcons team. Another weapon gone. Back-to-back weeks, they lose Cordarrelle Patterson and now Kyle Pitts. It looks like it could just be a 2-week thing, but we know how hamstrings can linger. Yeah, you guys know firsthand how hamstrings can operate and how they can linger. So yeah,
it's a big loss. I mean, it's one of those guys when coming out of the draft from Florida, it's tough to. He's just an unguardable guy. I mean, he makes that offense like it's a lot. I mean, it's not the same, but because he's done it longer. But we saw last week how much Travis Kelce does with the Chiefs offense. In a way, Kyle Pitts is doing that for the Falcons, or attempting to do that for the Falcons. Hasn't been himself this year. Now finds himself inactive for today's game with that hamstring injury. So. Like you said, the Falcons are still having success. They're figuring it out one way or another. They're working through it, and they're 2-2. I think they've overperformed where everyone expected them to be. But we'll see. It'll be a tough test for them today in Tampa without some of their key guys.
Right. I mean, you mentioned it at the top. Who would have thought that they'd be battling for first place in the NFC South right now this week? But I mean, that's the reality of the situation. Both of these teams are 2-2. The 2 games that the Falcons lost, they were close games. They've been in it. Mariota's been a big part of that, but not having 2 of your most valuable weapons out there in Kyle Pitts and Cordarrelle Patterson is definitely going to impact their game and game plan, and really kind of let the Bucs, if they can get back to stopping the run, if they can hold down Drake London, really make this team really difficult for them to beat you on the offensive side. So 2 big injuries for them. The Bucs, I think they can overcome any injuries they have this week. I think that with Godwin and Evans being able to go, they did elevate Kalen Geiger and Devin Tompkins just in case. They decide that Julio Jones, Russell Gage, Rashad Perriman can't go, so they do have that wide receiver depth available to them. But I don't necessarily think that any of those guys, and Cam Brate's out too with a concussion. So I don't necessarily think that any of the injuries on the Bucs side are really going to affect them detrimentally as much as the injuries on the Falcons side.
Yeah, and it's not like past weeks where they had, you've seen this injury report for the Bucs every week look pretty bad. I think the key one is Logan Ryan being out. I think that's probably your biggest loss at the point with the way he's been playing the first few weeks and creating turnovers, just being in there and providing Todd Bowles with some flexibility as far as how he runs that defense when he throws him out there at safety and moves Antoine Winfield Jr. into the nickel. And it's a big loss, I think, for him, and they have to hope that foot injury isn't something that's going to linger. But, I mean, like you said, it's not what it has been for the Bucs on the injury front.
Right, and the versatility too. The versatility that he has. Keanu Neal's really going to step in, and he's going to have to get up. He's going to have to play with a lot of energy, and maybe he drinks a Celsius before the game. Maybe he drinks a Celsius and gets energized, because the Pewter Report Tailgate show is sponsored by Celsius. We love Celsius. I had a Celsius this morning. We're going to keep drinking Celsius throughout the game day, because it's one of these ones where you think the 1 o'clock games, right? You're like, all right, you're out of there early, but the rest of it just lasts the whole day. So we'll want to thank, obviously, Celsius for being a proud sponsor of the Pewter Report Tailgate show. Want to thank them for being a proud sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. They've got so many different flavors, so many different, combinations you can use. You got the Arctic vibe, you have the peach vibe, the tropical vibe. The flavors are all there. 7 essential vitamins to really keep you going throughout the day. Zero sugar, no crash. It accelerates your metabolism. You can find it really anywhere at this point now. Yeah. I mean, before, when we first had them, it was scattered gas stations. You can always go to the store locator, but most Publix have them. Most grocery stores you can get them at. Bodegas, as Matt like to say. You can go on Amazon once you find the flavors you like. You can do subscribe and save, and they'll ship right to your door. Or you can either mix it up with a variety pack, or you can get your favorite flavor, but
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to the Pewter Report Tailgate Show. I'm Matt Matera. As you can see, we had JC and Bailey on the show. Unfortunately, we just ran into a couple of technical difficulties, which we apologize for. So I'm gonna host the show up until we get the stream going back on again. Sometimes technology doesn't always work, but appreciate everyone that is going on the show. Want to get to some comments here. Long lost Glazer, clean shaven. Yes, I did. So, the Bucs lost 2 in a row. Figured need to shave, need to mix things up. So, decided to get that shave going and then see if we could help the Bucs get a win. In the meantime, we're going to work out some technical difficulties. So we're going to hear a message from Hard Rock in Tampa.
Just the way you like it.
Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that card and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens.
Put my last $40 on the table.
Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it. Right.
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
You never know when you can win big with Hard Rock Casino in Tampa. I go there from time to time. Always a good time. One of the last times I went there, I believe it was a holiday party, around December, and I was there for a friend of ours has a holiday party, and so we were over there, and then I was like, you know what, I'm going to hit the slots, put in, I think, $10-20, walked away with like over $200, and that was just playing the slots a little bit. So you never know when you can win big at the Hard Rock Casino in Tampa. Want to get a little bit to the matchups going on in this game. Also, shout out Charlie for the nice comment. Matt is always ready. You got to make sure you're prepared for anything that goes on. Obviously, with the internet down or the connection not going on, you gotta be able to make adjustments. We've seen in the past Todd Bowles, whether defensive coordinator or head coach this year, you never know what type of adjustments you have to make. Logan Ryan gets injured. Keanu Neal has to play a little bit more. Carlton Davis gets injured. Therefore, Sean Murphy Bunting has to come in the game. He gets an interception late against the Chiefs last week. So you got to be ready for, a little bit of everything. Another important stat that I think maybe everyone knows, but one, Tom Brady is undefeated against the Atlanta Falcons. He is 10-0 against Atlanta, 9-0 in the regular season, and then of course everyone remembers 28-3 when the Bucs defeated the Patriots defeated the
the Falcons in the Super Bowl. I believe my mic's going to get a little bit better now too. Apologies for that. When they won 28-3. He's also, Tom Brady has not lost 3 games in a row in over a decade, even 2 decades. It's been a long time since Tom Brady has lost 3 games in a row. So that's really important to note. Brady doesn't lose often, especially 2 in a row, especially, at home. The NFL, the schedule is always so interesting. You never always have like 3 games at home in a row, but the Bucs do have that to start the season. So, it's so, I always think of like Bruce Arians. I know he's no longer the coach. He's part of the front office now, but Bruce Arians would always talk about that. You got to win your games at home and then split on the road. Well, the Bucs have done the exact opposite of that so far, where, they won their first 2 games on the road, 2 tough opponents, obviously, beating the Cowboys, who their defense is impeccable, to start the season early on. We saw Micah Parsons, obviously, they battle with the Saints where the offense really got it going. The defense really got it going in that second half with all the interceptions. But at home, it's been a completely different scenario with playing at home. And granted, the Packers and Chiefs are 2 really good teams, but you got to win at home. And especially that Packers game, the defense kept them in it. They only allowed 14 points and the offense couldn't get it going. And then the next week, things just got off the rails almost immediately where, Rachaad fumbles the opening snap, and then the defense couldn't really stop a nosebleed. And, finally the offense starts scoring, but it was a little bit, too little too late when it comes to, Tampa Bay's resilient comeback. So it's going to be important for them to win at home. It's just a matter of really execution, whether it's third down, whether it's, a couple of different situations where they haven't been able to, get drives continuing, or the defense getting the stop. So, obviously the defense in the last game was really an issue in terms of, they couldn't get those third down stops. And, it's tough to knock the defense a ton when you consider that the first couple of games, they've been stellar. They've been winning these games for the Bucs, and then getting to the quarterback. But even as many times as they've gotten to the QBs, and they've dealt with a lot of talented guys so far, especially with Rodgers and Mahomes. You look at that game against the Chiefs last week, and Carlton Davis had a huge opportunity to take down Patrick Mahomes, wasn't able to do it. And Mahomes was able to, complete the pass. There's the picture right there where, Mahomes was able to escape, and Shaq Barrett wasn't able to knock the pass down. And therefore, it changed everything. And then, of course, Devin White missed on that tackle, and Mahomes was able to throw a touchdown to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So it's really just a matter of getting to the quarterback, wrapping him up, and taking him down. All right. They get 95% of the job done, but it's the last, whatever you want to call it, the last 5%, the last second that really has made the difference in the Bucs getting off the field, at least that last game, versus, going and actually doing something that helped the Bucs, because they didn't do too much of that last game. Want to get to a couple of more comments here, and appreciate everyone in the chats right now. Obviously, like I said, for those just tuning in, going through a little technical difficulties right now with JC and Bailey over at Walk-Ons. Long Lost Glazer says 3 home games at that, 0-3 at home stinks. Yeah, but I think they have a good chance of beating the Falcons today. Francisco says, this team needs to stop underperforming. I just wonder if these players respect Bowles. These players, of course, they respect Todd Bowles. Scott Reynolds had a Fab Five. It comes out every week, but he had one a couple of weeks ago where he was talking about, the fact that the defensive backs, specifically safety, but it goes to the corners as well, where, when they play in Todd Bowles' defense, it's heaven for defensive backs. We know that Todd Bowles absolutely loves the safety position. He was a defensive back when he played. He's all about versatility at the safety position, which is why Antoine Winfield Jr. is able to do so much with this team. And, so they talk about that. Will Golson, obviously a veteran defensive tackle who's been through a lot of different defensive coordinators and schemes, said that Todd Bowles is the type of coach that you would run through a brick wall for. So I don't think it's anything about the players respecting Todd Bowles. I know Brady obviously has gone up against Bowles when he was with the Patriots and Bowles was coaching the Jets. They have been battling for a long time, so he respects Coach Bowles. I think when you hear other players around the league too, when, Aaron Rodgers was on Part of My Take, and he was asked a question about who's the toughest coach to go up against. So, this was a question that was asked before the season started. It wasn't like it was Bucs Packers week and it was a question geared towards Bowles, but he was asked that again in the preseason. He said Todd Bowles is one of the toughest guys that, I've ever had to go up against. So I don't think it's anything with not respecting Bowles. I think that's kind of a silly thing. Plus, Bowles has been there for multiple years now. All right. It's not like he's a new guy coming in and you don't know what to expect. He's been there. I can see it's a little bit of a transition for the offense, but overall, I don't think it's a respect thing. And you have Leftwich in there as well. Speaking of Leftwich, Need for Speed says, ditch the run game, ... please, with 3 exclamation points. So the Bucs did kind of ditch the run game last week against the Chiefs, but that was out of necessity when they went down, 21-3 or whatever it was. So you have to take that into account. But what I will say is the run game cannot continue to be predictable. They've had first down run after first down run after first down run. And then they, it's 1st and 20 and they run it in shotgun. That was 2 weeks ago. But the predictability has to get out of there. The effectiveness in the way that they are going against the defense, where I understand that they're putting a lot of trust in these tight ends to get the blocking job done, but it just hasn't been the case. So when you bring in so many people at the line of scrimmage, it fills the box and it makes it really difficult for Leonard Fournette to really, get up the field. And we love when Leonard Fournette is, barrels over a defensive back in the secondary when he gets to that second or third level, but he's not really getting to those levels as much as possible. So Scott had a really good point where he talked about maybe spreading out the offense where, you go with 3 wide receivers or 4 wide receivers, whatever it is. That forces the defense to bring on a nickel corner. And that way, that's one less linebacker, one less defensive tackle in the game. And you can really attack the defense that way. Charlie said, let's experiment with the run game a bit today, huh? Well, I also agree with that. I really think that because they run inside the tackle so much, some of the most success that the Bucs have had when running the ball, of course, you can allude to the opening game against the Cowboys when they rushed for over 120 yards. They were running pitches to the outside. They were doing end arounds with Julio Jones, or, Scotty Miller wasn't in the first game, but they've done an end around with Scotty Miller. When they go to the outside, they've really done a better job of getting the ball and moving it up the field in the run game. So that's something that I would definitely like to see happen when they go and try to run it against the Falcons this week. And the Falcons, or I should say today, really. Plus the Falcons, this is a defense that you can score on. They're 25th ranked in yards per game on defense. They're 25th ranked in passing yards per game, and they're 21st in the run. So this is a defense that you can absolutely score on. Want to get to a couple more comments before we get back to the overall discussion of the Bucs offense and everything of that nature. There was one about Joe Tryon-Shoyinka that I saw. Josh S says, "Where's JTS been? It ain't at the QB." That is true. I mean, JTS, he has a half a sack so far. Teams are running the ball at him. I still think he's freakishly athletic. That's not going to change. I still think he can be a formidable pass rusher, but he has to step it up. There's no doubt about it. The Bucs have been getting a lot of group sacks, whether it's even Vita with his struggles. He's been able to get to the quarterback a little bit. Shaq Barrett has 2 sacks on the season. Even the outside line, the backup outside linebackers, Carl Nassib, Anthony Nelson, they both got a sack. Nelson has 2 sacks on the season. Nassib got one right around halftime of the last game. So it's definitely something where a couple of the other outside linebackers doing their part. But, JTS, without question, has to pick it up. Get to another couple of comments here. Yeah, Tryon has been a disappointment. Same thing from that's from Francisco, and Football Fan says the same exact thing too. King Cook is excited about the game. He says, "Buccaneer Nation, what it do? It's go time, baby. We got to handle our business on the field today." King Cook very excited for today's game. Josh says that Fournette is killing his fantasy stats. Yeah, that's actually pretty surprising because I know going in, Leonard Fournette, when he's like an all-around quarterback or running back, I should say, I thought we were going to see a little bit more in the passing game. I thought we were going to see, those yards after catch, getting the PPR points with the receptions. So that's definitely something that we'd like to see more of. He's only reached the end zone 1 time, and that was, I don't want to call it garbage time, but it was definitely, a situation where it was definitely a situation where he needs to reach the end zone more. There's more things that he needs to do for the offense. And giving him the ball, it's just a matter of, can he reach the end zone? Can he get some more receptions? So that's something that I'll definitely be looking for when it comes to Leonard Fournette. And it looks like that we are getting our audio and everything set up at walk-on. So we're going to bring on JC and Bailey once again. Looks like John Gilmore's in there too. So let's return back to walk-ons. Actually, yeah. All right. Looks like they're ready to go. So we're going to go back to walk-ons right now with JC and John Gilmore. Guys, take it away.
Hey guys, how we doing? Technical difficulties happen with the best of live shows. So we've moved our spot, we've moved the location. I think we're good now. But John, as we said, having you on here to break down the X's and O's. I'm sure Matt kind of went over that offensive side of the ball a little bit, but we can touch on it real quick. Donovan Smith returned last week. Gadecki, another big challenge with Grady Jarrett, Kenny Clark, Chris Jones, all those guys in these 3 last weeks. Offensive line, Brady, what do they need to do to really pick it up? And what do you expect that the Falcons to do to try to exploit that matchup with Gadecki?
Well, Gadecki and obviously having Gadecki, having Donovan Smith back was nice. We only gave up 1 sack last week. We talked about it earlier.
Right.
TB went for 385 in there, 3 touchdowns. Obviously, having number 13 back out there was a great addition. Having Chris Godwin back in the mix, we see how important those wide receivers are on the outside.
Right.
They have that chemistry. He knows where you got to go with the ball. He can get the ball out of his hands quick. I think they looked great last week in the passing game. Obviously, the run game was non-existent, which was hurtful for me as a former blocking tight end. But I like what I saw out of the wide receivers and obviously the performance from Tom Brady.
I think the receivers, having them come back and the line did a pretty good job in pass protection. Only 1 sack allowed. That's what you want to see out of them. But what they didn't do, and you mentioned, is a running game.
Right.
It's the worst rushing game ever. 6 carries, 3 yards. Rachaad White only had 6 yards,
which was disappointing. We've been looking forward to seeing some action from Rachaad.
Lenny had negative 3 yards.
That was tough
to
see
even
as
more
well.
Disappointing.
Yep.
So, what do they need to do to turn around this running game and get it back on track this week?
Well, I think this is a good week. Atlanta seems to be struggling a little bit up front with their defensive line. They made a big cut in veteran Anthony Rush this past week.
Which was surprising.
It was very surprising. We're going to see a lot more of Abdullah Anderson. That's going to be his replacement, number 98.
Yep.
So they've been struggling up front. They haven't been stellar against a run. So I think this is a good opportunity for the Bucs this week with the matchup. You mentioned Grady Jarrett. Obviously, he's a household name. Everybody knows him as much as we've had to see him over the past couple of years. He has 3.5 sacks on the season so far, leading the team. He's a force to be reckoned with. Didn't look great last week versus the Cleveland Browns. Didn't really show up on tape, but we know who Grady Jarrett is as a player, and he can turn it on at any time.
Right, exactly. A big testament. I expect them to do a lot of different things to get him over Gadecki a lot in this game and exploit that matchup. Tight ends, that's your forte right there. You said you were disappointed in the run game. Part of that was the blocking tight end. Cam Brate obviously left the game with a concussion. K-Dot first came back since he tragically lost his mother. Keeve had a catch.
Yeah, he did.
And it looks like
nice little catch.
Kyle Rudolph's going to be active for this game with Cam Brate out. What do you want to see out of this tight end group going against this Falcons defense, which I'm looking at it, and they've got a few playmakers, but not really many, and I think they might be able to exploit some options in that tight end game.
No, absolutely. Not only on the ground, but to your point in the past,
Right.
Now that we got our guys back, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, looks like both of those guys will be active today. Russell Gage looks like he's going to be active today.
Right.
Having those weapons back in the mix, all that's going to do for this secondary is put pressure on the Falcons secondary, which should open up some opportunities inside for a guy like Otten or even Kyle Rudolph, a guy that we know can get out there, find the open space. He's a veteran tight end. I suspect that he'll be able to find certain zones in this defense and be able to sit it down. They do have a decent core of linebackers on the Falcons side of the ball that'll match up well with a Kyle Rudolph. But again, I think having those playmakers outside back in the mix just opens up everything on the inside.
Right. Maybe another Keefe sighting with a reception or so. Maybe a touchdown. Who knows? They get down in the red zone. But you mentioned the wide receivers. Having them back last week was so big. Having, even though Godwin was out, Julio was out, but having Mike Evans back. Now Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are back in tandem with Russell Gage in there as well. I like the matchups. I really do like these matchups going ahead. I think A.J. Terrell's got a tough job with Mike Evans. Everybody else, I'm not really too concerned of. I think they can find the open space and use use their skill set to really kind of take advantage of this Falcons secondary.
No, I agree. Outside of AJ Terrell, number 24, you're not really going to see the most stellar guys at that cornerback position. I do like Richie Grant, number 27, their free safety. He likes to stick his face on people, which I love. And then Jalen Hawkins, number 32, their strong safety. He matches up pretty well versus tight ends. He also plays the run very well. I like the safety spot, but outside AJ Terrell on the outside, I really don't think they're the most talented group.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't let Bailey catch me hearing this, but I really like Richie Grant. He's dangerous all over the field. He can come in and bring the pressure on the blitz, and he's also a good versatile safety all around too. So, we're gonna, before we get into the defensive side of the ball, we'll get into the inactive list as well. But if these guys maybe just visited Age Rejuvenation, which is the presenting sponsor of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show, maybe they wouldn't be going through these injuries as much.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Guys, if you want to feel better, go to Age Rejuvenation. They're here at Walk-Ons right now. You can set up a free consultation, lose weight, feel great, have better sex. You might have seen Age Rejuvenation as a new sponsor on SR's Fab 5 column on pewterreport.com. Well, Scott Reynolds is a new Age Rejuvenation customer too. I've got my consultation set up for next week. Scott turned 50 this year. He's an old man. Scott Reynolds is. And notice that his energy has become a bit of a problem. It turns out he's got low testosterone. Most men in their 40s and 50s. It's natural. It's completely normal. Even sometimes in your mid-30s, which I am now. Low testosterone affects everything from weight loss to energy to stamina. But now there's a way to fight it, and that's what Scott has done with testosterone therapy. Now he's got more energy. So visit agerejuvenation.com. Age Rejuvenation has 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. Lose weight, feel great, have better sex with Age Rejuvenation. And actually, John, you're actually a customer of Age Rejuvenation, a client as well. You and Scott Reynolds both. Talk about how you feel thanks to Age Rejuvenation. And like I said, we have someone here on hand right now at every Walk-Ons Pewter Report Tailgate show to set up a free consultation. But how has it changed your life?
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I lost weight, I feel great, and I'm having better sex.
Woo, so that's the trifecta.
Yeah, the trifecta, man. So I've been an Age Rejuvenation client now for almost a year now, and I can't say enough about that group over there, man. I mean, they take a holistic approach to wellness. It's not just going in and saying, hey, here's some testosterone. They take a look at your thyroid. They take a look at your vitamin D deficiencies. I learned a lot about
full panel blood work.
Full panel, and they consult you through it. I'm on more called a 6 months type of deal where they check in with me. They'll draw my blood. They'll make sure all my levels are where they're supposed to be. And coming from the NFL, obviously the word testosterone was always a taboo type of thing,
right?
Given the performance enhancing drug situation. But what I come to learn is you can naturally replace your testosterone in a very healthy way. Testosterone gets a bad name when people tend to abuse it. And when it's done in a therapeutic way, man, it's actually a pretty good thing.
Right. So definitely come down to Walk-Ons or call Age Rejuvenation. Go to agerejuvenation.com and set up your free consultation today. Speaking about, feeling better, getting better, we've got the inactives out. We know Cam Brate dealing with that concussion. In the concussion protocol, he's going to be out. Akeem Hicks dealing with a foot injury. Maybe, that 4-week timeline, maybe sets him back for next week against the Steelers, potentially maybe against the Carolina Panthers on the road. We know Logan Ryan's out with a foot injury. Bowles hasn't gotten to an extent on the foot injury. We don't know if it's a long-term thing like Akeem Hicks was or just, nicked up. So he won't be there. As always, Kyle Trask is not going to be there. Recently elevated wide receiver Devin Tompkins from the practice squad will not be active today as well. Choosing to go with Kalen Geiger, who's had 2 games of experience already. I believe that's Kalen Geiger's 3rd time being elevated to the active roster. 2nd time. He's signed on for a week, I believe, actually. So this is the 2nd time. He's got 1 more left of the season because they did sign him to the active roster and then put him back through waivers. He's got 1 more. but that's a big news. But the biggest news on this thing is no Rachaad Perriman, dealing with I think it's a hamstring and some a knee maybe I believe as well. But the bigger name obviously Julio Jones. First matchup against the Falcons, Julio Jones not going to make it. So that's your inactive report. You do have Russell Gage playing, which is good. And it also means Zion McCollum is going to make his first NFL debut today. So we'll get Kyle Rudolph in there, Zion McCollum in there, Kalen Geiger in there, but no Julio Jones, which is the biggest one on this list. He's the one that it was a game time decision. So if you got Julio in your roster, or fantasy roster, shut him down. But let's talk about the defense. We talked about Akeem Hicks and Logan Ryan, both of those guys being out. Akeem Hicks didn't look stellar his first couple of games. There were some things, he's getting pushed off the ball, handling a lot of double teams. Vita hasn't looked great. The run defense alone last week, 189 yards allowed to the Kansas City Chiefs. Was this a weakness that was exposed, or was this just an anomaly? They'll get back to basics this week.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, man. Vita Vea, I don't think he's playing Vita Vea type football just yet this season. I don't think we've seen that. He's still one of the best in the game, so I don't want to disregard that. Obviously, having Akeem Hicks out is not helping the cause, but I like Raheem Nunez-Roches. I think he's a starter on another ball club, if I'm being perfectly honest. He's that good. He holds his point, he fills his gap, and I think not having Vita Vea playing at the same level, I think we're starting to see some issues there. The leading tacklers on the team doesn't come as a surprise. Our two middle linebackers and Devin White and Levante David. Last week, Mike Edwards had a big game with 13 tackles and a sack. But when you have your safety, leading the team in tackles, that never really tells a really good story. So
back-to-back weeks.
So they are struggling, JC. When you see that another team put up 189 yards on the ground versus our defense, it's a little disconcerting. And that's something that they definitely have to figure out and get fixed.
Right, and I think, we talked to Casey Rogers this week, and he said it's technique and fundamentals. You're questioning these guys are pros. Some of them are five-plus vets, 5-year vets plus. How are you forgetting how to technique and fundamentals? And, it's one of those things where I think the defense is always put at a disadvantage coming into the season, especially that first month, especially on the defensive line, because you don't hit. You don't get to really hit. You don't really tackle as much in preseason games. With the loss of a preseason game, you're out there for maybe a series, 2 if you're lucky. So you're not warmed up as much as you would be in the past. And I mean, joint practices help, but I think the defense has just kind of got to get its it'll get its groove back. I think this week, if Cordero Patterson was still there, I might be a little scared, but I think they can handle Tyler Algier, who went for over 80 yards last week on his own, and Caleb Huntley. My bigger question is Marcus Mariota and containing him, which leads to the pass rush. He's super mobile. He can get out of the pocket. They have to really contain bootlegs, waggles. They have to make sure that they are just smart. They got to be smart and detailed with their pass rush, because if they're not, Mariota's going to make them pay. And I'd like to see more sacks out of JTS. I'd like to see more sacks out of Shaq. Shaq's got the pressures. That's great. But I want to see him get to the quarterback. I want to see him finish, specifically because he's making my bold predictions of 15 sacks this year look like crap. But no, and they got to do it in a smart way to make sure they're protecting Mariota from gaining huge chunks.
No, you hit the nail on the head. Mariota is an X factor. He's a guy that can definitely hurt you.
It's funny saying that, but he is. He is.
He's that X factor, no pun intended. But he can make you. He'll make you pay, right? You start getting in man situations on the back end. You want to bring a blitz. You turn your back. He's going to make you pay. I like these guys. To your point, JTS really stepping up, getting more pressure on the quarterback with a 4-man rush. That'll give them the ability to spy Mariota with either Devin White or Levante David to know where he's at all times, which I think it would be a blueprint for success. But yeah, man, not having Cordero Patterson in the lineup this week and him going to IR was a big deal for this ball game. He's a guy that does it all, as you know. I mean, he used to return kicks. He can receive the ball. He can line up as tight end. Anywhere. He can be a running back. That's one of the more dynamic running backs, and I think he's ranked number 4 right now in yardage in the NFL, and rightfully so. And he's a little long in the tooth, man. He's been playing for quite some time, and he still has a lot of gas left in the tank.
He's effective, though. He can get it done. Last year, 2 touchdowns on the Bucs. made some fools out of some of the defenders, breaking through some tackles and missed tackles. He's still elusive. He's still got that game-changing speed, and as you mentioned, he does it all over the field. He's truly, to call him a running back is limiting what he does. He's truly a weapon all over the place. So avoiding him this week is huge because he also provides that dump off option. And you call it a dump off, but man, this guy turns dump offs into 30, 40-yard gains on the regular. So, with Mariota losing him in that safety valve situation, they're throwing a rookie out there. And I liked what I saw to Tyler Algier. I know Scott was high on him coming out of the draft, running back out of BYU. But he's got to prove it. It's not the same. So, the pressure has got to get to Mariota. They've got to contain him. Not having Cordell Patterson and Kyle Pitts certainly helps with those safety valves, but they still need to finish the job. They need to get after him, and they need to be smart about it. The biggest thing, smart about it, because he will, as you said, become an X factor and make the Bucs pay if they're not playing good contain and smart defense on him. But one area where I think the Bucs can get away with playing a little, I don't want to say reckless, but offensively or aggressive, is in this secondary. I just look at the weapons. I see Drake London there. I like him. Good young wide receiver out of USC this year. He's still a rookie. There's going to be bumps and bruises and growing pains within that offense as he continues to develop. I'm just going to call him Zio because I ain't trying to say his last name or his first name, who's going to be Zacharias Olamide. I tried it. I can't. But he's going to be across from him on the other side. No Pitts there is going to be huge. And I think that this Bucs team, when Mariota wants to throw the ball, matches up terrifically.
No, absolutely. Kyle Pitts, who obviously isn't playing today, he's going to be inactive. He's a matchup problem for any team. They haven't gotten him too involved in the pass game yet this year, but he's a guy that you have to account for because it could happen any given Sunday. So again, we don't have to face that problem. Olamide Zaccheaus. He's a number 2 wide receiver on any offense, right? So
over that pre-show.
Yeah. He's not that guy that you're really gonna have circled going in the game plan as a guy we have to stop.
Right.
And then you mentioned Drake London, their first round draft pick out of USC, I believe. He's a good receiver. He's a good receiver. I don't see him being a problem for any matchup with the Jamel Dean or Carlton Davis.
Right.
You take him out of the equation and really force these guys to become more one-dimensional in the run game. You mentioned Tyler Algier. I like him, number 25. He's the rookie out of BYU. He's a tough between the tackles type of running back. These guys like to hit the edge in their running game, so you'll see him do that. Last week, they rushed for over 200 yards on the ground between 3 running backs, and he led them with, I believe, 85 yards. He was at the top of the list. So he's a guy that when the Buccaneers haven't showed us yet that they're stopping the run this year. And until they do, teams are going to try to attack it.
They're going to try. Indeed, I think they're going to try to get after it. But, if the Bucs can get back to playing sound run defense and then get a big lead out, early with their weapons back, that Mariota's going to have to throw. And I think that's where this Bucs team can lead him into mistakes. And I think that's where the secondary can be a little bit more aggressive and try to make those plays that if they get a big lead. Because Mariota has only got 3 touchdowns, 4 interceptions on the season. He's prone to making mistakes, and he can make mistakes. So if the pass rush can do their job, get there, play smart pass rush, if the Bucs running game can stop the run this week, and the pass coverage can, as Carlton Davis said, he wants to play more offensively, defensively. They play a little bit more aggressive. I think they can come away with a few turnovers, and that's going to be huge for the Bucs secondary, huge for the Bucs defense, getting back on track, and the keys to winning this game. But I just look at it and I think from the Bucs perspective on offense and defense, I just think that they have more talent and they match up a lot better than them. And I think that, if I was putting money on this game, I would definitely put money on the Bucs side right now. And if you want to continue to build your assets and grow your wealth, other than just betting on this game, you go to Amuni Financial and they'll cover you.
At Amuni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Drew, congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right. We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow today. Amuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Amuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. With 40 years of experience, let Amuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Amuni Financial at 800-868-6864. That's 800-868-6864. Or visit Amuni.com. We're back here at Walk-Ons in Midtown. Bailey Adams here with John Gilmore. We'll be back at Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel next week ahead of the Bucs versus Steelers game. We'll be live at 11 o'clock leading into the 1 o'clock kickoff. Looking forward to that game. Steelers got a great defense, and it'll be a challenge for this Bucs offense. But as far as matchups for this game go, John, some pretty interesting ones, I'd say. So we'll start with these. You can find these from Scott Reynolds in SR's Fab 5 every Friday on pewterreport.com. We'll start with a guy who doesn't lose many matchups. That's quarterback Tom Brady. SR is focusing here on the pre-snap chess match and that pre-snap battle between Tom Brady and linebacker Michael Walker for the Falcons. I think I know which way you're going on this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb, man, and I'm gonna go with TB12 versus anybody in the pre-snap chess match.
Yeah, I mean he's a guy that he wins those, I think, weekly. I don't know that anyone really is gonna beat him there. I mean, you the one thing I think with Walker that you do have to watch out for is some of those blitzes up the middle, and that's what Scott's talking about here in this matchup is making sure that you have that protection right. You have whether it's a running back hanging in, you having somebody slide over and handling Walker, because if he comes up, and that's one of those where you can win the battle 99% of the time, but if he gets through on a blitz, knocks the ball loose and creates a turnover, that could change the game.
No, they have two good ones there in the middle, and Walker and Rashaan Evans, the young man out of Alabama. I like the way they play. They can move side to side. They're leading the team in tackles. They're good players.
Yeah. But of course, you're not going to take many guys over Brady, if anybody, over Tom Brady, especially coming off of the game he had last week. I thought they really figured some stuff out in the passing offense and in terms of the offense as a whole. And I think that's what they should get back to. I know the balance is important, but finding those right and picking and choosing the right spots to run the football, I think that's what they've got to kind of find, rather than just the whole 50-50 or you got Tom Brady, you got to football.
Well, I mean, man, you had me at pre-snap chess match, right? There aren't too many people out there that are going to be beating Tom Brady in pre-snap. Just not going to happen.
Yeah. And we'll move into the second matchup, and this is an interesting one. I know you and JC talked a little about Richie Grant, the free safety out of my alma mater, UCF, matching up with Chris Godwin, whether that's in the slot or over the top. SR likes Godwin in this one. I think this is an interesting matchup.
I like him. I like Grant. I like what I've seen out of that young man, number 27. He flies around on tape. He popped out to me pretty quick last week. I'm a big fan of Chris Godwin. Obviously, he's a guy that does it all. Fellow Penn Stater. I very rarely go against him, but I like this matchup. And if he sees Grant in this matchup, I'm going to go out and say this is a push, Bailey. It's a struggle for me to take Godwin in this one, just given the talent I've seen on tape.
It's an interesting one. I would agree. I think Grant is a young guy. I think Godwin obviously has the experience on him. But, I mean, Grant's held his own in coverage this year. He's got a 73.7 pass coverage rate from PFF. Godwin's still kind of working his way back. He first working back from that knee injury and then working back from that hamstring injury that he suffered in week 1. I think we're starting to see a little bit more of Chris Godwin than we have in the last couple of weeks. And I do like him to have, one of those Chris Godwin games today. I think last year at some point, or maybe the year before, he just ate up the Falcons defense. I think he had like double-digit catches and was torching them. It's a tough matchup for him with Richie Grant. I think those two guys are kind of going to go, blow for blow. But I would probably agree with you with it being a push. One that I don't think is a push, and I don't know that there's many that can hold him down. And they didn't last week for sure. Is Mike Evans, and I know Mike Evans. I came on here last week before the Chiefs game and said he was going to I thought he was going to score a touchdown, maybe 2. I felt good about the prediction. He scored 2 touchdowns. That made my hit rate probably about 10% on my predictions last week because everything else I said did not play out. But Mike Evans matching up with AJ Terrell in this game. AJ Terrell's had an interesting season where he hasn't really been himself, and I think Mike Evans is going to look to exploit that today.
No, I agree. He's had an up and down season so far after 4 games. He started out a little slow over the past 2 weeks. He's improved. You can see that last week, and just going back and doing a little research on the numbers, he struggled the first 2 weeks, but he's on the up and up right now. But just given everything and who he's going against, AJ Terrell's a good cornerback. Mike Evans is one of the best when he's healthy and he's out there in his zone. Last week we saw a 100-yard game out of him, which was a beautiful thing to see. He's very tough to cover one-on-one. I doubt they'll put him in a position to cover him one-on-one, but I'm going with Mike Evans on this one.
And Terrell's given up 5 touchdowns in 4 games this season. And Mike, of course, had that one game where he was suspended, but has played 3 games, has 3 touchdowns, looking a lot like the Mike Evans that we know. I would go Mike Evans in this battle as well. That's 3 in a row right there. I mean, maybe there was the push between Godwin and Grant, but you kind of liking what you see from the Bucs offense against the Falcons defense. One that you kind of worry about, and you and JC mentioned it a little bit earlier, is Luke Gedeke matching up with Brady Jarrett.
Yeah, Gedeke hasn't shown me enough yet for me to go ahead and take him in any matchup, if I'm being perfectly honest. And that's no knock on him. He's a young player. He's a rookie. He's still trying to figure it out. The young man from Central Michigan, our draft pick. I like him. I like his attitude. I like his personality, his aggressiveness. It's everything you want in an offensive lineman, especially at that guard position. Strong kid. But again, the game just isn't clicking for him just yet. And you can see that he's still trying to figure some things out. He's playing one of the best in Grady Jarrett. This guy hasn't had an easy road, Bailey.
Yeah.
He's seen some pretty good defensive, some nose tackles over the past couple weeks. So unequivocally, I'm going to have to give this one to Grady Jarrett.
That's what I think makes it so difficult for Gedeke as a rookie, jumping, getting kind of baptized by fire, thrown right in there, and he's got to face Kenny Clark with the Packers. He's got to face Chris Jones last week with the Chiefs. And those aren't favorable matchups for a rookie. And I think the mentality, the toughness is there for Gedeke. It's just that athleticism hasn't quite shown up yet. And it's another one. I mean, this week with Grady Jarrett, you're not going to like Gedeke in that matchup. You just have to hope that he can handle himself well enough to do the job and make sure that Tom Brady is kept clean. And let's kind of round this one out here, staying on the offensive line. And Donovan Smith coming in, still off that elbow injury, not carrying an injury designation coming into this week, going up against the rookie Arnold Ebiketie. SR likes Donovan Smith in this one, but Ebiketie's kind of shifty. He's a guy that might be kind of working some of those inside moves to try to expose that elbow of Donovan Smith.
Yeah, he's a rookie, and obviously Donovan Smith, it was nice having him back in the mix, and coming off that injury, he looked pretty decent on film. I know Tom Brady feels a lot better about having him, on his left side, but I'm definitely going to have to go with Donovan Smith, man. He's put it on tape over the years. He's shown us what type of tackle he is. Going up against his rookie, based on what I've seen on tape, I don't see him having a problem with this matchup. So I'm going to go Donovan Smith.
Yeah, it makes sense, I think, to feel a little bit better when Donovan Smith's in there. Coming back last week against the Chiefs, I know Brandon Walton did a good job stepping up against the Saints when he was called, and just with Josh Wells going down. But it's just this offensive line's on a different level with Donovan Smith in the game rather than a guy like Josh Wells or Brandon Walton. And it's got to make you feel good. I know Ebiketie's kind of going to give him a little bit. He's going to try to show himself against a veteran in Donovan Smith. But I think Donovan Smith's been so good over the last couple of years. And, getting healthier, feeling better about that elbow coming into this week. It's hard not to bet on Donovan Smith.
And just on the outside linebacker note, I do like number 9, Lorenzo Carter. He's good at setting the edge. I think he can provide some pass rush off the edge. So I would say keep an eye on number 9, Lorenzo Carter.
It's a good one. I mean, it's really interesting because I think early in the season you saw the Bucs try to go forward with that run because they were trying to play to their strengths of the offensive line. They're a good run blocking group. But I think they didn't give him enough credit as pass protectors because it seemed like against the Saints, against I think some of the Packers game, they've held their own pretty well, I think, for the most part. So you'll see a test again for those pass protectors against the Falcons today and against those outside linebackers. But before we jump into the defensive side of things, we'll jump over to MyBookie, who we love MyBookie. MyBookie's great. If you want to bet, you go to MyBookie. Your favorite athletes are always striving to put themselves in a winning position, and it's about time you did too with MyBookie. MyBookie has the biggest online selection of odds and contests to fill all your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Bet on the NFL, MLB playoffs, or play for a share of the big cash prizes in the weekly blackjack tournaments. If you've been waiting for the right time to get in on the action, that time is now. Make your winning move today. It's easy. Sign up at MyBookie using promo code Pewter, Pewter, and claim your deposit match of any amount up to $1,000. Again, that's promo code Pewter, Pewter, to claim your bonus. Experience sports in a whole new light and make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. it's fun. I mean, it makes even the most mundane games, if you're betting on them, it makes games fun. You know, you got something to watch, something to root for. So head over to MyBookie if you're wanting to place a bet on this Bucs Falcons game, any of the games coming up, maybe the Monday Night Football game tomorrow night, some of those MLB playoff games. Don't know if I'll be watching much MLB playoffs now that the Rays are out. Kind of sore subject right now for me. Let's jump over to the defense side of the ball. A little bit of a sore subject for the Bucs last week against the Chiefs. Struggling to get on the ground, struggling in the pass, getting off the field on third downs. These key matchups, again, you can find in SR's Fab 5 on Fridays on pewterreport.com. We'll start up the middle with defensive tackles Rakeem Nunez-Roches and Logan Hall against Chris Lindstrom, the right guard for the Falcons. SR gives the edge to Lindstrom here. I think we need to see a little bit more out of both Nacho and Logan Hall.
Well, and Lindstrom, I'm going to be perfectly honest. I haven't scouted Lindstrom. I can't sit there and speak to his credibility as far as beating up Nacho, but I've taken a close look at Rakeem Nacho Nunez-Roches, and I like him. I gave him his kudos earlier in the show, and I liked what I've seen out of him in the absence of Akeem Hicks, and I'm going to go with Nacho.
I like Nacho. Nacho, I think this is kind of a double-edged sword for the Bucs as far as Lindstrom's a really good run blocker, and I think the Falcons scheme, Arthur Smith's scheme, kind of plays really well to that. He plays well to the scheme, and so you've got to have Nacho step up as a run stopper because Logan Hall, that's kind of an aspect of his game that he's still developing. But when the Falcons get into passing situations, you're going to need Logan Hall to be kind of doing what he does best and rushing the passer. And I've liked what I've seen out of Logan Hall the last couple of weeks, and I think he's growing week by week. But it's an interesting one. I think Lindstrom as a run blocker, you kind of worry about that matchup. The Falcons love to run the football with Cordarrelle Patterson out. They got Tyler Algier stepping in. It'll be interesting to watch that because I think this is a run-first offense, and the Bucs, bread and butter is stopping the run, and they need to get back to that after really, really tough performance last week. But we'll jump over to another matchup on the outside in the passing game, and that would be Jamel Dean matching up with the rookie wide receiver Drake London. This is an interesting one because Drake London's been playing really well.
I like that young wide receiver. He's fun to watch on tape. It'll be interesting to see who matches up with him, whether it's Carlton Davis or Jamel Dean. You got a number 2 in Zacchaeus, good wide receiver, veteran wide receiver. I'm going to give this one a push. I'm going to push on this one. I like that young rookie. He can stretch the field. He gets in and out of his breaks pretty nice. It seems like he has a good feel for the game, the zones, looking at tape. So I'm going to go ahead and go with a push on this one.
It's a good one, too, because he's been the offense, the passing offense so far this season. He has 18 catches for 231 yards and 2 touchdowns. Again, this is an offense that likes to run the ball more than it does pass it with Marcus Mariota back there. But Marcus Mariota has looked to Drake London a lot. And, yeah, I like London. I like Jamel Dean. I like what he's done so far this season. He's in a contract year. Looks like we've got some walk-ons, appetizers heading over here.
We got
some wings.
The boneless.
Looks
wings.
Like the boneless wings. Sliders. JC grabbed one for himself. I see that.
Little slider. Go get
a
little slider.
Look at that. Okay, wow.
That's a first for the sliders. We haven't had those yet.
Oh, we've got these every week.
And obviously the world famous walk-on mozzarella logs. If you haven't had these mozzarella logs, I don't know what to tell you. You need to get down to walk-ons for a game and get one in you because these are probably the best mozzarella sticks I've ever had.
Oh, they're fantastic. They're fantastic. I make sure I get at least one every week. They bring them over here, and I'm like, let me steal one in between here. Definitely get down here to walk-ons. Again, we'll be at walk-ons Wesley Chapel next week for the Bucs Steelers game. But yeah, Jamel Dean, back to Jamel Dean. He's in a contract year, and I think he's done really well for himself so far this year. And I think he needs to continue that trajectory. I give the slight edge to Dean in this one. But again, Drake London's a guy to watch out for. He is the threat, especially with Kyle Pitts out. And in that passing game too, I think you'll see a little bit of the running back. You see Tyler Algier, but you'll see more of him just as a rusher. Again, they like to run the ball, and that's the matchup that we'll go on to next. Devin White against Tyler Algier. Devin White's had an interesting season. He was the NFC Defensive Player of the Month in September, but I think as the last couple of weeks has had his ups and downs over pursuing, missing tackles, missed a big tackle last week on Patrick Mahomes. And he's just got to make sure he's not playing too fast, especially with a guy as elusive as Algier.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. Being out of position is what I'm seeing on film, and over pursuing is it. He's almost too fast to the ball, and people are seeing those cutback lanes. But Devin White, just like Tom Brady, he's a tough one to bet against in my eyes. You know, he's seeing a rookie running back, their second string running back in Algier, who I do like. I think he can be a productive back in this football league. But you're seeing one of the best middle linebackers in Devin White, so I'm definitely going Devin White on this one.
What's been funny to watch with, I don't know if it's funny, but what's kind of weird to watch with Devin White so far this season is the past seasons he's been such a great run stopper. You know, he's struggling pass coverage and a great run stopper. And I think we've seen a lot of growth in his pass coverage this season, but we've seen a little bit of that run game where, you know, the run defense slip a little bit. And I think it's not just a Devin White thing. It's been a Bucs defense thing
there you go.
As a whole. You know, I think coming into last week, we were kind of like, we'll feel a little spoiled. It was like, okay, they're ninth in the league against the run. You know, that's not what they normally do. That's ninth is still not bad. Then they give up 189 yards to the Chiefs, and that's a big reason they lose the game. And now you're kind of asking questions like, all right, they got to get back to what they do, and that's stop the run.
No, that's what they do best. And, you know, we're not a stop the pass first type of defense, and you know that. Yeah. So they got to get back to stopping that run. I think they'll get that figured out. Casey had mentioned earlier, or JC mentioned earlier, one of you guys mentioned earlier that Casey talked about the fundamentals, and what she's talking about is that gap integrity. Those things you can get fixed. They're looking at it on tape. We mentioned the over pursuit of Devin White. Everybody fills those gaps. These guys are so physical and dominant and good at what they do when it comes to tackling ball carriers. Once they figure out that gap integrity, they'll be just fine.
One of those guys too that's kind of had that little bit of problems with over pursuing is Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. He's you find him kind of getting outside and failing to set the edge, kind of overrunning some plays. And that's something he can't do. This is the next matchup, JTS against Marcus Mariota. Mariota's a guy that will get outside the pocket, will move and try to make plays with his feet. And JTS has to make sure he's assignment sound and making sure he's setting the edge. SR gives this one a push. I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts on this one because JTS is a guy that I think we need to see more from. And this could be an opportunity for him to really take a step forward.
Well, here's the thing about JTS. Somebody over there at One Buck is coaching him up. Do not lose contain, right? Somebody is over coaching that man because this season I think he's done a heck of a job setting the edge. And to your point, you know, he's not doing the best job retracing to make that play inside, but he has other guys for that.
Yeah.
As long as he's setting that edge and keeping contained, he's doing his job. And I think he's done a pretty exceptional job of that so far this season. So I think he's playing good football. He hasn't gotten home as much as everybody would have liked. This could be the day. I know SR is going with Mariota on this one, but I'm going to have to go against the grain, and I'm going Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, man. I really like what I've seen out of this kid from a technically being in the right position situation, but now it's time to get home and start making some plays on the quarterback, and I'm going JTS.
You'd love to see this be the game that he kind of just becomes, you know, the guy everyone expected him to be. I think all offseason he was the breakout candidate. He was the guy, and I think we've seen some good things from him, but we need to see him hit that next level. And this could be a chance today for him to do that. And we'll wrap up these matchups here, talking about a guy on the inside, an Antoine Winfield Jr. matching up with Olamide Zaccheaus. I think I got that right. That's the Falcons' number 2 guy. I think we've seen him kind of, you know, expose the Bucs at different points in the last year or so. SR gives this edge to Winfield. It's interesting to see how the Bucs play this. As far as, you know, again, this is a run-first team. So are they going to play a lot more base defense? Are they going to have they're going to kick Winfield into the inside and play nickel? It'll be interesting to see how they match that up from a scheme standpoint. But when it is Winfield on Zaccheaus, you got to like Winfield.
Yeah. I mean, that safety group, you talk about Antoine Winfield Jr. and Mike Edwards is probably one of my favorite groups on the defensive side of the ball. Those two, that's a great 1-2 punch. Devin White probably being the most dynamic player right now on that defensive side of the ball. But then you got Antoine Winfield Jr., man, and he can match up with anybody, a tight end, a wide receiver. You bring him off the edge. He's in the backfield being disruptive, getting sacks. You know, he's just like Mike Edwards. He has a nose for the ball. Antoine Winfield Jr., man, that's not the one you want to bet against. And I'm gonna go ahead and go with Winfield.
It's hard not to love what Winfield's done this season. I think he's on that trajectory to be, you know, he's a Pro Bowl guy, on the trajectory to be an all-pro kind of guy. And then, like you said, Mike Edwards right alongside with him. I mean, stepping into that full-time role, being a guy who's been really good against the pass in the past, you know, is a ball hawk, but he's stopping the run like we didn't really – I don't know we saw that coming. And I think it's been, you know, that safety group I think has probably been the prize of the Tampa Bay defense. You know, of course, like you said, Devin White's that playmaker in the middle, but you got to love what the safeties have done. You know, it's time to get over here, though, to our Pewter predictions before we wrap up here. And this is an interesting one. I think on the season, I'm now 1-3. So, you don't necessarily want to take my predictions as gospel because I can't get anything right apparently. But I am going with the Bucs in this one, and it just feels like a get-right game. It feels like a kind of game where the Falcons have, I think, overperformed, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the Falcons. I think they have overperformed a little bit, and the Bucs have underperformed. And so I feel like this is a way for the Bucs to kind of get back to who they are. They've done well against the Falcons in the last couple of years, especially with Tom Brady. Tom Brady's never lost to the Falcons. I think he's 10-0 against the Falcons. So I like the Bucs in this one. I like the offense to continue to kind of trend in the right direction like they did last week with, scoring a lot of points, like the defense to get back on track. I'm going Bucs 34, Falcons 17. I think it's a big one for the Bucs. I think they get to 3-2 ahead of a little 2-game road trip. But before we jump into John's predictions and JC's Pewter predictions, let's hear from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Again, we want to thank our sponsors over at Age Rejuvenation who are here with us live at Walk-Ons every single week with, they got swag over here, set up free consultation to get your first meeting set up and figure out what you're looking for and what you're aiming to get out of it. But it's that time, and we're back at that time again. Pewter predictions. John, you're up first. What do you got going on?
I think you're up first this week, man.
I
seem to always go first.
I'm trying to be a gentleman, but I will go first then. I will go first this week. If you read my Pewter predictions, I'm not straying from it. I really like this matchup for the Bucs as, righting the ship, getting right, whatever you want to call it, getting back on track with Godwin and Evans back in the fold, Gage going to play as well. I think Logan Ryan could hurt them on some plays, not having them out there just because of that versatility. But if there's ever a game that you want Logan Ryan to miss and you want Keanu Neal to be in the starting lineup, it's this game with a team that's heavily going to try to run the ball. Keanu Neal's he can lay the wood, and he's better by the line of scrimmage. So, with that being said, I'm not straying away. I think the Bucs put up 31 points. I think they get the offense clicking back on all full cylinders, and I think the Falcons really struggle to get the ball moving. I got this one 31-16 Bucs.
I like it. You and Bailey are aligned. I think all three of us are aligned. I like this matchup as well. I think over the past couple of weeks, I've been betting and picking with my heart and not so much my mind. I'm 2-2 on the season. I'm starting to lose some street cred. But I'm going to go with the Bucs as well. We got an early game, 1 o'clock. They're going to get greased up early and get going. I see a lot of production, having Godwin back in the mix with Mike Evans. You mentioned Russell Gage going against his old team. On the other side of the ball, the Falcons are really struggling when it comes to playmakers. Cordarrelle Patterson's on IR. Kyle Pitts is missing for this one, which is a big one.
Huge.
So I don't see them getting a ton of production on the offensive side of the ball. If they do, that would be very concerning for me.
Right.
If they got loose in this game, and that's something the Bucs will have to take a close look at. But I'm going with you. I wouldn't be surprised with another 3-touchdown game out of Tom Brady and a pair of field goals. I'm going 34. And again, I think the Falcons are really going to struggle with production. I'm going 34-13 Bucs.
Yeah, I mean, any way you slice it, I think this Bucs defense is in a good position to really contain this Falcons offense. And I think same thing on the other side. I think this Bucs offense started getting it going last week, and I think they continue to get it going this week. Obviously not the results they wanted last week. You can't lose 3 in a row. You can't lose 3 at home. Tom Brady's 10-0, as Bailey mentioned. He moves to an 11-0. Bucs win, and they finally get back on track. But that's going to do it for us here. I want to thank you guys all for joining us here live at Walk-Ons in Midtown. Next, we'll be at the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel, Lutz location, Sunday live at 11 o'clock for Bucs versus Steelers. So we'll have that coming up for you next week. If you guys want to join us there, please do. We'll have Pewter Report giveaways, raffles. Last week, I think we had some autographs by Allstott and Raheem Nunez-Roches. Maybe John Gilmore can sign some stuff for you. I know he's always down for that. Swag, Age Rejuvenation will be there. Celsius will be there with giveaways. So definitely join us there prior to the game. With that being said, let's continue the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation with Pewter Report's own Matera and Josh Queipo, who's going to bring you all the way up to Pewter Game Day at 1 o'clock. Out.
Go Bucs.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a continuation of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation, and it was live at Walk-Ons, but it will be live here on our YouTube for the next 45 minutes before the Bucs and Falcons kick off live from Raymond James Stadium. I'm your host, Matt Matera. I'm back. I was on the show earlier today with some technical difficulties. I have returned, making a comeback like Tom Brady did. And joined with me is my fellow colleague from PewterReport.com, just getting home from North Carolina. It is Josh Queipo. Josh, thank you for joining me today. We'll also be on the Pewter GameDay stream as well. How you doing? Have you recovered? You know, you've been traveling all day and at night and everything else in between. So what's on?
Well, I'm going to just lead you into the Celsius read, because if it weren't for this guy right here, you'd be seeing me dragging quite a bit. So glad to have my Celsius, because 3-hour drive in and now about a 4-hour run with you, buddy. I'm looking forward to it. And then of course
always
the obligatory, tweeted it out to you this morning. Matt. Guess what day it is?
It's a Pewter Game Day, baby.
Bucs
are trying to get off the schneid. They've lost 2 in a row, unfortunately, both at home, but to 2 very good teams with the Packers and the Chiefs. I know the Packers are losing right now to the Giants, which was definitely a bit of a surprise. So, Josh, it's going to be really important for multiple reasons. One, getting first place in the NFC South division. Right now, the Bucs are tied at 2-2, as are the Atlanta Falcons. But 2, you can't lose 3 in a row, and you can't lose 3 in a row, especially at home. The Bucs have been such a great home field team, in the Brady era. Obviously, they were great last year with the exception of 2 games, and one of them being their last game of the season. But overall, they really enjoy some home cooking, I would say. And, Tom Brady doesn't lose to the Falcons, and he doesn't lose 3 games in a row. He hasn't done that in like 2 decades. So, first of all, people are saying it's a get-right game, this, and that. I said that in the Pewter Report previews and predictions. It is a get-right game for multiple reasons. Obviously, the offense started trending in the right direction last week against the Chiefs. They scored 31 points, but I'm also curious how much of that was desperation. Okay, we got to chuck the ball all over the field. Chiefs jumped out to a big lead, so, you stay in game, your defense get a little laxed when you have that much of a lead and, a little more room to play with. So while it was great to see the offense get off to a better start and score those 31 points, I don't know if that's necessarily the recipe of how to get to 31 points. It was just chaotic, throw the ball, 2-minute drill in that type of situation. So what do you think?
I'd love to see it kind of go in reverse, right? Byron Leftwich and the Bucs coaching staff has consistently preached we want to be balanced, and they kind of show that in their scripted plays to begin the game. I'd like them to chuck the ball around all through the first quarter, show that they can score the points like they did against the Chiefs last week, and get out to an early lead. All right, let's go balanced after that, right? You're up 17-7. Now you can start establishing, we're going to run the clock, right? We're going to put some running in there, and we're going to control the time of possession. I'd love to see it almost go in reverse from the Chiefs game in terms of let's do what we do best early, and then allow that to build out the rest of the offensive game plan, right? Instead of we're going to establish the run in order to pass, let's just establish the pass, and then we're going to run. So
I agree, and I said that in the show, I've said on different radio hits and different podcasts, but this is a Falcons defense you can score against. They've allowed at least 20 points in every single game. And they're 25th in the league in yards per game and 25th as well in passing yards. So this is a team, despite the fact that they have a good pass rusher, with Jarrett, and obviously an all-pro corner with Terrell, this is still a team that you can move the ball against. And sooner rather than later, the Bucs have to get away from predictable, mundane type of offense that we've seen from them. All right. Leonard Fournette can be a factor on this team, and he doesn't have to touch the ball on first down every single time. Now, some people might say, well, they only ran the ball 6 times. But again, the situation dictated that they needed to pass the ball. And even in those 6 times that they ran it, it was not effective. Like, even at the goal line, they got tackled once. Rachaad White scored on a touchdown where he had to leap over the defender. So it wasn't even effective in the 6 rushing yards. And you had a very funny, I don't remember if it was a comment or a tweet, but, we were talking about, the Chiefs still passed the ball a ton. And then when they wanted to run it, they ran it obviously very effectively, with 189 rushing yards. And you're like, imagine that, passing the ball on first down and then running it on second down. So I think we really need to see a lot of that. And, it's disappointing. You can't control injuries sometimes, but it is a little frustrating with the whole Julio Jones saga. Again, snip, snap, snip, snap. He practices, he doesn't play. He practices, he doesn't play. He's not going in this game. Thankfully, Russell Gage will be available. So I am curious for Russell Gage. And listen, we know with the Bucs, Mike Evans hopefully will continue to keep doing his thing. Chris Godwin, another week returning from that injury, came back last week. And I thought it was very solid. Some people are saying he wasn't like the Chris Godwin that, we all have seen in the past. And I think that's fine. He's coming back from 2 very important injuries. But I have no doubts about, Evans and Godwin. My question is, who's going to be the third, I'll say, factor in the passing game? Is it Russell Gage, who obviously was very effective in the Packers game when he didn't fumble? Outside of that, he was great. Is it just going to be a mixture of Rachaad White and Leonard Fournette? Will Cade Otton get some opportunities as a receiver with more playing time this week because Cam Brate is out with a concussion? Who has to, where do the Bucs have to dial up the offense where if it's not going to Mike or Chris, who's going to be the third option?
I think from a volume standpoint, I would love to see Rachaad White, really build on a solid game he was on offense last week. So I think that would be one. The other one that I think is kind of an interesting potential matchup is, and I didn't get a chance to see the inactives yet, but Scotty Miller is active, right?
I believe so. I'll double check right now.
Yep. So like I said, I just got in from North Carolina. I was running up the stairs to get all set. So I believe Scotty Miller is active because I want to say Devin Tompkins, Brashad Perryman, and Julio Jones were the 3 receivers who were inactive. So I'm pretty sure Scotty is. If you look at the way the Falcons set up their secondary, right? Their 2 primary corners. We've talked ad nauseum about AJ Terrell, and he deserves to be talked about. But on the other side, they've got a guy who's had a very long, very esteemed career, and that's Casey Hayward. Casey Hayward, last time I checked, was born in the 1800s. And
he was on the original Oregon Trail.
Exactly. And somehow he survived the dysentery. But you put him on one side of the field and you put Scotty Miller lined up on him, and you bring Mike and Chris and onto the concept side, and you establish that, you could see Scotty Miller's long speed really come into play because there's no way Casey Hayward can keep up with him. It's just not going to happen. The two are complete. Casey Hayward, I think, was a 4.57 guy coming out of college, and he went to college when they still measured time using, what are they called? Sands of time. That type of stuff. So I think that's one where you could create a mismatch and allow, Brady to try and hit Scotty for a pretty deep ball in terms of a quality play. I think that's a really cool matchup that the Bucs might be able to set up. Not one that I want them to exploit over and over and over, but I would say Rachaad White kind of stepping up as that 3rd or 4th guy for volume. And then if you can get 1 or 2 deep shots with Scotty lined up on Casey Hayward, I think that would be a really awesome opportunity for the Bucs offense.
I like that. And this is a huge, huge opportunity for Scotty Miller. I mean, everything has fallen into place for him. This is his moment. it's kind of now or never for Scotty. I'll read off the game day inactives for the Bucs real quick. Kyle Trask, as expected. Julio Jones, Rachaad Perriman. So Perriman unable to go. He did practice this week, but he's dealing with the knee and hamstring injury that caused him to miss last week's game. So Perriman's out. Logan Ryan, as Todd Bowles said on Friday. Devin Tompkins is inactive. Cam Brate and Akeem Hicks. So again, everything falling into place for Scotty to have a moment here, because Cole Beasley retired. Julio Jones is going to be injured for the entire season dealing with this knee injury. It's not something that's going to go away. I'm not a medical professional, but you could just see it with, how it's already gone. And Rachaad Perriman, who has been that guy that the Bucs have turned to when all the other receivers are injured. But since he's not available, Jalen Darden, they don't really use him in the receiving game. I know he had a catch 2 weeks ago, but he's there as the punt returner, who's done a better job, as you pointed out when we were on the podcast on Wednesday. So it really is going to be up to Scotty. And we saw when he has been active, that Packers game, and sure, a big part of it was the fact that Evans was suspended and Godwin was out, and so was Julio. So they needed to use Scotty, but Scotty got snaps and wasn't really able to be effective as a receiver. But you'll have Evans obviously lined out on one side. Godwin can do his thing in the slot. And Russell Gage, obviously, they can move him around too. He can line up outside. He can go inside. But I hear you. They haven't really taken too many of the deep ball opportunities with Scotty when he's been in the game. And we've all been asking for, the coaches have been asking for Scotty to do something else besides the deep shot. Make the grimy catches. We've talked about it. But if you're going to be a one-trick pony, do that one trick really damn well. And we haven't seen that trick at all. And we'll find out today if they decide to dial up a thing or two for Scotty, because it's, we haven't seen as many just deep ball plays in general for the Bucs this season. They haven't had too many 20, 30-yard plays down the field. Evans, his first catch last week was a big 30-yard reception. I think the Bucs need to get back to doing that just a little bit. If anything, if you connect on one or two, that's another thing the defense has to game plan for. It's another look or scheme that they're going to have in the back of their head where they have to stay on their heels for that, to not allow the deep ball. And then that opens up Chris Godwin over the middle, Gage in different situations. So I think that's a really good point that you made, that, try to take advantage. If you're going to have to use Scotty, I hate to quote Leftwich, but put him in the best position possible for him to have success.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, he's a one-trick pony. Let's stop trying to make him a chicken, right? Let's just let him be a one-trick pony. That's fine with me. I've got to just mention it. There's 22 seconds left in this Green Bay game, and it looks like the Giants are going to pull it off. But with it on mute, it seems like the refs have done a great job of pissing off both coaching staffs. It's amazing. So, nice. But yeah, it looks like the Giants are about to move to 4-1, keep pace with the Eagles in the NFC East. And I don't think anybody had 3 potential teams from the East having only 1 loss or less.
No, that's it. That's absolutely, that's incredible, really. And shout out to the Giants. No one thought to be 4-1 at this point, especially with Daniel Jones as the quarterback, and then Jones was hurt last week. We're to the point because Tyrod Taylor, their backup, got injured as well. They had to run Wildcat. Like, that was their offense for a bit when Tyrod Taylor was out. So
he lost Saquon at a point in this game. He had no receivers to begin with.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is a lot of things. An elite quarterback is not one of them, but he is a gamer. I will give him that. Dude just pushes it. So,
and you know what? Amazing. Shout out to the Giants too. That helps the Bucs, because obviously Green Bay is a team that has a tiebreaker against the Bucs because they beat them. And again, a lot of teams are going to be scratching and clawing for that, number 1 seed in the NFC, which again is very important now that there's only 1 bye heading into the playoffs. And the beauty of the NFL and for, Bucs fans, is going to make for awesome games. Giants, Eagles, Eagles, Cowboys. Giants, Cowboys played a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
Those teams are going to devour themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if they split every single game between those teams. So those are a couple of losses for them. So while they devour themselves, that leaves a wide open lane for the Bucs to, obviously they have to hold up their end of the bargain, and we'll see if they can get back on track.
Divisional team like the Falcons today.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But with Green Bay losing that game, you know what? The Packers haven't looked that good this season. Like, yeah, they beat the Bucs, but they only scored 14 points. And you could say a lot of things that the Bucs beat themselves. They didn't look good against New England the following week with Billy Zappi, and they just ran the ball nonstop. I mean, the Packers won that game in overtime in Lambeau.
Yep.
So it hasn't looked good.
Yeah, and I was gonna say the Packers kind of looked a lot today like they did against the Bucs a couple weeks ago, right? They jumped out to a bit of a lead. I think they were up 17-3 at one point against the Giants, and it ended up being 17-10 at the half. And then just really haven't done much yet. It's 27-22 Giants right now with 7 seconds left. Giants just had to punt it to Green Bay after purposefully running out of the backfield for a safety. So you don't count those 2 points to Green Bay. So they put up 17 in the first half, put up 3 in the second half. And against the Bucs, we saw what it was. It was they put up 14 in the first half and nothing in the second half. So it looks like the Packers are having trouble kind of keeping the momentum going as the game moves on. Jump out to some quick leads, but can't sustain it over the course of a full game.
Yeah, that's something that the Bucs in the past have struggled a little bit with building out those big leads. Like, I just think of the Buffalo game, which the Bucs ended up winning, but that game should have never gotten into overtime in the past. Yep. I think the Bucs previously have been able to, they have their foot on the opponent's throat, but they didn't totally, step down until they absolutely could. Tom says Green Bay about to take that L. Fans are very happy about that. Shaggy says, these are the days of our lives. I guess being happy that Green Bay lost. Tammy says, go Bucs. And Ed, going back to Scotty real quick, says, Scotty gets overpowered in most corners. Well, he is undersized against most corners, so that tends to
Ed,
happen.
I would say with Casey Hayward, with the lack of long speed, Falcons wouldn't put him up in press. So if the Bucs have that matchup, you're most likely going to see Hayward in off coverage. And so that gives Scotty the clean release. And even if they do try and press him with Hayward, I think Scotty can actually win that matchup. So,
Evan up on Ryanson is still optimism about him coming back this year. We've asked Todd Bowles a couple of times. Each time he doesn't have an update. It has something to do with the swelling in Jensen's knee that they can't get an actual MRI or look or some medical thing where they can't get like a good look at it. This is the longest swelling knee I've ever heard of. So it could just be coach talk, But people have seen Jensen like at the facility and like at the game and stuff like that, in the locker room. So no update yet, but I wouldn't expect him anytime soon. I wouldn't think until December is when you're actually going to see Ryan Jensen if he comes back at all. And, I guess one last thing on the offense is, and we'll stick with the offensive line, is, how concerned are we with Luke Gedeke? Obviously, he's been, I guess you could say, the weak link of the offensive line right now. Hainsey to a degree, but I've been okay with Hainsey's play. Like, I don't think the Bucs have suffered more with Gedeke and him losing some one-on-one battles and just overall matchups than Hainsey has. Is it too early to pull the plug on him and put in Brandon, or he had a goal finding a veteran offensive lineman, which you could check out on pewterreport.com? Is it too early to make a switch, or is it the Bucs can't run the risk of having everything in place except for one position?
Yeah, I go back and forth on this. Gedeke's play has been subpar. I think coming out, I wasn't as high on him as the Bucs were. They traded up into the second round to get him, and that's not something that Jason Lights, he's done some trade ups before, but I thought that he was a much more raw project. I think he has a high ceiling, but for this year, he definitely hasn't played up to average guard level play. And if the rest of your line is doing fine, that's okay. I think Hainsey's done a pretty good job, but the thing with offensive lines is a lot of it comes down to continuity. So if you pull Gedeke now, you put Brandon Walton, who has looked better in a very limited sample size when he pinch hit for Donovan Smith at left tackle, and Josh Wells at left tackle once Wells went down. Walton had an amazing kind of half of football. And then the following game against the Packers, he struggled. Could Brandon Walton potentially play better than Gedeke right now? Yes. Would it screw with the continuity and therefore the line overall plays the same or worse? That's a definite potential outcome. I think you're pot committed to Gedeke, and you continue to roll with him, hoping that you can see progression. Now, if he regresses, yeah, you gotta do something, because regressing from his current level of play is absolutely not something that the Bucs can take. So, but as long as he continues to improve, even if they're marginal improvements, you take it and you roll with it. You continue to shade Hainsey his way, and then you rely on the right side of the line, which has held up their end of the bargain. And you hope that Donovan Smith, each week that he gets away from that elbow injury, that he continues to look better and better. So, if you've got one spot on your line that's below average, as long as he doesn't look like Indianapolis bad, you're okay with it. You can survive it, especially with Brady and his elite pocket awareness behind the line. I think you're okay.
And with Donovan Smith, he's been fairly solid. Harold Goodwin, the Bucs assistant head coach, who's also their, he's the offensive line coach as well. Their either run or pass coordinator. He's one of the offensive line coaches, and he was asked to assess, pretty much give grades on the entire offensive line. And for Donovan, he was like, he's been good. It's tough to grade him when he's missed a couple of games. He said he missed a couple of assignments last week, but I think he'll get back on track this week, especially if he's going to be going up against a rookie edge rusher, which that's Penn State on Penn State as well, with Smith against Ebiketie. So I think be the big thing there is Ebiketie. The Falcons almost exclusively play him on the left, so I think you're going to see him up against Wirfs quite a bit. They rotate him a little bit, but that's going to be more Ebiketie on Wirfs, which I think is a huge win for the Bucs. And Smith's going to end up on a veteran edge rusher in Lorenzo Carter. Speaking of rotations, one thing that we rotate is where the Pewter Report tailgate show will be. It's been at the Walk-Ons in Midtown the last 2 weeks, but it will be back in Wesley Chapel next Sunday at 11 a.m. starting at that time, when the Bucs hit the road for the first time in a long time to play against the Pittsburgh Steelers. A very fun matchup there. But the Celsius Pewter Report tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation and live at Walk-Ons. Always a fun time. JC, Bailey, John did a great job today dealing with the elements too of the technology not working out 100%, but that happens occasionally, but still a very good show. And Scott Reynolds will be making his return to the Celsius Pewter Report tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation live at Walk-Ons. He'll be there next week with JC, I believe. So that'll be very fun. Make sure you go out there, say hi. They'll have Walk-Ons attendance there if you want to go get a free consultation. They'll have Celsius out there as well. Have some free drinks, watch a ton of sports, TVs all over the place. So that will be a lot of fun. And then stick for the kickoff at 1 o'clock. We'll be doing the Pewter GameDay show presented by Celsius, which, of course, will have myself and then either a combination of, either Casey Hudson. She's been on with us before. Maybe another guest in there. Don't want to give any surprises away or anything like that. Paul Atwall maybe is another option. He did the Packers show with us, but it's always a fun time. The Pewter GameDay show presented by Celsius. Again, tailgate show starts at 11, and the Game Day show goes on at 1 o'clock. Going to be a very fun time. Josh, let's talk a little bit about the defense, because defense wins championships. Needs to be a bounce back performance. There's no sugarcoating that. And we know that they have to stop the run. But do you think they will stop the run? I guess is the big question. Does Vita Vea pick it up? You had a great video on Pewter Report's YouTube. Make sure you check that out, breaking down the play of Vita Vea and where his play has been different this year compared to the dominant run-stopping, just, hulk of a man that's difficult to block against. So you notice some changes with Vita Vea. So I recommend to everyone to go check out that video. It's about 10 minutes long, but it's definitely worth your time. Does Vita Vea get back on track? Do we need to see a little bit more of Logan Hall? That was something that defensive line coach / co-defensive coordinator Casey Rogers said, that in hindsight, he wishes that he played Logan Hall more. I wonder if we see that this week.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Logan Hall, this is an opportunity for him to step up when you consider what the type of running game that the Falcons employ. So it's a lot of outside zone. They're pretty even keeled in terms of running to the right, running to the left. On the year, they've run the ball to the left 54 times. They've run the ball to the right 57 times. That isn't Vea's strength, going lateral. So I think you'll see that the Falcons will try to test that and see if they can take advantage of Vea and also take advantage of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who's had some ups and downs against the run this year. And if he's playing on the left side of the defense, that is the Falcons' strength, the right side of their line. You've got McGarry, their right tackle, and Lindstrom, their right guard. Lindstrom's been playing at probably a Pro Bowl level this year.
I liked him out of the draft. I liked him. He was at the Senior Bowl. We paid a lot of attention to him. So
yeah, and he's really ascending, especially as a run blocker. You and I kind of went on a bit of a diatribe about PFF grades the last time we were on here, but I think he's over a 90 year to date by PFF grades as a run blocker. So, and the Falcons have had more success running to the right. Those 57 runs to the right have generated 350 yards this year, whereas the 54 runs to the left, it's 258 yards. So I think that that's something that they're going to try to establish, see if Vea can run laterally to his left, see if JTS can set that edge, and see if they can establish that run game. So the Bucs need to be able to shut that down, because if you can, then you're forcing the Falcons into a pass-heavy offense, and that is not what they're designed to do.
Yeah, I really think, it's easy to say, stop the run and you'll win the game, but I truly do feel that way. Mariota is afraid, I shouldn't say afraid to throw the ball, but he doesn't throw it that much, compared to other teams. And especially with Kyle Pitts out, you have Drake London, you have Zio, as we're calling him over here, Zacchaeus. Yeah, I don't mean to be disrespectful to his name. I just can't pronounce it, so I'm going to call him Zio. But, you take Pitts out of the equation, and, I really trust Carlton Davis against Drake London. This is what Carlton is here for, to go up against your number one corners, wide receivers, and, get the job done. And I think, again, against a rookie, sure, he'll make some plays. I don't doubt that. But for the most part, he's not going to hurt you because of Carlton Davis. So, I see Davis getting the job done with him, and then it's like, all right, well, where's Mariota going to go with the ball? Right. As long as the Bucs don't play that soft tissue zone defense that they struggled with last year at times, but I think they've been better in zone this season, whether it's, the Edwards pick six or, Levante's got his hand on the ball. I want to see a pick from Levante, because there's been a couple of times where the ball has went through his hands, or, he's a second away from getting it. This is the week where Levante gets an interception. I'm calling it right now.
He's certainly got the opportunity. The Falcons passing game, they target the intermediate area. The vast majority of their yards and a lot of their attempts go between 10 and 20 yards off the line of scrimmage. And a lot of that's through play action. So this is an opportunity for Levante and for Devin White to drop into some of those hook zones just past 10 yards and get their hands on the ball. The Falcons offense doesn't take a ton of deep shots. Drake London has not been, I don't think he has a single catch beyond 20 yards in the air, but their average depth of target is actually pretty high. I want to say Mariota's 10.9 is his average depth of target. So it's that play action, and then they want to try and take those intermediate shots for first downs. So there's an opportunity for the Bucs linebackers to make some plays on the ball. The Falcons are a 12 personnel team, missing their biggest playmaker at tight end. So you are going to see, what's his name? Of course, I can't find it now.
Yeah. You are talking about
Hesse, the tight end.
Yeah.
He's played a ton this year, but he is your traditional Y blocking tight end. He's for Bucs fans, think co-Keefed. He is their co-Keefed, right? And then the guy I think will be taking a bulk of Pitts' snaps in that 12 personnel set is somebody who's very familiar with Arthur Blank's Arthur Smith's offense.
Blank's the owner. Yeah.
Anthony Ferkser, who played for him in Tennessee. He's a smaller tight end. He's a move tight end, and he'll probably take that Pitts role. He's not going to play nearly as well as Pitts in that role, but you should see him on the field a lot. And it'll be interesting to see if Bryan Edwards actually gets on the field, which he hasn't in the last 2 weeks.
It will be very interesting. Another thing that's very interesting is age rejuvenation, and here's why you should be using it.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Say look good, feel good, play good, but for age rejuvenation, it's look better, feel better, and have better sex by using age rejuvenation. Scott Reynolds and John Gilmore aren't just spokesmen for this product. They are also clients. They use it. They've talked a ton about how much it's helped them. So go to agerejuvenation.com and find out how it can help you. Let's see. You have any bets on today?
I was holding off. I'm going to do my underdog if you want.
Yeah, do it up.
I was holding off for underdog and letting the chat help me out with it. So let me pull it up right now.
I would do the same.
Last week's I was one. I want to say I was one off of hitting. I was pretty upset about that one. So let's pull this up. So I'll give the chat. We'll go with 4 picks. If I can find the Bucs game. Here we go. All right, so let's do the first Falcons one. So Tyler Algier was my number 2 running back coming out of the draft, so I feel kind of compelled to run an over-under on one of his lines. So let's take a look at his rushing yards, 45 and a half. So I'm going to ask the chat. Let's get some comments in here. 45 and a half rushing yards. Do we think he's going higher or lower against the Bucs defense trying to reestablish their dominance as run defenders?
45, I think, in general, is a low number for a guy that presumably is going to be a starting running back. So I think the Bucs, while still being able to limit the run, 45 is, even when the Bucs were leading the NFL in stopping the run, it was still an average of like 80 yards per game. So I'm going to take the over with Algier.
Over?
Let's see. Yeah. Let us know in the chat, though. Tell us higher or lower than 45 yards for Algier.
Okay. And then while we're waiting for those to come in, Rachaad White, 37 and a half rushing and receiving yards. I thought that'd be a good one to hit for an over-under.
We got a couple people saying over 45. Over.
Okay.
Yeah. Either says under, but Shaggy says over. So, yeah, majority are saying over.
We'll go over on that one. So then now if the chat can let me know, Rachaad White, 37 and a half offensive yards. So rushing and receiving. We'll make that the
that's a good point because he had 5 for 50 last week.
Yep.
But again, was it a product of the situation that they were in? Was it
Chiefs were playing really far back to limit the big plays, and he could kind of take over that underneath route. But you hope that he starts to get more involved in the running game today and get Lenny some
right. It's total yards.
Yeah. It's rushing and receiving combined.
Gotcha.
So we'll let the chat give us 3 or 4 votes on that one. Then
Eater says lower. King Cook is just wondering if Godwin is playing. King Cook, give us a higher or lower with the total yards for Rachaad White.
King Cook, Godwin is playing, and he was going to be the next one. I was going to do over under on 11.95 fantasy points.
Yeah, I would hammer that over.
That's what I was
absolutely
thinking.
hammer that over, because that's how excuse me, that's how I won last week, was the fact that I did the fantasy points for Evans and Godwin, and then I had the under, and I had the over in rushing yards for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So I definitely would say that.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So I haven't seen any comments on the Rachaad White rushing and receiving.
King Cook said Godwin over, White under.
All right.
Yeah, let us know for Rachaad White.
White under, and then one more to make it a 10 times boost with Underdog. We all love Underdog here. We hope that you're using them, because these pick'ems are absolutely a blast to do. The last one, Tom Brady, 37.5 passing attempts. Now, I'm going to try and influence this vote, but I honestly think it's going to be lower.
You think it's going to be lower? All right. Let us know in the chat, people. Higher or lower than 37.5 passing attempts. But yeah, it is interesting, because again, there's so many different scenarios where if the Bucs jump out to a big lead, they're probably not going to throw it as much. But if they're also having success with passing the ball so much, then it could be a situation where, all right, well, if it's working, we're going to keep doing it. Need for Speed says lower.
Okay.
Eater says under on all 3, so I guess he's talking about Brady as well.
Okay.
A couple of unders or lowers,
right.
Same thing.
All right, so just to recap,
it says over
on what I've seen. All right, and I may have gotten the votes wrong, but this is what we're going to lock in. Tyler Algier, we're taking the over on 45.5 rushing yards. We're going to take the lower on Tom Brady pass attempts at 37.5. The lower on Rachaad White, 37.5 rushing and receiving yards. And then the over on Chris Godwin with 11.95 fantasy points. So I am putting in the entry amount, confirming it. There we go. We've got a 10 times boost on this. I know that the people of Florida are still looking for help. So once again, if this hits, that will turn into a donation to the American Red Cross, providing amazing relief support for the people of Southern Florida going through cleanup from Ian.
Again, a very awesome gesture by you, my man. And it is so much fun using Underdog Fantasy for multiple different reasons. We, of course, like the Pick'em script, the Pick'em, or head-to-head, I guess I should say, or the Rivals one where you go up against, Mike Evans versus Drake London and things like that. But, it's the easiest way to get some action on the NFL. That's with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. You pick an over or under on your favorite or least favorite player stats. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single night. Underdog keeps it super simple with their easy-to-use website and mobile apps. Pick between 2 and 5 players to fill out your pick'em slip. Get every pick right and take home some cold, hard cash. Use the promo code Pewter. Get your first deposit doubled up to $100 by Underdog Fantasy. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, you know that's a good deal. Once again, the promo code is Pewter, Pewter. And we are just 5 minutes away from kickoff today.
Yeah,
I
have a
the
question
Bucs and the
for you,
Falcons. Yeah, I have an answer.
Because you are our resident betting expert, and I love seeing your tweets, especially on usually college football, in terms of what picks you're taking. So I'm looking at a line on the Bucs Falcons game, 10.5. The Bucs are laying.
I know,
and I'm wondering. And an over-under of 46. So where are you falling on this? Is this even something you want to bet with such a strong line?
I actually stayed away from this one because 10.5 is really big. And just the way the issue is that on their best day, of course, the Bucs could easily cover 10.5. It's really just a matter of when are the Bucs going to put it all together, because they're going to have one of those games where they just completely smack the other opponent. And I don't know if it's this week, because also we talked a lot about undefeated teams, how, the Eagles and the Jets, when Zach Wilson is the starting quarterback, are undefeated in the NFL. The Falcons are undefeated against the spread. They're the only team in the NFL that is undefeated in that category. So I think I would actually see my prediction. I have the Bucs beating the Falcons 28-17, which that would be an 11-point win.
That's a cover.
Yeah, so that's a cover. So I guess I'm gonna say take the Bucs, and 28-17. That's 45. No, it's not. 28, 38.
28-17 is 45. Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna say take the under. You said it's 46.5, right?
46 even.
Yeah. So I would stay away from this game. That's what I would say to anyone looking to pick this game. I would stay away from it. But if I have to pick it, I'm going Bucs minus 10.5 and the under, which I think will be close.
Yeah. See, this is one of those games where I'm absolutely staying away from the spread, but I would take this and a couple others, and I would try and package money line bets into a parlay to try and leverage the odds. So like I saw 3 games where I said, okay, I'll take the money line in all of them because they're pretty big point spreads. So like the Bucs Falcons, I'd take the Bucs on the money line. Bills
Buffalo.
Steelers.
Yeah,
that was the other one.
Everyone took that one.
And then Jags Texans. So I would take those 3. I take the Jags on the money line. So you take those 3 together and you feel pretty good that each of those 3 teams is going to win. And putting it all together, you get a much better leverage in terms of the payout, and you try and steal some dollars that way.
You know what I'm shocked about, and we'll get back. We'll do our predictions in a moment. But one of the lines I was looking at, Tennessee is playing Washington, and it's a pick'em. I was shocked at that. The Commanders stink. They're horrible. They're awful.
It's the variance. I would say it's the variance because, yes, with Carson Wentz as your quarterback, you know that there are going to be a lot of big plays. You just have no clue in what direction they're going to go.
Yeah.
So, and the Titans haven't looked fantastic this year. So I can understand it. I think that the Titans laying 1 is probably an enticing bet. But yeah, it's very much closer than I thought. And the over-under at 43, I'd probably take the under on that one.
All right, we're going to do our predictions right now with 2 minutes to go. Josh, real quick, just summing up what's going to happen in today's game.
Yeah, so I think I think everybody on Pewter Report up to this point has taken the Bucs. I'm not going to break from tradition there. If nothing else, that no matter what happens, I keep my lead in terms of our year-long records.
That is true, yeah.
With a 1-game lead, I think over Casey at 2-2, and I think maybe even you and Scott as well. So yeah, I've got the Bucs. I think it's not going to be close. I think I predicted 34-17. That's also the same exact prediction that Bailey Adams did, and he's 1-3 on the season. So maybe he's going to rub his bad luck off on me. So I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I also had the ball winning 28-17. So 17 points seems to be the magic number for the Falcons. I do think the Bucs are able to stop the run, or at least limit it to the way that the Falcons want to exploit it. I think the Bucs take advantage of passing the ball a ton. Evans and Godwin do their thing, and the Bucs finally get off the schneid at home and improve their record to 3-2. Want to remind everyone that Pewter GameDay is just about to start. It'll be myself and Josh giving our live reactions, analysis, insight, and everything else in between for Bucs Falcons, which is about to kick off in just a moment. So let's hit that video, baby. Haven't been watching yet, welcome everybody to the Pewter Report Game Day show presented by Celsius. This is a live in-game reactions and analysis show where we're watching every single second of Bucs Falcons, a very important matchup for both teams as they each have a 2-2 record and are looking to be atop of the NFC South division. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is Josh Queipo of PewterReport.com. Josh, very excited for this game. It's always nice when it's a 1 o'clock start, too, because you get it going. You get right into the action. You don't have to wait around for 4 o'clock or the Sunday night game or the Monday night game. So we're going to get right into it. How excited are you for this game?
I am on cloud 9. Anytime it's a Pewter Game Day, it's the best day of the week for me. So I am absolutely overjoyed. I am excited that it's a 1 o'clock start. I know that Bucs fans love being in prime time, but as somebody who covers the team and our responsibilities last well past the final whistle, it's nice to be able to kind of finish up the coverage and then still have some of our evenings to potentially see of some other stuff. So I'm very excited for this. I'm excited for this matchup. I think the Bucs Falcons, it's a really good matchup for the Bucs to establish themselves in the division with an opportunity to potentially go 2-0 for their divisional record.
King Cook says, hell yeah.
That's
Love
right, King Cook.
The 1 o'clock starts. I agree. Also, before the game kicks off, Josh, are you watching on cable? Do you have it streamed? How are you watching?
So I am streaming my cable provider. I don't know if I can show it. So we have a finished attic, which serves two purposes. It's my eldest, my son, it's his bedroom, which he loves because keeps him like completely away from the rest of the family. And he's hitting that age where he doesn't want anything to do with us. And then it also serves a secondary purpose as my office. So right now I'm coming to you from my desk. I've got one laptop to my left streaming. And then of course the one where you and I are talking on.
Okay, we got to sync up when we're watching. What do you see on your screen right now?
They just went to the United States Coast Guard flyover.
Okay, I'm going to pause my TV for a moment. Let me know when it's going to show the Falcons about to kick off. Let me know when you get to the screen. It's like them lining up and it'll say series history, 58th meeting. Tampa Bay leads 29-28. Let me know. I'll hit play on my TV so we're all synced up.
Okay. They're about to line up now. Series history. We're good.
Okay. I just hit play. Shout out Martin here. He says, from Boston, thank you, Tampa, for letting me enjoy Tom Brady. Changed my allegiance 3 years ago when Tom went there. Got my Buccaneers gear. Ed, the former Buccaneers picks off. Oh, wow. He kicked it in bounds. Shocking. He could have used that last year. Rachaad White returns it. Gets tackled at the 20, but he held on to it, Josh. So a better start than last week.
Absolutely. Yeah. Got it up to the 20. You know, you're seeing this a lot with how they changed kickoffs. You've seen some of these specialists who are now trying to put some hang time in and entice a return, especially because the receiving team is incentivized to just not bring it out with the, it being at the 25 marker if you just let it be a touchback. So you see some of these specialists, and it kind of worked out for the Falcons there as the Bucs are set up just behind the 25 at this point.
Josh, you're not stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi, are you? Oh, Bucs go play action. Gedeke got beat badly initially on the play, so Brady kind of had to throw it away. Of course, Jarrett is right there in the middle, and that's a big thing that we talked about was Gedeke trying to block Jarrett, and right away it advantage Falcons.
Yeah, that's going to be the big one. The big kind of matchup is how is he going to be able to handle mainly Grady Jarrett? The Bucs you're going to see Robert Hainsey slide his way more often than not to give him help, but that's going to be the big matchup. Jarrett has been wrecking offenses all year long. So far, it's one of the best starts to his career.
Bucs hand it off here with Fournette to the left side. He hits the hole, barrels over the defender, and gets a first down. So a little nice push by the Bucs offensive line and Leonard Fournette. That's a key because they did not run it effectively last week.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's an interesting play call. 2nd and long, they went with the run, but it worked for them. So you hope that they're not in many of those going forward.
Brady in shotgun here. He hands it off to Fournette, goes up the middle and tackled for a very short gain.
Right after I say that, they set themselves up in another 2nd and long.
Yeah.
So for those of us keeping track at home, that was one first down pass to start the game, a play action, and then one first down run. So we'll see if they keep the balance.
Brady in shotgun here. Fournette to his left. He's looking to his right. Throws over the middle, and it's dropped by Kyle Rudolph. Rudolph, who was a healthy, active player this week because of the fact that Cam Brady's out with concussion, not making a good case for himself. That was a very catchable ball and would have been a first down for the Bucs, but nonetheless, they are now in a 3rd and 8 situation.
Yep, and that's one that Gronkowski obviously makes every single time. Cam Brady's usually good for a catch there. Rudolph just couldn't hang on to the ball. Now you're sitting at 3rd and long, going back to shotgun.
You want to call this one?
Sure. Brady over the top, almost picked.
Oh my goodness.
Had his hands on it. Looks like it was, I think, a sail concept. You had, we're going to get a replay here. Mike Evans was running the deep route and Russell Gage was running the out. And it looks like Brady just kind of overthrew him a little bit. And Terrell was not expecting such a poor throw from Brady and was not able to hold on to the ball.
That was very surprising. I mean, that was right in the breadbasket.
Yep.
So
the reason they play defense.
Yeah, Jay Camarda on here. This is your moment, Josh. You've been asking, a lot of good from Camarda, but there's always one where there's a mistake. Good opportunity to, pin back the Falcons here.
Oh, and he gets So it
wow.
It was
man,
fantastic punt. Had over
Where was the coverage team?
I have no clue. And that's the unfortunate part. That had over 5 seconds of hang time. There was plenty. He put it just inside the 20. Unfortunately, he just didn't get the bounce. Great punt by Camarda. Just an unfortunate result with it being a touchback.
And usually the Bucs, punt coverage, they usually get their gunners down there pretty quickly.
Yeah.
D. Delaney's done a very good job all season, I would say. They kind of mix and match the other guys. Falcons start out in shotgun here. Mariota rocking a visor. Mariota made his first career start, of course, in Tampa. Everyone remembers that one.
Yep.
Fake to one. Carl Davis right there snuffs out the screen pass right away. An excellent job by Carlton Davis. Falcons trying to get a little fancy, a little trickery to a degree. Not trickery, but like play action trickery. And Davis is right there. Very nice job.
Yeah, from an athletic standpoint, the Bucs defense in the secondary matches up very well with the Falcons offense. Drake London is a physical specimen, but he's not a speedster. You hope to see a lot of press coverage, which they're not lining up right now for. And that's what they
God. Keanu Neal, I guess, really excited to play against his old team. Egregiously jumps off sides, like not even remotely close.
He was behind the offensive line. Just to kind of finish that thought from earlier. So I would love to see the Bucs up in press coverage a little bit more. They were on that first play. That's what allowed Carlton Davis to really affect that play action out of pistol, that smoke screen there. So
Bucs have Nacho up the middle, Will Golston, Vita, of course, and Shaq and JTS out on the edge. Mike Edwards at the line of scrimmage for this 2nd and 5 play. Mariota lines up under center. Fullback goes in motion. They pitch it to the outside. Joe Tryanchenko is right there. Doesn't make the tackle, but Antoine Winfield Jr. cleans it up. Nice penetration by JTS. Looked like Shaq Barrett was in there as well. And then Antoine Winfield Jr. I almost enjoy him more at the line of scrimmage than I do when he's, playing all the way back there. Wow, Winfield came flying from his safety position to make the play for a loss. Nice job by the entire Bucs defense.
Absolutely. JTS was able to pinch down on the edge and just blow it up to begin with. And Winfield, he's just such a physical player, even though he doesn't have huge size. You wouldn't know it from the way he plays.
3rd and 9 here. We'll see if the Bucs can get off the field. That was an issue last week. Mariota clapping for the ball. looking, has time, throws it to the left, caught by the tight end. Honestly, that was solid coverage by Sean Murphy-Bunting, but not enough for the Bucs. Firkser, as you mentioned, Josh, could be a factor in this game, and Firkser makes the catch with SMB covering him on the play. A little bit of a hold, but whatever.
Yeah. The Falcons, we talked about it a little bit on the pregame. They love to run 12 personnel, so 2 tight ends. Firkser is going to run and kind of be that that move tight end because he's a bit smaller, not a great blocker. And you can see he's definitely better as a receiver.
Little jump there from Will Golston. No call, though. Falcons play action. Shaq Barrett in pursuit. Thrown over the middle. Caught. And then a nice hit by Antoine Winfield Jr.
There he is.
Right now, he is playing like a dog.
Yep. The Bucs defense is going to make the Falcons earn every yard. One thing you cannot say about them is they are absolutely physical, especially in the secondary. Every one of those guys this year has shown that they're getting up in the run game. They're helping there. The Bucs secondary has been one of the bright spots in the run defense, and Winfield showing it there, just laying the boom.
Yeah, great play. Absolutely great play, because that would have been a first down for the Falcons easily. Mariota in shotgun again. Another play action thrown over the middle, and it's overthrown by Mariota. Falcons are throwing it early, which is a little bit of a surprise considering the success that they've had on the ground and the lack of success that the Bucs have had on defense, stopping the run.
They are throwing it quite a bit, but they're doing it within the design of their offense. A lot of play action, and you can see they're trying to get chunk yardage with those throws, throwing it beyond 10 yards, that 10 to 20 range quite a bit. So you're seeing that, and you will see that throughout the rest of the day. It helps their line and pass protection. And here we go, Mariota, obvious passing down, and JTS just cleans him up. There you go.
That's the stack that we've been looking for Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. We all said he needs to step up, and JTS makes the big play. Very exciting moment for the second-year player. The Bucs fans have been asking for it, and he delivers there. Very important for him. And, of course, that sack, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by Pirate Republic, the official beer of PewterReport.com. They're based out of Nassau, Bahamas, and now invading Florida just in time for football season. Beer together, celebrate life as Jalen Darden makes a fair catch, and the Bucs will take the ball around the 20. That means celebrating life in the spirit of the original Pirate Code, a sense of belonging. The Pirate Republic community is a community of people living life on their terms. The Long John Pilsner, my personal favorite, is perfect for tailgating or having fun at the beach in the Florida sun. The Take No Quarter is the best IPA that you'll drink, or you can drop an orange slice in the golden haze of Piracy Belgian wit beer and enjoy that pirate life. Pirate Republic beer is available at participating retailers like Total Wine and more, Lucan's Liquors, Party Liquors, and select ABC liquor stores in the greater Tampa Bay area, and is expanding across the state of Florida. I go to the ABC Liquor when I get my Pirate Republic. Live life on your terms and drink like a pirate with Pirate Republic beer. Josh, it's early in the game, but we've seen some good, overall pressure and penetration from the Bucs, whether it was JTS stopping the play on the run, or at least getting in the backfield so Antoine Winfield Jr. could clean it up, or JTS getting the sack there. Good push from the Bucs defensive line early on.
Absolutely. And I think this goes to, the Falcons offensive line, for the most part, they're not great in pass protection, specifically in true pass sets, in obvious passing downs. And you saw that on that 3rd and 10. The Bucs were able to pin their ears back, and JTS, great spin move, right? To get, he faked an inside move and then spun around left tackle. I'm horrible with names. I promise I'm going to get better with them. Jake Matthews. So spun around him and was able to get in. And that's why you see a lot of play action from the Falcons, because it's able to slow the pass rush a little bit, make sure that they're reading their keys and preparing for a potential run play. And it gives Mariota just that extra second or two that he needs to make his reads. So you're going to see a lot of that on 1st and 2nd down. If the Falcons continue to choose to pass, it's going to be a lot of play action. And then on those obvious passing downs, which the Bucs defense want to get them in, then they can pin their ears back. They can really get after Mariota. And that's exactly what happened over that first drive. Real big win for the Bucs defense. Lots of penetration. You love to see it.
Absolutely love to see it. We're just getting back from commercial break. You could see Terry Bradshaw. You can win some of his money. They always have that deal going on.
I got to get in on that. I'd love to take some money from Bradshaw.
Yeah, shout out to him, though. He just said that he had been battling cancer for a while, but he's cancer-free now. So
wow.
Congrats to Terry Bradshaw. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Didn't really tell anyone, but made the announcement that he's cancer-free now, so that's good. Bucs starting shotgun, but they hand it off with Leonard Fournette. Fournette chugs it up the field for about 5 or 6 yards. So Bucs still running on first down, doing it a little bit differently in the shotgun.
Yeah,
they're showing a replay of Brady getting hit on that last drive when he was throwing to Kyle Rudolph, and of course they're showing a replay of his finger. Is his finger all right? 2nd and 4 here. He lines up under center. They're going to run it with Fournette again. Goes up the middle. He'll come up about a yard or two short of the marker.
Yeah, from an analytics standpoint, the Bucs have won the last 2 plays. Obviously not the way that a lot of us have kind of called for on first down, but Lenny getting 6 yards on first down. If you're getting 60% of the yards to go on first, that's a win for the offense. And then from 2nd and 4 to 3rd and 1, they got 75% of the yards they needed on 2nd down. That's absolutely a win. 3rd and 1's a pretty good down to be in if you're going to be in 3rd. So process maybe a little questionable. Results are there.
3rd and a long one. Brady shotgun. Fournette to his right. Gets the snap. Looking. Throws it down the field. Caught by Chris Godwin. And he holds on. A very nice catch by Chris Godwin as he absorbs the hit as well. That was a bang type of play. I was a little worried for a moment, again, because of the injuries that Godwin has dealt with recently. Oh, a nice route. Completely smoked the defender on that play. And Brady throws it in time where it beats the safety coming down the field. Nice 3rd down execution by the Bucs.
Yeah, you saw Scotty Miller kind of run an in-breaker, a real short one that allowed Godwin a ton of room out on the left side there.
Now throw a swing pass to left Fournette, heading up the field. He gets that first down as he ping-pongs. Casey Hudson last week was calling Leonard Fournette ping-pong Lenny by the way that by the way he just bounces off of defenders, and ping pong Lenny showing it right there gets the first down. Both running backs on the field on that play. They faked it to Rachaad White. Nice blocking from Scotty Miller up.
Yeah, I saw that
as well. Let's go. That's one way. That's one way to have an impact on this game
and to get some extra snaps too. So Scotty Miller back-to-back good plays.
Brady under center hands it off to Fournette. He gets about a yard or two. Bucs are over midfield, so way better drive this time around as Leonard Fournette calls for a substitution. So we will get some Rachaad White.
There you go.
Besides the other play, yeah.
Yep. So for those of you keeping track at home, the Bucs have had 5 first down plays. They've passed on 2. They've run on 3. Byron Leftwich is getting his balance. And
multiple.
Up until this.
They want to be multiple.
That's right.
All right. Well, they're passing on this one because White, and they throw a screen very low. Godwin makes the catch. That could have gone for a lot more, but unfortunately, it was a poor throw by Tom Brady, very low. But Godwin does make the catch because he's a great wide receiver, and it'll set up a 3rd and 3.
Not just made the catch and fielded the ball, which, I mean, that was a rocket and not in a well-placed spot, but he still was able to get upfield and was able to get about 5 yards on that and still set up 3rd and 3. So great couple plays from Godwin here, keeping the drive alive.
Godwin went into motion. You got Evans on your right, Godwin and Gage to your left. Bucs and shotgun. Brady moving, throws it over the middle. It's caught by who else but Chris Godwin. This drive has been all him and Leonard Fournette. A clutch 3rd down reception by Godwin as he heads to the sideline. But the drive keeps moving for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yep. And you're seeing solid blocking from the offensive line. I haven't seen anybody get beat too bad since Gedeke on the first play of the game. So the Bucs have really been able to do exactly what they've wanted to do on this drive here. Not a whole lot of resistance from the Atlanta defense from a pass rush or coverage standpoint.
Look at that, JC. Josh. Look at that, Josh. Jalen Darden is on the field. They run back, throw it to Rachaad White, and he gets a nice about a 7-yard gain on first down. That's what we want to see. Efficient first down plays, play action, moving the ball down the field.
Everybody's winning right now. If in terms of people who pay attention to the Bucs, Leftwich is getting his balance. The people who have been calling for more efficiency have seen some play action. They've seen some first down throwing. I don't think anybody's upset right now. Still early though.
Yeah, a lot of time to mess it up. 2nd and 4 here. Rachaad White still in the backfield. I'm very happy to see him getting some playing time.
Yeah. Whether you're
Keep Lenny for the long haul.
I was going to say,
Brady
whether
looking
you're a Lenny truther or not, he needs to have his utilization brought down a little bit.
Throw is incomplete by Brady on 2nd down. But you know what? Again, that's why you win on 1st down. Now you have a 3rd and very manageable with a 3rd and 4.
Yep, absolutely. So you're probably going to see them come out of shotgun here, spreading things out. They got Kyle Rudolph off the field. That's a plus.
That's a win.
Yep.
Addition by subtraction.
Cade Otton
makes the catch. He's very close to that first down marker. I think he got it.
Yeah,
that was right there, which is crazy.
Yep, he was working against Richie Grant, safety for the Falcons. He was a 2nd-round pick for them last year, and you can see he's got it. And he leaned over. He should get that spot.
Yeah, without question. Because he's still not even on the ground as they're showing the replay, and they have a still frame right here.
He didn't get the spot.
Oh, you got to challenge that. If you're
I would hope so. Oh, okay. Maybe Fox was just a little quick.
Yeah. Let's see. They're bringing out the
it's a
the
bad
chain
spot.
gang. Yeah, I don't like that
spot.
I don't like that spot.
Oh, throw that flag.
Spot. Either throw the flag or do the infamous Brady QB sneak.
Come on. You could do that. Yeah. I'm just thinking of those Progressives commercials that they've been doing where they're throwing the challenge flags on their family members. Yeah. I love those.
No, you were going to pack the canoe or like whatever it is.
The life jackets. That's what it was. My favorite part was when you said, of course I'm going to pack the life jacket.
Yeah. I knew it was something aquatic related. All right, Brady under center. Lenny in the backfield. Mike Evans goes in motion. They give it to Lenny. Oh, my God. He's like right at the line. That is absolutely pathetic. Pathetic by the Bucs on 4th and short that you can't get friggin' less than a yard. Pathetic. And I don't know what Lenny was doing either.
It's Lenny. The offensive line got the push.
You're right. Seeing this replay, that's on Leonard Fournette. That's pathetic.
Gedeke. He
oh my God, he ran right into the defender. Pathetic.
And you saw the pause, the hesitation. He didn't hit the hole he was supposed to hit.
He could have ran head first into Luke Gedeke's back, and he would have got the first down.
Yeah. Lenny's done some good things this year. All right. A lot of people will tell you that he hasn't, but he's run over some guys. He's made some things happen. They're not going to get it.
That's pathetic. I hate to say it. That's absolutely pathetic.
And that can be a momentum changer. You get a bad spot, and then you just get a bad run from Fournette letting down his offensive line. That's unfortunate. And Brady's not happy, and I wouldn't be either. Oh man. So I'll kind of go back to some of the narratives from this week that personally I've been a little bit involved with on Twitter. And there were some stats that have been put out in terms of like rushing yards over expected and EPA per play, and Lenny just not in a good place on that graph, right? He's getting like, I want to say 1.3 rushing yards below expected this year per rush, and his EPA per play is negative, which means anytime they give him the ball, at least in a running to run the ball, he's actually hurting their chances of scoring. Now, I mentioned a few minutes ago, he's done some good things. We've seen him make something out of nothing because the offensive line has let him down at times during this year, and he's kind of trucked over a few guys and turned a negative 1 yard gain into like a 3 yard gain. And you like to see that, just not consistently enough. On that particular play, it kind of shows you the area where he's regressed this year versus last year, which is indecisiveness behind the line of scrimmage, just not trusting his line and hitting the hole that the play's designed to go into. Yeah, he's shuffling his feet, trying to find something else. And in this case, it absolutely hurt the team. And it was the reason why they didn't get that first down. He's got to get back to hitting the hole with authority, especially when you're his size, you hope to see it improve going forward. I would have liked to have just seen a Brady sneak on that one, but the line did its job. That play should have succeeded.
You're right. When I first saw it, I said that's on the offensive line. But looking at the plays with a question on Leonard Fournette, it's 4th and 1. Your goal is just to get the first down. You don't need to rip off like a 10, 15 yard play there. It's just get that extra yard.
Yep. Oh man. So.
Yeah, that's really frustrating because they had a lot of this kind of reminds me of the Saints game where like they moved the ball down the field and then just could not get 1 yard.
Yep.
You know, on that 4th down. They've been bad in short yardage conversions all season long. It's been really, really frustrating.
It absolutely has been. And for anybody who follows me, you know that I have not been a huge proponent of Byron Leftwich's play calling this year. He called a decent drive there. You know, he got his balance, but there was enough passing on first down, and that was a good play call. You know, they should have gotten it. So here we go now. Bucs run defense is showing up today.
Fantastic. Antoine Winfield Jr. again.
He's going to get paid.
Yeah. You can say that again.
Oh man. What was that? A 4 yard loss, 3 yard loss?
Yeah, something like that.
So, and the Bucs are putting the Falcons exactly where they want them. You're 2nd and long. I guess they ended up getting back to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and long, an obvious passing situation.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. You want to put in these type of scenarios. Got JTS, Shaq on the edge again. Vita and Nacho up front. And just like that, the Falcons gashed the Bucs defense for a first down.
Yeah, that was
Algier with the run.
Yeah, that was a big hole they opened up, I want to say, in the A gap there. And he exploited it. Algier's got some really great burst. He can accelerate to top speed pretty quick. Doesn't have a ton of long speed, but this is exactly what he does best. He hits a hole with authority, Lenny. And he gets through it.
Respect my authority. Falcons going shotgun here. Mariota looking down the right side of the field. Nobody home. Looking for Drake London. Carlton Davis, who's also having a very good game so far. Holy crap, the Jets got a safety. They're up 2-0. Wow, I just saw that on the ticker tape. I was like, what's going on there?
Well on their way to continuing to be undefeated with
Zach Wilson as their starting quarterback. Hide your moms.
Oh, man.
2nd and 10 here for Atlanta. Mariota under center. Fullbacks in motion. St. John motion.
So
they handed off with Algier and tackle for a short game. Nice job by the Bucs defense.
Yeah, from a sequencing standpoint, I'm not in love with that play call from the Atlanta side of things. You just had a 2nd and long where you snuck a run for a big game. You have to think that the Bucs defense keys into that. They're preparing for at least to make sure that they can cover that, and you ran right into it. I think that would have been a great opportunity for play action to work off of that success earlier.
3rd and 9 coming up. Mariota takes the snap, looking towards his right. He's going to scramble, and he's got the lane. Oh, he's going up the field towards midfield and slides for a first down. Got out of their coverage, out of their lanes, I should say. And, you know, once he beat JTS to the left side, looked like Levante was covering, so he didn't even see Mariota running.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they all pinched to the left side.
Yeah, JTS tried an inside move and just kept moving with the line that way, and that's what gave Mariota the room on the edge there. So in this, you saw it last week with Patrick Mahomes. You're going to see it with Mariota. The Bucs have got to stay disciplined, or he can beat them with his legs.
Yeah, without question. You got Carl Nassib and Anthony Nelson in the game now. Falcons do run it. Nassib gets a piece of the back, Huntley in the game now, but it still goes for about a 5-yard gain. 4 yards. I stand corrected.
And we talked a little bit ago when the Bucs were unable to convert that 4th down play. They were deep in the Falcons territory. That should have been points on the board. It can be a momentum turner, and the Falcons have taken advantage.
Yeah, without question.
They've already flipped the field, even if they don't get points out of this drive.
You're right. Even if the Bucs get a stop here without a turnover or anything, you're still looking at starting probably inside the 20.
Yep.
Another run to Huntley. Great job, Logan Hall, getting in the mix there. Casey Rogers said that he needs to play Logan Hall more, and he's proving him exactly right on that play. Deidre Sanat from your alma mater, USF, with the statement loss against Cincinnati.
Absolutely. Sanat was able to take on the double team and allow the seam for Hall to move inside of. And this is where Hall can really be a difference maker against an outside zone team, using his quickness and his burst to make penetrating plays like that. And look at Vita Vea. Oh my gosh.
A mountain of a man. And still not enough, though, as London makes the catch down the field. You could argue, I was going to say, there's a flag on the play. Kind of look like Vita. Holding. It's got to be holding, because Vita did a great job. Great push by Vita Vea there.
Absolutely. Yeah, both him and I want to say the edge rusher lined up to his right. I think it was Shaq Barrett. It was hard for me to see at the time. Both of them got great penetration up the field.
Yeah.
And you see Vea actually almost kind of like gave up after the hold. He's like, come on, guys. But watch here on the replay. He just wrecked the left guard.
He did. Yep, that's A. Nelly. Yeah, that's Anthony Nelson, the other the outside linebacker. Yeah.
Yep. So
nice job by Vita, though.
Yeah, Wilkinson is probably much like the Bucs. The Falcons have probably their biggest hole at left guard with Wilkinson, and he just got manhandled by Vea again.
Thrown over the middle, caught by the Falcons, but well short of the first down marker. Carlton Davis makes the tackle. Nicely done by the Bucs. Let up a couple of first downs, but inevitably get the stop. And that will do it for the first quarter. We are all square at 0-0. Falcons will go and punt when the second quarter begins. So flipping the field in 2 ways, literally. But I don't know. So far, my initial observations, Josh, would be defense came to play. They committed to stopping the run outside of one, bad play, getting a good push, good penetration. JTS with the sack. So I think the defense has done its job. Offense looked great on that second drive, and it's just short yardage conversion where they've struggled, and that's exactly what we saw with Leonard Fournette getting stopped.
Yeah, I think the Bucs have clearly outplayed the Falcons through the first quarter. You're frustrated that has resulted in a tied game at 0-0. So just a couple of things. You look at the Bucs play versus the narratives that are starting to formulate over the first 4 weeks of the year. The defense has typically allowed a score to start the game before they clamp down. That didn't happen today. They've been clamps from the beginning. One of the things that happened in the KC game is the defense failed to get off the field on third down. It was great to see them, get that stop on 3rd and 17 to prevent Atlanta from converting on that 3rd and long. That was something that the Chiefs were able to do a few different times that kind of sunk the Bucs' hopes last week. On the offensive side of the ball, you said it perfectly. They've moved the ball. They just haven't been able to finish, which is a continuation of kind of the first 2-3 weeks outside of the Chiefs game. Against Dallas, they moved the ball quite a bit, ended up with a lot of field goal opportunities. Against the Saints, they moved the ball quite a bit, just weren't able to finish drives. So a little bit of a continuation there. I just keep coming back to that Lenny run.
Yeah.
Hell, man.
You're gonna like wake up in the middle of the night like Fournette,
I'm gonna do an entire
Leonard, what are you doing? Tiptoeing at the line of scrimmage.
Oh man, I've never been a part of a Leonard segment. Oh, I feel honored.
The floor is yours. You want to do it yourself? You want to get it off your chest?
I don't know if I have the voice for it. I'll try it. Leonard, what are you doing? The hole was there. It was there, Lenny. Oh,
that was
Leonard.
Great. That was great. We gotta show that to our former colleague and someone we miss dearly, John Leonard. He would absolutely love that, Leonard. That was great. And while we have a little break in the action, just want to remind everyone that the presenting sponsor of the Pewter GameDay show is Celsius. The vibes are still very high on this show as the Falcons go to punt it to the Bucs. So many different flavors from the Arctic vibe, tropical vibe, peach vibe. Bucs get a little bounce there. They'll start with it at the 11-yard line. So many different flavors, sparkling watermelon, kiwi guava, a lot of different ones, sparkling watermelon as well. 7 essential vitamins gives you that energy to get you through your day. It's a healthier energy drink as well. Go to Amazon.com, buy them in bulk. I recommend the variety pack because variety is the spice of life. Go to your local bodega, get it there too. Go on the store locator. That's Celsius Energy, # Celsius Live Fit. So Bucs are going to start their second drive or third drive of the game, first drive of the second quarter, Josh. And we'll see. Again, like not really doing. They move the ball down the field. As Fox points out, Mike Evans does not have a target today. But again, they've only had 2 drives. So it's I'm sure Mike will get involved at some point.
Yep.
Brady shotgun here over the middle, now towards his right. Caught by Cade Otton. A solid, again, 6-7 yard gain. And we got a super chat from Ant here. Thank you so much for the super chat, Ant. He says, do y'all feel the Bucs defense play too much zone? I think in the past they have, but this year they've done a better job at just being more effective in the zone. You could play it a lot if you're able to get the job done. I think they've done a better job of that this year.
Yeah, from my standpoint, the Bucs have made a couple of important changes this year. The type of zone that they're running. So in the past, Todd Bowles has been a cover 3 guy. You're seeing a lot more 2 high safety. So cover 2, cover 4, cover 6. So that's kind of been a trend in the league as Brady gets back, throws it to White over the middle, and he's able to force himself forward for what will end up being a second and less than 1. So the types of zones that they're running has changed. You can't be a man team every play of every game. Yeah. Your corners will get burnt out.
Yeah, that's just how it is in the league now. The receivers are too talented. As Brady's in shotgun, dumps it off to White, goes off his hands. It was a bit high. Brady's been a little inaccurate today so far. Whether it was the
finger.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the number one speculation. But he had the overthrow to Russell Gage that almost got picked. The screen pass to Godwin, and then that pass right there. 3rd and 1 for the Bucs. They stay in shotgun, and they're going to run with White. Rachaad White gets a first down because he kept the feet moving. He didn't tip-tap at the line of scrimmage. That's 2 first downs in a row where Rachaad White ran it and got the first down. That was all Rachaad White on that drive. Made the catch, gets the first down.
And there's your balance, right? You throw on first, you get into 2nd and 3rd and short, and then you can run the ball out of shotgun, and you're getting good productive yards, turning drives into more first downs.
Shaq Mason got pushed back pretty badly on that play. But Bucs in shotgun now. Brady pump fakes multiple times, goes to Leonard Fournette, who tried to truck stick the defender there, and gets about 3 or 4 yards.
Yep.
And they immediately go to Tom Brady's hand.
And 2nd and 5 is a great place to be. And that was your check down there.
Yeah, exactly. Brady looking over the middle, fires. It's caught by Otton again. A nice solid game for Cade Otton as TE1.
Absolutely. So you're going to see him come across the line. He comes from in line, does a great little crossing or dig route there, gets himself open, catches the ball away from his body. That was a great play.
You start calling him Gronk Jr. Brady looking deep down the field. Scotty Miller.
Woo!
It is incomplete. Damn.
Great play by Miller, though. That was an underthrown ball, and he basically just tackled Casey Hayward. And this was something I was calling for. He had Hayward beat. Brady saw it.
You're right. It was underthrown.
I called for that during the pregame. If you can isolate Scotty Miller against Hayward, he's got the speed and the juice to beat him, and he absolutely did that. He had a good 2 yards. Unfortunately, the ball was just underthrown, and he just basically tackled Hayward to prevent that interception. It was a great play by Scotty.
Yeah, great call, man. Scotty did his thing down the field, just a little underthrown by Brady. Man, if you and Paul Atwall got into coaching, you guys would be like the next, or just play design, you guys would be the next like Mike McDaniel and Shanahan or McVay.
you are way too kind. I love learning about the game. Paul Atwall is in 14 higher stratospheres than I will ever hope to be. That man has forgotten more football than I will ever hope to know. He's absolutely incredible. And to be honest, for those watching, Paul does such a great job of helping me with some of the content that I try and get out to all of you. He's been a wonderful resource, and I can't say enough about him and about the rest of the Pewter Report team. You talk about a great team and chemistry. This group I've been very blessed to be a part of.
Okay, so he'll be McVay and you can be Mike McDaniel. He'll just get the coaching job first.
I'll take it. So I do think that was a good no call in terms of the pass interference. If anything, it could have been offensive pass interference there. So, but you like to see the shot. And just overall, the Bucs offense has been doing exactly what they want to do all game long. The Falcons have not really given them any resistance. The only resistance has come from them beating themselves. And that deep shot, that's kind of what you want to see, and that's how you want to use Scotty Miller. So if from an offensive standpoint, this has been a really good game for the Bucs, except for the finishing part.
There was an injury on the last play. I couldn't tell who it was on or who got injured, but someone wants to let us know in the chat. That'd be cool. Damn, I really wanted that play. Obviously, I want the Bucs to do well, so I wanted that play. But, doing the call, I got it, like that type of thing. I was really hoping for that one. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, it's awesome. So I'm looking at a couple of texts, and it's just funny, like within a 4-text period, fire Fournette into the sun, and then Rachaad White is my favorite football player ever from the same individual. It's amazing to see.
We'll get to some comments here. RR says no PI there, just not the best throw.
Yeah. Yep. So the good news is the Bucs offense surrounding Brady is playing at a high enough level. He doesn't have to be the Brady of the Saints game, where he was putting balls into impossible spots.
Yeah.
So you've got enough team around him that's doing well to make this still a successful day.
2nd and 10 here. Brady in shotgun dumps it off to ping pong Lenny, who bounces off a defender and gets a nice, 6-yard gain. Set up a 3rd and short for Tampa Bay.
And I think that's a really important thing. If you watch the way they set up that play, Lenny was already moving downfield when he caught that ball. He's just not a great stop starter, so you really want to see that happen so he can get his momentum underway when he receives it.
3rd and 3.
What
Brady
a
looking
catch!
Down the field. It's caught by Mike Evans. Oh my goodness. He laid out for that one and comes up big. Bucs will have either 1st and goal or, 1st and 12. Mike Evans, we said he was going to show up, ladies and gentlemen, and he just did right there. A huge catch on Terrell, too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
nicely done by team captain, greatest offensive player in the history of Bucs football, Mike Evans.
Yeah, and that was most likely a check made at the line where Brady saw that Evans was going to get that matchup one-on-one, and he checked to it rather than the concept side. Looks like he may be.
Oh, Mike looked hurt on that last play.
Yeah, and someone's down.
Mike went down. He's back up now. He's walking off the field, so that's a good sign. Hopefully Mike is okay. Obviously, the Bucs can ill afford to lose him.
Evans is a tough dude. he is that type of guy who makes every injury look so bad.
Yeah,
initially, and then all of a sudden, like later on in the game, he's got 7 catches for 112 yards and 2 scores.
Yeah, he does tend to do that from time to time. But I mean, I would probably be even worse if I got hit like he did. Like last week, Josh, he got drilled multiple times. Like the first play when he made that 30-yard catch against the Chiefs, he got popped in the back after that. Then he got popped in the back on his first touchdown. And then he got drilled when they called that in the end zone, when they called that personal foul penalty for hitting him.
Yep.
Anyways, Mike's a tough dude. Darted in the game with Gage and Chris Godwin. Brady lines up under center. Leonard Fournette in the backfield. Darden goes in motion. They run it with Lenny to the outside. Whoa, that was a weird type of play. And flags are thrown onto the field, and Fournette's helmet comes off. We might get a penalty on Atlanta here for maybe leading with the crown of the helmet.
Possibly. It might also be a hold on O'Keefe there.
Yeah, it's probably more likely. But the Falcons defender also was grabbing O'Keefe, but we'll see here.
Yeah, and just, again, Fournette gets the ball and immediately decides he doesn't want to go to the gap that the play is designed to, and he tries to kick it out. He just doesn't really have the juice to be able to win at the edge like that without lead blockers.
I just like that he at least committed to something.
Yeah. You'd like to see him commit to the play design, though.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I think we're going to get offsetting penalties here. Let's see.
Holding. That was O'Keefe.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah. Lenny, and there's so many parallels between him and Devin White. It's like, just trust the guys around you to do their jobs. He doesn't need to freelance.
Yeah, and if he goes inside, they probably don't call the holding penalty.
Yep. And Keefe isn't expecting that, right?
Yeah.
That's how you end up with a holding penalty.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's not expecting to try and have to maintain outside leverage. So when he starts feeling his defender move outside to pursue Lenny, now he's starting to hold him. He's like, oh shit, I'm in the wrong position. I'm sorry. Oh shoot, I'm in the wrong position.
All right, this is interesting here for the Bucs because they've struggled this year. It seems like if it's anything more than 1st and 10 or whatever the down is, if it's anything more than 10 yards, the Bucs have really struggled to overcome said penalty yards. So, and it makes it tougher here as well. You're closer to the end zone, which is a good thing, but it gives you obviously less room to operate in terms of like going deep down the field. So We'll see what they do here. 1st and 20. And they play action thrown over the middle, and it's caught by Scotty Miller.
That's a grimy catch.
That is. Is there an E in grimy? Is there an E at the end, like Grimey or just Grimy?
Well, I'm gonna let you dictate it.
I'm gonna say that's a Grimy grimy catch by Scotty Miller.
Yeah, absolutely. Great ball placement by Brady there. Obviously, Miller with not a very big catch radius, getting it right inside where nobody else could get to it, and Scotty making the play.
Screen to Chris Godwin. Mike Evans on the play, blocking. Godwin gets the first down. I think he's about to be a yard short of the end zone, but a nice job by Chris Godwin. He's probably the only person in the NFL I trust getting a screen pass that he's automatically going to get, plus yards. Great block by Evans, and then it's off blocking time. 1st and goal from the 1 for the Bucs.
12 personnel.
Leonard Fournette in the backfield. They hand it off to Fournette up the middle. Touchdown, Buccaneers!
Look what happens when you commit to the gap it's designed to.
Leonard Fournette, people that have him on their fantasy team are going to be happy. He reaches the end zone. His 2nd touchdown of the season. His 1st rushing touchdown. Remember, he had a receiving touchdown last week. And ladies and gentlemen, the Bucs are up 6-0 with 9:31 to go in the 2nd quarter. An excellent drive by the Bucs.
And you love to see them finish, and you love to see them get the result that they should have gotten on the drive before, in terms of just they're doing everything they want to do. The only people that have beat the Bucs offense up to this point has been the Bucs offense and a really bad spot by the refs on a third down call in the drive before. But you saw a little bit of everything on that drive, right? So the Bucs were able to run effectively and in a lot of favorable positions, right? 2nd and 3, 3rd and 1. They were running out of shotgun. They were getting some really great underneath throws and then a couple of deep shots. You had the deep shot to Scotty Miller. Great play design, great execution by Miller. Unfortunately, Brady just underthrew him a little bit, and you're not going to hit every one of those, but now you're making Atlanta respect it, which is going to continue to open up the underneath. And then a big deep shot to Evans on the 9 route there. And then a few plays, kind of design touches for Godwin underneath, especially on that bubble screen with Evans blocking. You love to see Evans back in the game. And then finally, Fournette kind of finishes it up. I know he's been talking to his fantasy owners to start the year saying, I'm going to get that score. So he comes through for them. So just a really great drive. And then one of the things that you had mentioned earlier, Matt, and I thought it was a really great point, they overcame a 1st and 20.
Yeah.
Self-inflicted wound, and you were able to kind of patch it up and still get what you wanted out of it.
Nice comment here from G Vegas. Leonard, what are you doing? Scoring a touchdown from the goal line.
Leonard, what are you doing? Actually going where you're supposed to go and not freelancing. Leonard!
Long Glazer Fox, Lenny 20 WTF. I didn't catch that, but
I missed that one.
Yeah, good find there. Vortex says Godwin would be a better running back than Lenny. S. Brady, this game should be at least 14-0, 10-0, but yeah.
Yep,
Shaggy, follow your blockers and good things happen.
I love it, Shaggy. Can we just? I want to pin that at the top of my Twitter page.
Tom is watching this game live in Tennessee. So shout out, Tom. Hope you're having fun.
Yeah, I was not too far away from you, Tom, earlier today.
Cool. Vortex was with another comment. I see no point in Brate starting over Hutton or Lenny, starting over moving forward, but the coaching staff, LOL. I was making a really good case.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the coaching staff. You got to remember that quarterback who's been around for 20 some odd years, chemistry and trust are big for him. Brate and Lenny have earned that from Brady, for whether you like it or not. And I think that influences a lot of this. And I think the Bucs coaching staff thinks about that as well. You love to see the potential of those two rookies. Absolutely.
RR says, so great to see them go methodically all the way down the field. Reminded me of last year. Yes, it did. Camarda kicks the ball into the end zone for a touchback. So the Falcons will start their next drive at the 25. Camarda's 2 for 2 right now.
He is. Good punt. And the kickoff, you like to see it. So let's see if he can put together a whole game. And Jalen Darden haters. Darden's had I think it was a couple opportunities. He's done everything you'd want him to do so far.
Grant Muddle says, give me a shout out. What up, Grant? There's a shout out.
What's up, Grant?
And Steve says, let's roll Bucs. Steve Parker. Roll Bucs. All right. Falcons go play action. Mariota looking, throwing it deep down the field, and nobody is home. Good coverage by who else? Antoine Winfield Jr.
Did you see the size disparity between him and the receiver? I think
also
Winfield with his helmet on came up to that guy's neckline.
Shout out to Barry watching from Australia. It's 5 a.m. there. Go Bucs. Thanks for watching, Barry. We really appreciate that.
Absolutely. And I'm going to spare you a terrible Australian impersonation.
If they get a pick here, you got to do it.
Oh, God.
Or if they get a turnover here. Mariota in shotgun. Looking. Will Golston with some great pressure. Gets a hand on. Now Vita. He jukes Vita. Now he throws it down the field. And it's dropped.
Wow.
Oh,
Woo.
Man. Dropped by Hodge. Honestly, interesting play all around. Mariota shows why he's so effective with his legs. Great push from Will Golston. Almost a sack for Vita Vea. And, the play breaks down at the end, but the Bucs do get the incompletion. I don't hate like Golson has to let go there because they're going to call the horse collar.
Horse collar. Yep.
And, I don't even totally blame Vita, too, because now you're out in space a little bit, and it's just kind of like.
No, I like that play for Vita. He was up against a double team. He got a little bit of push, kept his eyes on Mariota, and forced him to make a play. That I have no issues with that, personally. Oh, wow.
Falcons,
great.
they do get the first down here. Hodge does make the catch this time. Keanu Neal in coverage there. The drive will keep going for Atlanta.
That was a great second effort by Hodge after grabbing the ball, and then just Neal missed the tackle kind of. And he was able to just throw his body ahead of the first down marker. So, you're not going to win every single play on defense. It's you can't expect that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, they're not going to get a 3 and out every single drive.
Yep.
Which they haven't yet today. So they do. Falcons running up the middle. Algier. No, that wasn't Algier. That was Huntley. Cuts it to the left side. About a 6-7 yard gain.
Huntley's a pretty cool story. He's an undrafted free agent, and I saw ESPN did a piece on him earlier this year. He had a trash hauling business, going in and picking like college hunks, pick up junks or pick up junk or whatnot.
Hauling junk,
he had his own business doing that just to keep money flowing in the offseason, and now you see him contributing to an NFL offense.
Wow, that's awesome. Good for him. Yeah. Shotgun here. They run it again with Huntley. And he gets just enough for a first down.
Yeah, this is where the Bucs defense has to tighten up and not allow the Falcons to establish what they want to do on offense. And that's what they're starting to do. This is exactly what Arthur Smith wants to be able to do. You're seeing them run the ball effectively on first down. They're going to set up better play action looks for some intermediate crossing shots. So the Bucs have got to kind of bite down here. I wouldn't be surprised to see play action on the next play.
Yeah, and, as we saw last week with Atlanta, they're not afraid to just keep running something until you stop it.
Yep.
And they run play action here. Blitzing Devin White.
You've got to finish that.
He dumps it off for essentially no gain. But, yeah, Devin White went flying on the play. Carl Nassib was in there as well. And Mariota avoids the sack. A little bit similar to Devin White almost getting to Patrick Mahomes and him getting out of it.
Yep. Yeah. You saw the running back there try to take White out coming across, kind of ship him, and it didn't work great. White still had a great beat on Mariota, just couldn't finish.
A great blitz, just perfectly timed.
Wonderful play design.
Yeah.
And just in general, the Bucs defensive play calling today has been really great. Execution has been fantastic too.
Right. Huntley gets tackled for. Oh, sorry, that was Algier. I'm mixing them up. I don't know why. They're completely different numbers. Yep. Algier gets tackled for a short gain, so it'll be 3rd and 7 coming up. Yeah, money down.
It's the third time that I can remember that you've seen the Falcons offense run the ball on 2nd and long. It's a really inefficient way of calling an offense. They got away with it on the first. You have to think they thought, well, if we can do it once, we can do it again. And the Bucs have bit down on the last 2 and set up the 3rd and 7. That's advantageous for the defense.
Mariota in shotgun, got the back to his left. He's clapping. He wants the ball. JTS getting close. He hits him. And it's an incomplete pass nonetheless. Nice job by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Having a statement game, dare I say?
Statement first half, at least.
Yeah. Very true.
Shoyinka last year, his pressure rate was around, I want to say around 8-9%. This year he's been closer to 10, which is kind of the area that I thought he would be in. And I've got to think that number is going to shoot up after today, just based on what he's done. This has been a really great JTS game, both in terms of run defense and especially rushing the passer.
Absolutely. Pinion punts it here. So
what was that?
So the Falcon player touched it, and then
that should down it, right?
Well, no, because he touched it, but he didn't hold on to it, so it's still a free ball. So by rule, the receiving team can pick up the ball and try to advance it without any consequence of fumbling it or something. It's something along those lines. So I think that's what
Yeah, dangerous play for Zion McCollum, who's getting his first game action of the regular season. So
he is. Yeah, congrats to him. His first game, got to touch the ball.
Yeah. McCollum had a hamstring injury that he suffered during joint practices against Tennessee, leading up to the second preseason game, which kept him on the injury report through the first couple weeks of the year. And that, I think, was really preventing him from getting on the game day hat. And then last week, I want to say he wasn't injured, and they just kept him inactive due to other injuries that they needed to call guys up for. So it's nice to see the kid getting his first action here on special teams. You just hope he doesn't make as dangerous of a decision as he did there. I get it. The ball was bounding towards the end zone. You want to prevent it from putting you in worse field position. It's just not a clean grab usually.
Yeah, that's really interesting because that just sparked my memory from something. I can't remember. I guess it had to be training camp, and it was an indoor practice, and they were working on certain situations like punting with like less than 2 minutes left in the game, or planning on punting it one way or another. Anyway, so they punted it, and McCollum went down the field, and the ball was rolling, and he downed it. And again, I don't know the specific situation because the coaches aren't like, hey, media, like we're doing this on this play. But he downed it, and then everyone was like, no, do that. So I don't know if they were telling him to like I don't know if they were telling him to go to let the ball keep rolling and then down it, or to whatever the situation was. But he kind of like made a mistake, and people went over to him like, hey, do this instead. So interesting that there was that play, and then you saw like the odd type of like sequence right there.
Yeah, I think that was just tough all around because you saw Darden start to call for a fair catch, and then he just jumped out of the way with so many Falcons around him. I'm sure he was worried, am I going to be able to field this cleanly? So, but the Bucs are going to start inside their 10.
Yeah, and Jonathan asking, did Mike Evans come back? Evans did come back. He was involved on that screen pass to Chris Godwin that set up 1st and 1.
Yeah, it's a key block there.
Yeah, key block. So 1st and 10 now from about the 12, 5:43 to go. So we'll see if the Bucs can get a little 4-minute offense going as they run it with Rachaad White for no gain. That was really one of the first running plays outside of the fourth down play where they didn't really get any traction after the initial line of scrimmage. They've done a solid job running the ball.
Yeah, the Falcons won up front on that one. As a run from under center to White. It's interesting that White's in for this from the get-go, not Lenny.
Yeah.
So Bucs have been using a lot of pre-snap motion as well.
They have. No receiver in the backfield. White lined up outside. This ball is caught by Russell Gage. Welcome to the party, Russell Gage. He gets a first down. Nice little slant play.
Yeah. And I like the play call there and just kind of spreading the Falcons defense out. They're very top heavy in the secondary. You've got their nickelback is a guy named D. Alford who came out of a Division III college in Tennessee. He played in the CFL last year and was able to make the Falcons roster this year. So not a ton of depth at corner. So spreading the Falcons out, I think you can win some matchups, and they did with Gage there.
Nice reception by Cade Otton. He's been very, it was funny. Last week, Scott and I were talking. We're like, Cade Otton doesn't need to be Gronk, but, have him be like a Pat Freiermuth if he plays for the Steelers. Just the guy that'll make the catch over the middle, short gains. As Brady completes a pass to Scotty Miller over the middle for a first down and about a gain of 15 yards. But
I've been such a Scotty Miller defender, and then last week I was finally like, I'm done. And this would be how he responds when I'm finally like, I can't do it anymore.
Well, what's the saying? Once I think I'm out, they pull me back.
They pull me right back in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Shout out Stan Glassman. He said Grimy Miller. That could be his new name.
There you go.
And another completion to Rachaad White for a first down. The Bucs are moving.
Yep. And my underdog fantasy bet pick'em has just got blown up.
Yeah, sorry, man. But it's for the betterment of the Bucs.
Yeah, I'm sure the chat
Brady looking to his left. It's caught by Chris Godwin. Praise be to Godwin. First down, Tampa Bay.
And you can see the Bucs offense just doing whatever they want in the air at will.
We've wanted this too. We've wanted them to go up tempo. We haven't seen that a ton besides like when it's 2 minute and they absolutely need to.
Yep. But Byron Leftwich is going against every single Godwin scene.
Great comment by Michael. As Brady's going deep, Mike definitely pushed the corner there, but anyway, goes incomplete. Yeah, great comment by Michael Henderson. He says, God win, Satan lose. Yes, we denounce Satan on this podcast, just so everyone knows, and on this live stream.
Yeah.
Team
Godwin. I'm not sure what Brady saw there. Obviously, the pass wasn't fantastic, but the safety was biting down as well. So
Brady looking to his left again. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. It's caught by Mike Evans, and he goes out of bounds. So it'll be 3rd and short.
Yep. But I'm not sure what he saw on that in terms of because the safety got over pretty quick on that kind of fade route there. And then saw the out route to Evans setting up 3rd and 3 here.
3rd and 3. Brady shotgun with Rachaad White next to him on the left. All right, the Falcons player jumps, and then
that's definitely encroachment.
And then Mason went and tapped the guy's head.
Yep.
So is this a free first down?
We would hope so.
And nope, they call it on the Bucs.
What?
That's a bad call. I think what they're gonna say is that the defender got back in place in time, and then he went and touched the guy.
Great breakdown there. Evans is, he's known as a contested catch guy, but I think, former Pewter reporter John Ledyard has done a fantastic job of really helping at least Bucs fans understand that Mike Evans is an extremely underrated and very good route runner. He can break down and sink his hips really well.
Yeah. Brady drops back, looking over the middle. It's caught by Cade Otton. A huge first half for Cade Otton.
Party.
Yeah, it is a coming out party. You know what? Some things take a little more time to develop.
Yep.
He's only playing his 5th career game. Right. Most amount of playing time he's getting. And, you don't want Cam Brate to be hurt, especially with a concussion. But, Cade Otton is playing the role of a guy who should be the number 1 tight end for the Bucs.
Absolutely. I think this was everything that people who like the Cade Otton pick were hoping he would be. He's not a burner as a tight end. He's not this physical freak.
And he wears gloves now.
He does. But he there's no part of his game that you can point to and say he does this really poorly. He's a solid route runner. He's a solid blocker. He's got good hands. And that's somebody who can have a 10, 12-year career in the league. He can have a career similar to what Kyle Rudolph was before Kyle Rudolph became the ghost of Kyle Rudolph.
Ghost of Kyle Rudolph.
So, and not to mention, one thing that I think we've kind of talked about a little bit, Otton's got to be playing still in a very kind of emotional state, given that
without question. Yeah, without question.
Recently lost his mother, and I want to say the Tampa Bay Times did a really great kind of piece on.
Yeah, Joey Knight. Shout out to Joey Knight.
Yeah, that Otton was very appreciative of, and I think so to see him close to 2 weeks from that very traumatic event in his life, being able to have such a successful day, you can kind of see it as he gets up from these catches, and he's got a little extra juice in him in terms of just very emotional, that he's excited that he's being able to contribute like this.
A great comment from Meter. He says Ottenkowski. That's what I was laughing at before when you're just talking about him. Did we hit the 2-minute warning? I honestly, I was looking at the chat, so I didn't even see. Cade Otton has so I have Pat Freiermuth, so I haven't started Cade Otton yet, and there wasn't really a reason to, but Otton has 9 fantasy points already in the first half. Pat Freiermuth does not even have a target.
Full PPR or half-point PPR?
Full PPR.
Full PPR?
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to check yet. I've got a couple of leagues. Looks like one of them I'm doing well. Why? I have Nick Chubb and Amari Cooper in Cleveland. They seem to be generating all the offense for the. And I started Quay Walker and an IDP, and he got me almost 10 points. So I'll take that. So
I could use. Damn, I'm going up against Gabriel Davis. He has 2 receptions for 160 yards.
Wow.
And 2 touchdowns. So that means he just caught 2 bombs.
That's a Randy Moss game.
That is a Randy Moss game.
I remember there was like one game back in his prime when with Minnesota, he had like 3 catches for like 169
169,
yards.
Something like that.
And
was it on Thanksgiving? It was on Thanksgiving,
was.
and I think the story.
I mean, it was against Detroit.
No, it was against Dallas because
right.
I think the big storyline was that Dallas didn't draft him, so he was like pissed at them. Anyway, first and goal as we're back from the 2-minute warning. First and goal with 1:58 to go. Brady in shotgun throws a screen to Otten.
Oh,
and it's off his hands and dropped. Again, that one was like high, and as you said earlier, a rocket. Where it felt like it didn't need to be that.
I definitely, in terms of like the velocity, I don't mind the ball placement there. You don't really want to throw it into a guy's chest on a screenplay because you want to put it in a place where his natural movement to catch the ball spins him around to move upfield. So I didn't mind the placement. The velocity was a little hard.
Screen to Godwin. Breaks a tackle or 2, but not too much to gain there. So it'll be third and goal, but Bucs needing about 8 yards or so.
This ends up in just a field goal, and you kind of go into the half, assuming the Falcons don't go down and score, and you go into the half up only 10-0. It just does not. It does not display the disparity in play between these two teams. The Bucs have steamrolled the Falcons, and the score just does not show it. You really hope that the Tampa Bay can get this touchdown, go up by 14, and just kind of put the hammer down.
I agree. Falcons called a timeout now with 1:48 to go. As the lineup for third and goal, Leonard Fournette back in the game. Godwin called for a sub. So Scotty's in the game.
Yep.
Mike on the right side. Everyone else on the left. Brady looking towards his left. Throwing it to Miller, who catches it, but he's well short of the goal line. Oh, boy. Do you decide to go for it? No risk it, no biscuit?
No, I'd take the points here.
I agree.
You take the 2 score. I don't love the play call. I mean, you got to think that the one was Gage on the corner route, and then and Brady just kind of checking down to Scotty. He had no chance to score. Brady's not happy.
Yeah, I'm going to turn the volume up for this one. Do you think it was? Brady is freaking out.
God, I hope this isn't one where he forgot what down it was again.
I know. He was going like this a lot. I don't think he was paying homage to Antoine Winfield Jr.
This is the finger I hurt. This one right here.
Yeah. Oh, I think he was trying to...
Oh, he was trying to get set.
Yeah. Damn.
I think he needed the ref to touch the ball.
Yeah, but he didn't even have his own guys on the field. Because they showed Suckup, and Suckup started sprinting. So I was like, unless they're running a fake very early.
Well, you know that Scott and JC are going to be asking about this after the game.
Yeah. And Brady will just say it was poor execution.
Right. He'll take 5 minutes to say.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. If they win, maybe he'll
expand upon it.
Be a little more open.
Yep.
All right. Well, this is a chip shot for Suckup. Damn, that was a weird play.
Wasn't it?
Or sequence, I guess I should say. And they just went to commercial break.
Yep. Gosh. Assuming Suck Up makes this, you are still in a position, because the Falcons will have plenty of time to run their 2-minute offense. You are still in a position to potentially go into the half up 10-3, 10-7. And the Falcons have not done anything consistently successful today.
Yeah.
And to still be in that position is just backbreaking. God.
Hey, while we have a little bit of time, you mentioned of like being up. Speaking of staying up, here's how Age Rejuvenation can help you with ED.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The Pulse Wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
Man, that second guy. I'm sorry. I'm gonna kind of.
No, you're fine.
If you really want to know how good Age Rejuvenation is, just look at the smile on that second guy's face.
Yeah. Look better, feel better, and have better sex with Age Rejuvenation. See how it can help you. It helps both men and women, too. Obviously, John Gilmore and Scott Reynolds speak extremely highly of it. They use it, so make sure you check it out. And I'm sure you'll like it.
Yeah, I was just, I watched that ad so much with Pewter Report, and I just saw that guy's face, and he looked so excited about how Age Rejuvenation has improved his life. So
his life is he's a very happy guy. That's a good thing.
Oh, all right. So Suck Up. That's what, a 21-yarder?
Yeah, I mean it's what, the old school field goal.
Basically, yeah. 9 of 10, 47-yard long. He's been exactly what you hope he would be each year.
Stan Glassman says the announcers on TV have no idea what happened. Kick is up, and it's good. 10-0 Bucks. Very important to have a 2-score lead. So Falcons will get the ball back with 1:18 to go and 1 timeout. Obviously, they're not the most pass-savvy team. And Fox has Dean Blandino, their ref aficionado, who I guess is going to explain it. Oh, who was it? Common Sense, they just confirmed the refs messed up, basically. All right, cool. So now Brady's going to have a vendetta against the refs, and the Bucs will get a call in the second half.
Well, he should have had one from that ball placement earlier in the game on I think it was their second drive, right? Where on third down, they absolutely, I think it was Cade Otton, absolutely got the first. They gave him a bad ball spot.
Yeah,
and then
that's
Leonard Fournette missed the fourth down run. And I'm not going to let go of that.
Just your typical backfield with Tom Brady under center and Ryan Suck Up behind him. Hey, that's pretty cool for Suck Up. He'd be like, yeah, I shared a snap with Tom Brady. I was on the field for a same snap.
All right, Camarda. Nice and straight. There you go.
Good. Oh, it's returnable, though. I don't know if that was by design.
I think it was.
Who got flattened there? Oh, geez. Man, Ryan Suck Up doing a little bit of everything. Oh, no.
He got hurt.
Yeah, Camarda looks hurt.
Oh, no.
Damn.
So you've seen this from the Bucs kickoff team a good bit this year, where they are trying to induce some runs. We talked a little bit about it at the beginning of the show. He is not afraid to get in there and deliver a hit, and I think he got hit. He was on the track.
I want to see.
Train.
There was one player who got down there first and just got pancaked by the blocker. Falcons go play action here. I like this camera angle. Mariota's going to scramble. They had Devin White look like being a QB spy, but Mariota rolled all the way out to his left.
Yeah,
he does slide down. So the clock's, as Chris Berman says, tick, 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 tick.
I think it was Otton who got flattened on that kickoff.
Oh, okay. Another play action. Mariota looking, throws it over the middle. Wide open is Z.O., and he gets out of bounds, very importantly, with 39 seconds to go.
So I think one thing to mention here, if the Falcons get a score, is
they get the ball at the half.
You got it. Yep. So any type of points here for the Falcons, and they are in position to tie or possibly go ahead on the opening drive of the second half. And I'll go back to it. The Bucs have outplayed them, no question, both sides of the ball. And to be in that position is just it.
I think they called roughing the passer on Vita Vea as well.
Great.
Yeah. Screen pass there is dropped by Hodge.
So, with that roughing the passer, they're already in field goal range.
Yeah. So we're looking at least a one possession game unless the Bucs can get a turnover here. And the Falcons still have their timeout. Blitz.
Oh,
how the heck did he recover that? That bounced right to him.
Man. Showing some basketball skills on the dribble.
Antoine Winfield Jr. is having a terrific game.
Logan
Hall, Anthony Nelson got in there first, but man,
Winfield forced the fumble.
Josh, you know what we were so close to? If that ball doesn't land directly to Mariota, there's a chance we see Vita Vea rumbling, bumbling, stumbling in the other direction.
Oh, and then you wonder if he has the juice. Oh,
that could have been the greatest clip in Pewter Report history if Vita Vea is, in coverage. Josh, it was crazy. I was in the press box at the game a couple seasons ago when Vita Vea caught the touchdown pass on offense.
That must have been pandemonium.
It was unbelievable because, press box, you're not supposed to like cheer and like all that type of stuff, which I get. But when Vea caught that ball, there was a ton of like, oh my God, like people were freaking out in like a quiet way. The two road games I've covered, it was both that 2019 season. It was at the Bucs Rams game out in LA where there was like 51-45 or whatever it was.
Right.
And Ndamukong Suh scored a defensive touchdown in that game. And then the next one was that Falcons game. Vita Vea scored a touchdown, and then Ndamukong Suh had another defensive touchdown. So the two road games I've ever covered, Ndamukong Suh has scored a touchdown. And Vita Vea.
Does Todd Bowles know this, and can he start financing your road game trips?
Yeah,
just to get the defensive scores?
I'm not aware, but the next time I talk to him, not in a press conference setting, I will let him know.
I think it'd be hilarious to do it in a press conference setting.
Yeah.
Todd, I'd like to give you this statistical information, and you do with it what you will. But my Venmo is.
Yeah, he definitely, without question, would have like a comment to it. But yeah.
So, the Bucs have been getting pressure on defense. I mean, outside of this kind of 2-minute offense that the Falcons have run, where they've gotten some wide open looks, and the Bucs are in a bit more of a prevent look. They've imposed their will, and it's a nice get right game for Vita and for this Bucs defensive line in general. So you haven't really seen the Falcons establish their run game. Their passing game's been inconsistent, and they've been able to, for the most part, keep Mariota in check in terms of his legs.
Man, I wish that play happened.
Yep. That screen, they just showed a replay of that smoke screen that probably would have scored. And
Mariota rolling out to his right, throws it away. That was on 3rd and 19. So it'll be 4th and 19.
Yeah, a Pro Bowl kicker coming out.
Yeah. Young Ho Koo. Was it Young Ho or Young Wei?
I think it's Young Ho.
Yeah, Young Ho Koo.
That's an interesting
curious to see if it was a 52-yarder. If the Bucs would actually like try to move the ball. The kick is up, And it is no good.
Oh,
Wide
man.
right.
Is that the south end zone?
Young Ho missed it. And you know what? The Bucs have pretty good field position for 20 seconds and 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
Why not?
I would like to see them do it because, again, the Falcons have not stopped them, this afternoon. The score belies that, but the Bucs have moved the ball. You could see them 2-3, let's see, with 22 seconds left and 3 timeouts. They've probably got about 4 or 5 plays that they can run, and you're at your own 41, 42. Yeah, they need to go for this.
Yeah, no question about it. All right. Brady and shotgun right over the 40. Getty moved back pretty badly, and the ball is nearly picked by Atlanta. He was looking over the middle.
Yep.
Gedeke got beat really bad on the play.
Yeah. If you're
Scotty was open too, but Brady wasn't able to
step into the throw.
Yeah, exactly. Brady over the middle now to Fournette. He's running, gets the first down. Timeout. There you go. Good clock management.
Yep. So this is a situation I'd love to see Rachaad White in. And Lenny made a great play.
Quicker.
Yeah, Lenny made a great play. I'm not going to take anything away from him, but White's got a bit more juice, bit better hands. So you'd like to see him out there. On that play before, they set Grady Jarrett up as the 3 technique on Gedeke's outside shoulder. I'd still love to see Hainsey shade that way and allow Gedeke to really commit to his outside. And if Jarrett tries to pull a move to the inside, he knows he's got Hainsey there to help him. Gedeke's just not ready to win those consistently. And you can see how it impacted Brady's throw. He wasn't able to step into it and almost turn the ball over there. That's second turnover-worthy play for Brady today.
All right, Bucs are at midfield. Only 9 seconds, a little ahead of midfield, but you got to do a quick pass.
Gedeke lost again.
Go to Fournette. Fournette all the way up the field. That's going to get them right into field goal range. So nice job by Leonard. Leonard, what are you doing getting up the field and getting the Bucs in field goal range? Leonard. Oh, just bad coverage by the Falcons. Too.
Oh, yeah, he had
no one on that side.
all day to run.
Nice
job
he almost
fell down.
Nice job by Fox getting that camera angle. And honestly, well executed by the Bucs. Yep.
They just those plays where Brady had to go to his 3rd, 4th reads, and then again underneath where you have a lot of yards after catch. Great job by Lenny getting them into field goal range, but it ate up a ton of clock. And so they're going to end this drive with a field goal attempt and still 2 timeouts left on their board there. And even on that last play, you saw Grady Jarrett one-on-one with Gedeke, and Gedeke lost again. Brady is absolutely hiding that kid really well.
That's what he does.
Yep.
Falcons had a player shaken up, so that's why there's the pause before Suckup goes to attempt this field goal. Let's see how far it'll be. I guess Camarda's healthy enough to take the snap.
That's good.
$44-yarder, very makeable for Suckup. Snap is good. Hold is good. The kick is up, and it is good.
That is good.
Nicely done by the Bucs and Ryan Suckup on the kick there. Bucs lead 13-0 at halftime. Very, very fun and entertaining first half. Josh, we're going to give you a little break. Go have some food, water, whatever it is, and I'm going to stay here and chat with the Pewter people. We appreciate everyone in the chat, and I do want to remind everyone that we will be back next week for another Pewter Game Day show and, of course, the Pewter Report Tailgate show. Next week, they play against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They head to Pittsburgh for their third road game of the season to take on Kenny Pickett, Pat Freiermuth, Minka Fitzpatrick, all of those players. And so we'll have the Celsius Pewter Report tailgate show presented by Age Rejuvenation and live from Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel at 11 o'clock. And then the in-game stream, the game day stream, will be at 1 o'clock right on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. And make sure you go to pewterreport.com. Check out all the Bucs coverage that we have. We have the best Bucs coverage in Tampa. You'll see stuff right after the game recap, most impressive, most disappointing. We'll also have the Pewter post-game show. That podcast will go on live from Raymond James Stadium. It'll be Scott Reynolds and JC Allen on that one. And go to Pewter Report TV because we have a lot of different clips that we always put up there along with our podcast. So if you enjoy all of that stuff, make sure you like and subscribe. We would really appreciate that because we love the Pewter people. We appreciate you guys, and we're going to get to some of the comments now. Thanks, everyone, for watching and listening. And everyone, give me your thoughts on the first half of this game. I think, as Josh said, it's been largely dominated by the Bucs. They didn't convert on that fourth down, but after that, they moved the ball very well. Cade Otton has been awesome. Chris Godwin has been great. Mike Evans made a clutch catch on that touchdown scoring drive. And the defense putting up a shutout. Can't ask for much more than that. So I want to get your thoughts. Let me know what you think. It could be about the Bucs. It can be about any of the other games going on. Sorry, I just got a quick granola bar that I wanted to eat. So Common Sensei says graphic has Brady looking jacked. That's pretty funny. They always like go crazy with the images and graphics and all that stuff. So let's see. Common Sensei also says Patriots old school red uniforms look so good. Wish we had ours this year. Yeah, next year you'll finally get it. Long Lost Glazer said the Gabriel Davis TD was wild. He has 2 in the game. I'm playing against him in fantasy, so I'm not happy about that. Common Sensei, Jets looking decent. All right, let's go. I'm seeing some of the highlights here. Josh Allen guy is better than Tom, maybe. I don't know. Long Lost Glazer, clean shave is working, Matt. Yeah, it's working out so far. We'll see how they do in the second half. Bill scored 31 points in that half. Yeah, I mean the Steelers defense in general is it's not the same with TJ Watt not in there, and that's why he's one of the best in the league. Where's Julio? Julio was a game day inactive. He's been dealing with that knee that's been hurting him, all season long. So he's not available for this game. He's practicing during the week, but isn't able to go for the game. So unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to be a lot of Julio this season. I just don't know how healthy he can really be for, for the whole season if this is going to be the same thing every single week. Diggs TD was insane too. Comments says also just put Julio on IR at this point. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he's healthy enough to practice, and it's just about working it out before the game. So I don't know. Steelers are next week. Long Lost Glazer going to Pittsburgh. And yeah, Cam Brady is hurt. He had a concussion. He sustained that last week, so he is not playing in this game, unfortunately. But Cade Otton has really up for it. So I don't know what's the most exciting part. Is it Cade Otton? This is what I want to know. What are you most happy about, Bucs fans? Give me a player. Is it Cade Otton with the performance he's had? Is it Chris Godwin bouncing back in a big way? Rachaad White, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, or Antoine Winfield Jr.? I'm going to give you 5 options. Scott likes to do the Fab 5. Just gave a couple of names. Tell me who you think has been the best player or who's been exciting you the most. Is it Chris Godwin, Cade Otton, Rachaad White, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, or Antoine Winfield Jr.? If you want to give a reason to, that's cool. A lot of great options there. Common Sensei asked, Matt, what's up with Shaq, man? So disappointing to see his contract extension. And Common Sensei, appreciate you. We're just having like a one-on-one conversation here, but I appreciate you with all these comments. By far, Kate Otten, by far, we needed tight end production. But yeah, to go back to Shaq for a moment, you know, he had a good game against New Orleans, which in the past, he struggled against them. He tends to not do as well against, you know, larger offensive tackles. Last week, he had some good pressures, but then Mahomes did Mahomes magic. Shaq is a very, he's a little bit of a streaky player. You know, you go back to his 19 and a half sack season where, you know, he had multiple games of 2 and 3 sacks. And then, you know, the following year, he would get those sacks in bunches, and then he'd go a couple of games with that one. So I think right now we're seeing a little bit of that downslope with Shaq Barrett. I don't think that's something that's going to sustain for the entire season. Long Lost Glazer says Antoine Winfield Jr. on pace for NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Absolutely. Good call there. Bob says it's Chris Godwin for him. Eater says Otten, just because a tight end is needed for the offense to be great. Jesse also says Otten. Ace Andrew says JTS because the narrative has been that he isn't good, which I disagree with. Tough Fame. Perriman is out as well, so just heads up for you there. You've been asking about who's injured. He is out as well. Joshua says it's Otten as well. Shaggy also says it's Otten. I like this comment from MJRVI. The wins, Godwin and Winfield. So, yeah, shout out to the wins there. Josh says both rookies are showing up. That's absolutely true. A lot of the rookies have showed up. You know, Rachaad White looking pretty good as a running back. Otten, we just talked about. Logan Hall has been good on the defensive line. So, shout out to the rookies doing their job. Jake Camarda, no complaints there as long as he's healthy, but he was out there for the, you know, for the field goal. So looks like that he's healthy. Eater says JTS jury is still out. Hey, he's had a hell of a first half. And listen, it's a long season. You're going to have your peaks and valleys. And, you know, he's had a slow start to the season, but this has been his best game of the season here in week 5. So, you know, maybe this is the start of something great for Joe Tryanchenko. We'll have to see. Josh says, let's hope it's the hard to name one guy after 4 quarters. Yeah. Need all stop back. That's good. Yeah, Logan Hall has been great, you know. Really, really good in the run game. He's done a very solid job overall with that. Long Lost Glazer, Zion McCollum, Johnny on the spot with the punt. Hey, it's nice that Zion McCollum is, you know, getting his first action in the NFL. You know, that's not easy for anyone really to, you know, go through a hamstring injury, especially when you're a rookie. And like, all you want to do is just play. You finally made it. He came from a small school. Now he's finally, you know, he's finally able to play, and he's getting that opportunity now. So, very exciting to see that with, with Kate Otten. So, yeah, we'll see. Bucs are up 13-0 right now. It's been very, very fun. Bucs are playing extremely well, especially on defense with the way that they're able to. I think that's probably what I like the most is that they've just been able to get pressure on Mariota. You know, Mariota's thrown a couple of deep balls, but they weren't even close, and you know the coverage was there. So, no worries about any of the deep ball throws. He's completed some passes for first downs, but you know, they've all been like 10, 11 yards, like just getting that first down. So he's not slicing and dicing them by any means. He's had to run a lot too. So it'll be important for that second half. They got to stay in their lanes. And again, the Bucs have been great, but in the season, they've had bad starts to games, and they did a good job of not allowing points on the opening drive to start the game. But Falcons are getting the ball at the half, so you got to, you know, flip the page, get right back to it, all right? You know, they're only up 13-0. So if the Falcons come out here and score a touchdown on the opening drive, it's a one-possession game, too, where the Bucs don't really have a lot of cushion. As much as they've been dominating this game, It's not a blowout by any means. So I think that's going to be really important for everyone to, take note of for the second half. Mo wants to know, any chance we sign Cyril Grayson? That's a good question. He's getting healthier. He met with Washington, the Commanders, I believe a week or two ago. It would obviously make sense to sign him with Beasley no longer here, with the injury to Julio Jones. Scotty Miller is making a case for them not to sign Cyril Grayson Jr., but we saw what he could do when he actually gets a lot of playing time. So I would definitely be open to it. He could play a role on this team, especially with special teams too. And the only reason he's not on this team right now is because he got injured. And if Perriman's be healthy either, yeah, I say you take a shot with Cyril Grayson Jr., friend of the program. He's been on the Pewter Report podcast before. I don't think it's a bad idea. I guess it'll be up to Grayson on whether or not, he wants to do that. Shaggy says that the defense starts the second half with the turnover. Yeah, that's the only thing they haven't done yet. They forced a fumble, but they didn't recover it, and that was by luck too. Like I'm not blaming the Bucs for not getting the forced fumble there, and it led to a missed field goal anyway. Michael wants to know about any news on Ryan Jensen. Still no update with him. They were waiting for the swelling to go down in his knee. He's going to be back for a while, even if he's available for this season. So appreciate the question. Probably if he's even able to go, it probably wouldn't even be until December. So we'll see. We'll see if he's available for that. And as we're still here in halftime, we're going to hear a quick message from Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that car and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens.
Putting my last $40 on the table.
Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it, right?
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
You never know when you can be the lucky winner. Make sure you head to the Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. And Josh Queipo is rejoining us. And Josh, I believe you have a Seminole Hard Rock story. Is that
yeah, anybody can win. My best friend hit a spade progressive jackpot playing poker when we were in college and won $46,000.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yep. Paid for his college and a new car for him.
That's why gambling's the best.
Camarda with another good kickoff. Looks like the Falcons returned it. I didn't see exactly where they ended up.
It was around the 20-ish.
So that's kind of winning on the edges in the new NFL is and we talked about it a little bit in the first half. Those shorter kickoffs to induce a return and hopefully set your opponent back behind the 25. Looks like they're at the 18.
Yeah, I was sadly mistaken.
That's 20-ish. You were right.
Yeah, that counts.
My wife, as it looks like there's going to be a false start or illegal motion. My wife, that's how she tells time, is with ish, right? So I'm like,
okay,
hey, I need you here at 10, and she's like 10-ish, and then she shows up at like 10:24.
I see. I use the time, like, if we're going out for what time you want to meet up, like 7:30, 8-ish, 8:30-ish, that's it. All right, 1st and 15 now. Falcons throw a little swing,
wrinkle,
screenish pass. Yeah, a little wrinkle. to Hodge. He's been their most effective receiver today, really.
Yeah, Drake London has been silenced by the Bucs secondary. I wrote about this in terms of like how the Chiefs offense was able to be so successful against the Bucs defense last week. They took their best weapon and they made sure they used them, and the Bucs couldn't shut down Travis Kelce. Bucs have shut down
Drake London.
Yep.
Don't make a scene. Jamel Dean tackles London so hard that his helmet falls off.
Yeah, at the next commercial break, I think we need to talk about what this Bucs secondary is going to look like in a couple years, because you already paid Carlton Davis, and there are 2 guys gunning for big paydays, 3 guys gunning for big paydays here in the next couple of years.
Yeah. Mr. Smith says Jamel Dean is a unit.
He's a
they have a
big
couple
dude
units
for
on
his
this
position.
team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little play action here, 3rd and 6. Another screen. Winfield
Oh,
tried
he's
to get
got it
there. He
set
didn't,
up.
but they threw the flag, so it looks like that's going to come back as Devin White takes Algier out of bounds.
I think there was a hold on somebody who almost got to Mariota.
Oh, they're going to say an eligible man downfield.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever.
It's that weak spot, that left guard, both teams.
Yeah, well past the line of scrimmage.
Yep. Could have got it on 2 different guys, right?
Yeah, they just put it up on the thing. You're right on time, man. That's perfect.
Yes, I think it's left guard. And I keep forgetting his name, Wilkinson, and then on the center, Dahlman. Both kind of, if you look at that offensive line, kind of both the weak links there.
3rd and 11, screen pass to Algier again. They're running that.
Oh, I think he got
really close. Honestly, terrible job by Mike Edwards. You got to wrap up there. I know Winfield made the initial tackle, but Edwards was like made the second hit where he should have just wrapped up. Falcons line up for 4th and 1, and they run a QB sneak and get it.
He got it and then some. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as Edwards goes, I mean, he's had a stellar start to the season. But the one area of his game that you could point to and say that there's definite room for improvement is just his overall tackling. And I think that's the one area where you could say maybe the Bucs took a step back from Jordan Whitehead. Whitehead was such a great player in the box, played with such physicality. He was great against the run. Edwards has had some really good halves against the run, just not an entire game. Missed tackles, some overrun gaps. So now you've got a handoff to Huntley, and the Bucs just absolutely engulfed him.
Get alive, 45.
There you go. Devin White making the tackle. So you can see Deidrin Sanat has been a huge help to this Bucs run defense that's been uncharacteristically porous to start the year. He had a fantastic second half against the Packers. He had a solid game against the Chiefs. I want to say he's not on the practice squad. They were able to elevate him to the full roster with some guys going on IR. But Sanat's
right here. Oh, Deidrin Sanat gets the Johnny on the spot. Josh was talking about him. He comes up huge with the sack on Marcus Mariota.
I am from the future. I knew that was happening. I wish I could say that was the truth.
Oh, man. Nice play by Deidrin Sanat. And the USF crowd going to be going crazy for that one. 3rd and 17. I don't think a screen's going to work this time. But missed tackles would make it work. You hate missed tackle. I think that was Neal. I have not liked the game that Keanu Neal's played today.
No,
I have to double check, though.
It started with the jumping off sides, and then he just really hasn't been involved much. And when he has, it hasn't been for the right reasons. So, but the Bucs defense is able to come up and stop the Falcons offense and get off the field. And now you've got a punt that's going to be headed their way with Jalen Darden here. Haters, get ready.
By the way, actually, I'll say this after the punt by Pinion. Darden's going to have an opportunity to return this, or he could have just let it go. Cuts to the outside.
He's got
up
a
the
little
field.
bit.
All right, so it would have been right around the same anyway.
Well, no, I mean, he got past the 20, and on a punt return,
that goes
goes out to the 20.
You're right.
So,
you're right.
yeah,
My bad.
Darden created some plus field position for the Bucs. The people who are not big Darden fans, and their main complaint is that he tends to find the sideline rather than just taking a hit. He certainly fell.
The haters are beside themselves right now.
Well, I was going to say they probably will hold on to that because that's exactly what he did. He found the seam on the sideline, got upfield, and then got out of bounds without taking a big hit. When you're his size, I mean, I don't know if you want to take a big hit for ball security reasons, but he got plus yardage. He could have let the ball go into the end zone. It would have started at the 20. Instead, I think the Bucs are going to start around the 25. It's like a 23-yard return.
Yeah.
That's solid production.
By the way, earlier in the game, in that first half, Antoine Winfield Jr. had a strip sack, so it was a fumble, even though they didn't cover it, and a sack. And then Deidre Sanat just had the sack right there. So, of course, those big plays by the Bucs defense are brought to you by Pirate Republic. Pirates, Buccaneers are Pirates. You want to take the ball away. You want to take down the defense. Pirates, Bucs, Pirate Republic. You got the Long John Pilsner, the Take No Quarter IPA, and the Belgian Wit beer. All fantastic drinks. Personally, my favorite is the Pirate Republic. But make sure you check out Pirate Republic. They are coming to Florida after being brewed in the Nassau, Bahamas. If you go to New York Pizza in Ybor City, they have Pirate Republic in that pizza place. So you can get it there. You can get it at Total Wine and More, Lucan's Liquors, ABC Liquors. Make sure you're drinking Pirate Republic, the official beer of pewterreport.com.
Yep. So I had kind of alluded to it before, and I don't know how much time we're going to have on this commercial break, but the Bucs secondary is very shortly going to look a lot different than it does this year. You have two players who are in contract years, well, three really, but two starters, safety Mike Edwards and cornerback Jamel Dean, plus backup cornerback Sean Murphy-Bunting is also in a contract year. And next year, Antoine Winfield Jr. will be in a contract year. You already paid Carlton Davis, and the Bucs pushing all their chips in for these last 3 seasons, their cap position is not going to be the best. So they're going to have to make some hard decisions coming up. I know that they're going to want to make sure Winfield is taken care of in a year. So it's going to be really interesting. But this great secondary is set to be different in coming years.
So Bucs running out of shotgun. They had Scotty in motion to, deceive the Falcons that maybe they were going with an end around. But yeah, it is a good question with the Bucs corners because Dean is playing at a really good level.
Yep.
SMB has been a backup. So, if he gets a second contract, it's not going to be like a big money second contract, by any means. And that's why you drafted Zion McCollum. So, we'll see. We'll see.
There are a few things working in the Bucs' favor on both Edwards and Dean. Neither one of them has had an amazing season up until this point, assuming they continue to have amazing years here in 2022. Both of them are also going to suffer from their draft position. Dean was a 3rd rounder. Edwards, I want to say, was a 4th rounder.
Yeah, he was.
Those things come into play on contract negotiations. You'll often see 2 players at the same position with similar production, but one was a 1st rounder coming out, the other was a 3rd rounder coming out. There's a disparity in their contracts, even though the NFL play was similar. So both of those things will kind of work in the Bucs' favor a little bit. I would prioritize.
It's kind of silly to me,
I don't disagree. I'm just saying this is the way it kind of has been. Personally, I'd prioritize Dean over Edwards, but a lot of that's going to come down to what they think of Zion McCollum.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I like Edwards as a player as Brady throws the ball away on 2nd and 8. Ooh, Brady's hit, and he is down, but he gets back up. I think his head back because he was angry about the play.
Yeah. I didn't even see a receiver in his in the area of where he went.
Yeah. You had Fournette, right there for the screen. Well, dump off pass, I guess I should say. Yeah, that was a tough one.
Yep. So, and this is where not converting that second drive where Fournette was unable to get the first down. this is where it really comes into play, because you would love for the second half to be, as Brady drops back, he finds Fournette underneath.
Oh, he gets the first down. Ping pong, Lenny. Nice job there. Nice job.
Yep.
Leonard, you got a first down, Leonard.
This is where, if they had even converted for a field goal there, you're up 16-0 and you have the ball. This is where you can really start to rely on your running game a little bit more, since Brady threw the ball over 30 times in the first half. They're still coming out throwing because they're still up by less than 2 scores.
Another pass to Fournette here. He decides to go horizontal, but he gets some more yards. So, that's ping pong Lenny. That's ping pong Lenny in a nutshell. And now we're going to get some Rachaad White. So, not exactly thunder and lightning, but, with Fournette and Rachaad White. But I'm liking this 1-2 punch at running back.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're doing a better job of kind of distributing the snaps. And this is where you'd love to see like a draw play to White, or even just a straight inside zone out of shotgun. 2nd and 1, this is a perfect running down.
Yeah, absolutely. Brady looking over the middle, tossing it for Mike Evans, and he doesn't make the catch. Damn. He went up for it.
Yeah, that's D. Alford. That's their primary nickelback for the Falcons. He's the guy I was telling you about earlier. Undrafted free agent, played in the CFL last year where it was an all-star. And I had it written down because it was such a strange... Tuscullen? That's where he went to college in Tennessee, Tuscullen.
3rd and 1. Rachaad White gets very close. Again, the ref is giving them a horrible spot. I say you go for it.
Yep. It looked like White slipped or tripped when Brady was giving him the ball there on that.
The offense is staying on the field, though. So either they gave him the first down or... I don't know. I'm shocked they're not bringing out the chains.
For a measurement.
But again, poor execution on 3rd and short.
Oh, they did call for the chains.
Yeah. I think this is going to be short.
Well, if they didn't... No! They're paying the Bucs back for the bad spot in the first half.
Yeah.
The NFL claims they don't do that, but I swear they do.
Everyone does it. It's human nature. It's like pay it forward type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. You leave an extra $5 in the gas tank or in the gas pump for the next car. I like it.
Gas these days, that's not anything. Brady's to the right side, caught by Kate Oden. Oh, Josh, I asked the chat while you were out. I said, which player has excited you the most so far in this game? I gave 5 options: Otten, Godwin, White, JTS, or Antoine Winfield Jr. And we got multiple answers too, which was great from the chat.
I'm going to pull a JC Allen, and I'm going to give you multiple answers. So with Godwin and Winfield, they are playing up to expectations. We expect them to be fantastic players, and they are proving to be fantastic players. You love to see guys playing up to their potential. So I'm going to take one on offense, and that's Otten. He's playing above what Bucs fans probably expected of him up until this point. And then on the defense, seeing JTS kind of level up, that's really great to see. Hey, look at somebody hitting the hole with some authority. Yeah. That couldn't be Lenny.
First down, keep the drive going. Brady completed a pass to Scotty Miller, and then they run it with Rachaad White, who gets enough for the first down. Yeah, Otten was the resounding. There were multiple answers, but Otten got the most votes by the chat. So
yeah, you kind of saw Rachaad White. The level of play he's displaying this week is kind of a continuation from last week. But you love.
What the hell is this camera angle? Oh my God! Fuck! Move the camera! Evans makes the catch. Is it a touchdown? I don't know. The camera's doing a terrible freaking job. Mike Evans doesn't look happy. I think he's down at the wall. What the hell was that?
Well, let's look at the replay first of all. So you got Evans on a go route. Oh no, it's a comeback. All right.
Yeah.
So it's
comebacker breaks 2 tackles.
Yep.
Oh man, that would have been awesome to call live. What the heck was that?
I don't think it was the cameraman's fault. I think he was supposed to follow the receiver. I think
No, it's the director who's saying cut to camera 1,
Right.
cut to camera 2. It's that guy.
Yep. Yeah.
It's
I
the
think
board op guy.
Exactly.
Mike Doe for the end zone.
I don't think he got that. I don't think they. You know, Brady's going to lobby for it.
You know they're going to throw the fade to him on the first down. Oh, the Bucs are challenging it.
Yeah, I think that's a good challenge.
Yeah. Wow, what a play. Too bad we didn't get to see it.
Well, we got to call Scotty Miller's reaction to it.
Yeah.
And Scotty stops for the comeback, and he sees the catch.
I was thinking,
and he's
like,
cheering Evans on.
I was like, did the camera like not? Did the camera know the ball's going to Scotty? Because it was like on Scotty the whole time.
Oh my gosh, dude, doing this with you has been like probably the most fun I've had watching a game in I don't know how long.
I try to have fun with it, man.
Yeah, maybe since the Bucs are in the Super Bowl. Like
Stan Glassman says TV coverage blew that pass to Mike Evans. Michael says damn camera. Mike Powell says what was that camera angle? Mr. Smith, I'll put this one up quickly, but there's foul language. He says WTF camera losing.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Smith is just losing it. He's completely off the rails here.
So I just looked up who the director of this broadcast is. Funny enough, his first name is Leonard. So Leonard, what are you doing? Not cutting to the right camera.
Leonard, you gotta cut to camera 3. Leonard, you're on camera 5. It's on camera 7.
For full disclosure, I have no clue what the guy's name
Yeah.
is, but I just had to do that.
Tom says looks like a TD. Long lost Glazer saying Tony. Looks like a TD. That's a TD.
The hardest part about that is it's so close that the call on the cameraman was fixed on Scotty's.
Great comment from Eater.
Eater's been on today.
Yeah.
Eater has been pretty good today. He was calling some of the unders that I think are going to hit. So
yeah.
But yeah, I think the toughest thing here is that the call on the field was that it was not a touchdown.
Yeah.
So you've got to have the, what do they call it, incontrovertible proof to overturn or change it. So I think that's going to be what's hard. But it was tough. It was tough from the angle we had. Yeah, I wish they would have gone to the Scotty Miller angle. Maybe that would have provided a better look out for us.
I mean, Scotty's a good-looking guy. It's definitely not a bad option if you're the camera guy or the director.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah. A lot of people asking for the pylon camera too. I agree. Where's that pylon camera?
I think the pylon camera is going to be so low that you're not going to get a good shot of the ball unless you're doing
That's
it from
fair.
the far pylon. But
the call on the field stands. So unfortunately, is not a touchdown for Mike Evans, but it does help his overall receiving yards. And obviously, we want him to get to 1,000 on the season.
Yeah, he's on one of my fantasy teams. No, did I trade? Yeah, he's on one of them. So I'll take the points. I haven't checked in on them in a while.
Yeah, I was down at halftime, but I have a lot of guys going in the 4 o'clock slate. All right, first and goal from the 1 for Tampa Bay. You got Ping Pong Lenny in the backfield. Kyle Rudolph on the field as well.
Kokeeft.
Play action. You got Lenny right there. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Fournette gets his second of the game. That's Lenny 2 tutty. Oh, and he takes the sign of his face and starts chanting with it, starts cheering with it. That was awesome. That's a great touchdown celebration.
Yeah, it is.
I love that. I'm tweeting that out.
Great block by Kokeeft, running up into the hole and taking down a blitzer and just giving all sorts of room on the outside there for Lenny in the flat. This Bucs offense has just moved up and down the field today. Anybody who was concerned about the passing game over the first few weeks of the year should not be that concerned at this point. It looks like they're going to go for 2 here.
Bucs are going for 2 in shotgun. Rachaad White back in the game. Brady looking, has time, throws it over the middle. It's caught by Russell Gage. Nicely done by Gage. That makes it 21-0.
Yep. Gage has had a great game, in terms of what he's being asked to do as the third wide receiver. Godwin's been a volume driver. Mike Edwins has had some big catches. I mean, this is exactly what you want the Bucs offense to look like in terms of the passing game. Both the running backs have been contributing very well in the passing game. And then with Cade Otton, I mean, there really hasn't been a weak link from a playmaker standpoint. Pass protection's been solid, outside of the one. And this is an offense that can be successful with the rest of the line looking the way it has with your one rookie left guard. So it's fantastic.
I just friggin' love that celebration by Lenny. That was so funny. It's got me pretty fired up. It's got me, ready to roll, as Stu Feiner would say. And another thing that can really get you ready to roll, of course, is by having a Celsius energy drink. You see all the drinks right there. The tropical vibe, sparkling watermelon, strawberry lemonade. You got peach mango, wild berry in there, and the vibes as well. The vibes are very high on this show right now because the Bucs are playing well. They're playing good football. You got the Arctic tropical peach vibe, 7 essential vitamins, and more importantly, that fuel to get you through your day, whether you're doing a podcast, a workout, have a big work day, traveling from Carolina to Tampa or Georgia or wherever you're going. Multiple uses for Celsius, variety of flavors. It's the healthy energy drink. All right. There's a lot of other ones that aren't so much. So make sure you go to Celsius.com, click on the store locator, find out where you can get one near you. I can literally walk out of my apartment, go down, go across the street, and I can get a Celsius near me. So check out, your Walmarts, your gas stations, your Targets, your bodegas, anywhere else. Find out where there's one near you, or go to Amazon, save yourself some money, and buy it in bulk on Amazon, and have it sent to your house every 2 or 3 weeks, whatever it is. Get that variety pack, y'all, because variety is the spice of life. You can enjoy all the different flavors of Celsius. So that's Celsius energy drinks, #Celsius Live Fit. And the Bucs are living well at the moment, up 21-0 here in the third quarter. Again, we talked that the Falcons are a defense that you can pass the ball against, and that's exactly what Tampa Bay is doing. Brady's reached over 300 yards. It's his 40th game, as Fox is pointing out. His 40th game of throwing for over 300 yards after he's over the age of 40. Damn, that drive was 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Would have been funny if they had it for one more second, but that's all right.
I think
it'd also be funny. It would also be funny because the Bucs are smoking the Falcons right now.
Yeah,
so
I think it also would have been funny considering who Brady's playing if it went for 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Yes.
That would have been
Also,
a good one.
did you see? He puts out those videos each week about what opponent that he's playing, and so this one he was on like a spaceship or whatever. And there's these numbers in the back, and they would change a lot, but it went to 28-3 at one point. So, yeah.
It's like the Falcons are in pistol.
Yes, they are. Bucs are going to be pinning their ears back now. Nacho with a good burst off the ball. Mariota holds on to it. He's running pretty freely and gets up past the 40, close to midfield. So, bit of a quirky looking play, but it worked.
Yep. Yeah, it's definitely a design quarterback run.
Yeah, it froze up Edwards a little bit because JTS was blocked. I know they ran in between JTS, but he was blocked on the play.
Yep. Now it's a good play design. You're going to get some of that. I was going to ask you. I'm a big baseball fan with the Rays. You obviously a Mets fan, and I'll ask you after the play.
Wow, a lot of Bucs in the backfield, but none of them can make the tackle.
Yeah, you saw Logan Hall moving upfield.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask, you and I being big baseball fans, when a no-hitter is being pitched, you don't say it out loud.
Right.
Does that carry over to what's going on in this game from a defensive standpoint? Should we not say the word?
Yeah, it's a little bit different sport. Different players on the field, because usually with the no hitter, it's one pitcher or a couple of pitchers. The Mets threw a combined no hitter this year. Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's okay. You know what? In the chat, let us know if we should say the S word or not.
Yeah. Yep.
The other S word.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier you were talking about Celsius. It is a 2 Celsius day for me. I had
nice.
The peach vibe earlier, and then I have the sparkling wild berry on ice.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I might I don't have Celsius in my fridge. I have some in a box, but they're not cold. So I might have to grab some ice and yeah. All right, 3rd and 1 at midfield. Going play action. Logan Hall right in there. And it's Logan Hall and Devin White. Get live, 45. A nice job by both of them snuffing it out. They both pretty much ran in there untouched and took Mariota to the ground before he even had a chance to escape the pocket. Well done. Bravo.
Yep.
So they'll probably get a sack, I would guess.
Yeah, Todd Bowles, and in terms of the play design, and then the Bucs edge rushers and linebackers have done an amazing job of sniffing out these naked bootlegs all day long. And the S word is still intact as Bradley Pinion punts Jalen Darden with the fair catch at about the 13-14. And another underrated thing that I don't think we've talked about is the Bucs have had a ton of drives that have started at or inside of their own 20. I mean, they have gone the length of the field numerous times.
By the way, of course, that sack is brought to you by Pirate Republic. Find out where there's a Pirate Republic close to you. Total Wines, Lucan Liquors, ABC Liquors, and more. Drink a Long John Pilsner, or one of the others. So, yeah, check out Pirate Republic, and you'll probably hear one of these graphics pretty soon because the Bucs defense is dominating.
Yep, absolutely. Now, during this commercial break, Matt, I want to ask your opinion because I very much value
I love
it.
giving my opinion. Oh, thanks, man.
So, Bucs defense, we kind of talked a little bit about the secondary and some upcoming decisions. Overall, Levante David's in a contract year. Devin White is playing on his 5th-year option. We already talked about Mike Edwards and Jamel Dean being in contract years. A couple of the veterans that the Bucs signed are on 1-year deals in terms of Akeem Hicks, Logan Ryan, Keanu Neal, and then Antoine Winfield Jr. is up for a contract extension next year. You've only got so many dollars. You're Jason Light. Who are you prioritizing? I don't need contract figures or anything like that.
Yeah.
But who are the top 3 or 4 guys that you're prioritizing to try and keep this defense intact as much as possible?
Yeah, what are the options again? Devin, Levante, Mike Edwards, Jamel. Isn't Mike Evans in a contract year?
So I'm speaking specifically on defense, but no.
Defense. Gotcha.
Evans is under contract next year.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want to go offense, I'll throw Kyle Rudolph in there.
Brady too.
That's true. Sure.
So it's really tough, man, because I think, put it this way. Without question, Winfield is one of the guys you have to prioritize, but you have that other year. But because you have Winfield, you're more inclined to not worry as much about Edwards because you already have Winfield there. And you could make the same case for okay, well, you have Carlton. What about Jamel Dean? But I think Jamel Dean having a number 2 corner, I think, is a little more important than the caliber of safety that Mike Edwards brings. And that's nothing on Mike Edwards, but we're talking about which one to pick. Now, the linebacker one is interesting because Devin White brings a lot to this team, but he also has his faults. Levante, the other side of it is that he's getting up there in age. When is he really going to drop off?
Right.
Because I don't think he's in his prime anymore, but he's still a really good linebacker if that makes sense. So, and again, if you don't bring back either of those linebackers, now you're starting from square one with either a rookie linebacker, another linebacker that hasn't been in the system yet. So I think you got to go with Devin for sure. And I would say Jamel Dean, as the Bucs can't move the ball forward on this drive. But that's all right. They've done really well for the most part. So I'm going to say Devin White and Dean. Levante, if he's okay with signing like another 1-year deal, I'm absolutely all good with that. But I just think you can't go into a season. And I know KJ Britt's there and he's a solid backup. You can't go into the season missing both of your starting running backs. Screen to Leonard Fournette on that's 3rd and 16. He got close. So good for him good for him to fight it. But yeah, that's my opinion on it. What would you say?
So I love the prioritization of Dean. I agree with you. In a league that continues to go more and more towards pass heavy looks, you have to be deep at corner. You just have to be. And if you can put Carlton Davis on one side and Jamel Dean on the other, the way that Dean's been playing, last year, this year, I think you've got a good foundation for stopping the pass. I'm not with you on White. For me, he's just been too inconsistent. And for the money he is going to cost,
that's fair. Good return here for the Falcons heading up the field.
Look at Camarda.
Past midfield. Yeah. All over the place.
Camarda stopped him from getting the edge there. It flew in, missed the tackle, but flew in. So Devin White, I mean, would I love to see him on the team? Absolutely. It's just he is looking for that record-setting contract. He's looking to be the first off-ball linebacker to break $100 million. And
I'm not sure he's worth that.
Consistently, he's the Devin White of week 1, week 2. Okay, cool. But as soon as it's very much like I was saying earlier, who was it? Oh, when I was out on Scotty. And all of a sudden Scotty's having a great day. As soon as I was in on Devin, he just, he has a couple of bad weeks. So I would probably keep David on, like you said, a 1-year deal to keep the continuity in that linebacker room and try and find another uber athletic kind of guy who can overrun gaps and miss tackles. You can replace that kind of production fairly easily. And so those would be the two, and then keeping the money aside for Antoine to lock down him in a year or so. So I wonder if the chat has mentioned who they might keep out of all of them.
Yeah, please let us know in the chat. Vortex says someone is going to overpay the other S word out of Devin White. I just hope it isn't us.
This is going to go down in Pewter Report history as the podcast of the S word.
Yeah. Devin White's Long Lost Glacier says Devin White is worth $12 million a year. Don't overpay for production. Kansas City has granted 3 straight years in the second round. That's true.
It's an interesting conversation, and I wouldn't blame somebody who wants to take the side of it of, let's pay Devin White, because there's been some recent studies that have shown that most linebackers kind of ascend in year 5, right? So it's like year 5 or 6. So we're getting to that time period where you should see him move into kind of a new stratosphere of play. You're going to be paying ahead of time for it. So that's it's an interesting proposition and a position that I'm not envious of for general manager Jason Light.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, but that's why they get paid to make those decisions. Yeah, Shaggy says Winfield, Dean, David. Stan Glassman says keep Dean for sure. Common Sensei, Winfield, Dean, Edwards depends. S&B trade / let go.
Well, S&B's in a contract year, so if you're going to trade him, you do it right before the deadline, which is coming up in the next couple of weeks. And I don't think there's any market for him right now.
Right, and they probably need him, for depth purposes.
Yep. Oh.
All right, Huntley, rips one all the way up to the 20. So the S word is unfortunately teetering on the ropes right now.
It is.
But very important for the Bucs here, them to a field goal versus a touchdown.
Yeah, you don't want to let the Falcons back in here. If you can keep them to a field goal, then you should be able to really start kind of...
Yeah, because it still keeps it a 3-possession game.
Exactly.
Mariota and shotgun. Nacho egregiously jumps off sides.
If you're going to do it big.
Yeah.
You don't want a tiny little jump. You want to be in Mariota's face. You want Mariota to think you jumped off sides just to go tell him how you're going to knock him out on the next
Yeah, you want to instill fear in him.
Exactly.
TYT says that he would keep Dean and Winfield for sure.
There you go.
Creative comment here by Long Lost Glazer. Nacho Val, like putting black olives on them. I guess he doesn't like black olives on his nachos.
Me either.
I actually had a pizza yesterday with black olives on it. Not by choice, but that was there at the house I was at.
Here's an interesting question, and maybe the chat's going to roast me for not knowing this right off the bat. An olive comes from an olive tree, so it's a fruit?
I have no idea.
Fruit or a vegetable?
Have you ever had a olive stuffed with blue cheese?
I don't like olives, and I don't like blue cheese, so that sounds like a nightmare.
I like blue cheese. But, yeah. Well, so in the ranch versus blue cheese argument, you're a ranch guy?
I'm a none of the above.
Okay, fair enough.
So,
I think blue cheese is great. That's like what I always go with my wings, but that's a loose cannons topic.
Yeah, I figured as much. So for wings, I'm I don't know if you would call it a purist. Just they're perfect the way they are. Why would you need to put anything on them? Like that's my argument there.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I just don't like creamy dressings in general. Like if we're doing a salad, so my mom is full-blooded Italian. So exactly. Yeah, you never would have guessed it from the light hair and everything. So yeah, she's full-blooded Italian. So I was always a oil and vinegar guy with my salads growing up, and still to this day.
Yeah, no, I like a good oil and vinegar as well. Michael says olives with blue cheese is great. TYT, olives are fruit.
Thank you. That's what I thought, TYT. I appreciate you confirming that for me. So
apparently there was a fight in Buffalo. That's pretty cool. I know it's like, send a, how will the children react to this? But I don't know. Seeing a fight, like people still talk about the Mouse and the Palace to this day. Not every player has to be a role model,
That wouldn't be the first in Buffalo. Didn't they have one in they had an inter-team fight during training camp. Josh Allen and like their defensive tackle ended up going at each other.
Right. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, buddy, I can't wait till we get past voting day. I am tired of these political ads.
Yeah, I'm not a political guy at all. So what's funny though? Like last week, because there's obviously like a lot of like local stuff too, and there was like one channel where like one candidate, it was like a commercial, like one candidate dissing the other candidate. So I'm like, all right, let me change the channel. And the channel that I changed to, it was the other candidate dissing the original candidate whose commercial I was on. So I was like, that's funny.
Well, I was gonna say if you could go back and forth, it's almost like you're creating your own debate.
Yeah, sort of. Or who had the better diss track.
Exactly. Oh man. So it looks like we're about to come back from commercial break. So at this point, when the Bucs get back out on offense, are you hoping they do turn into more of a run-heavy team?
No, I think they should just keep the status quo. Like, why start mixing it up? They were able to move the ball fine. I'm not going to let one bad drive be like, all right, we automatically have to start turtling or whatever.
Right.
Falcons convert on 3rd and 3, unfortunately.
Mariota 9 of 18 for 84 yards. The Bucs have bottled him up in the air. That's less than 5 yards per attempt. That's incredible.
1st and goal for Atlanta. Wow, Browns 28, Chargers 27 going into the 4th quarter.
Woo!
And I have Justin Herbert as my QB.
Nice. I have a like my main league that I've been in for years. It's an auction league, independent defensive player, super flex. And there's 16 teams in the league.
Oh, wow.
So my quarterback is Jacoby Brissett because I didn't prioritize it. He's done fine for me. I mean, I'm 3-1 on the season. And
but what are you gonna do when he's not there?
There's enough for me to pick up. I've got Jameis and who's my other quarterback?
Touchdown Atlanta. Nice spin move. And just another, that was Williams on the touchdown. Just another example of the Bucs not being able to tackle very well.
Yep.
Yeah. Avery Williams.
So I've got, like, I prioritized other positions, so I should be able to make up for it, because it's the only requirement on offense is that you have at least one quarterback and one tight end. And then every other position is flex. And you can only have 2 quarterbacks for the total in the starting lineup. So, but I've got Brissett, Nick Chubb, and Amari Cooper in a game where they're doing a shootout with the Chargers. So I'm currently a 65% chance to win and kind of establish a dominant position in the league. I also have Antoine Winfield, and he's got me over 15 points. So I'll take that.
Yeah, nice. By the way, another thing that you could dominate at if you wanted to is on the bowling lanes at the bowling alley. And the best bowling alley to go to, of course, is Pin Chasers. And that's because it's more than just your typical bowling alley. It's a great place to go to with friends and family. They have different deals literally every single day, whether it's the all-you-can-eat pizza, the all-you-can-bowl, dollar beers, brunch on the weekends. That's a pretty great thing to have. Brunch on the weekends. You know, the pizza's fantastic. Chicken tendies and the nachos, very underrated. So go to pinchasers.net, find out what deal they have that you will like. You could also book your kid's birthday party there. They have an arcade room, so the kids get to bowl, they get to play some video games, and, you know, the parents can, have fun too. They have a bar over there and then TVs, so if there's a game on. And so go to pinchasers.net, like I said, start planning your next event and start booking your holiday Christmas party. I know it's in 2 months from now, but they start filling up very, very soon. So do that rather than later with Pin Chasers. Still a commercial break here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm excited to get back down to Tampa and get the Pin Chasers myself. I do enjoy bowling quite a bit.
Awesome. What's the highest score you've ever had?
Highest was a 243, I think. 240.
Nice.
Typically in the 160 to 180 range.
Cool.
Yeah. How about yourself?
I've gotten over 200, but I'm not great. I would probably say like 215 or like 222. I'm usually just pumped if I get over 100. So, yeah. Because I like to just mess around with it. Like, I'll try to get a funny spin on the ball and stuff like that.
Nope.
8 more than 92 says S-word. The S-word is gone. Unfortunately, the shutout is done with.
It is. I guess we could have said it all along then.
Yeah. Stained Glass Man with a... Sorry. Stained Glass Man says, Bucs always say they want to finish it, but their play calling says something else. I'm not going to lose it over just one bad drive, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to what do they do here, right? You're still up 2 scores. You're not in a position to let Brady get out of the game because you don't want to accidentally let the Falcons back in. So let's put the foot on the gas. Let's go back to what was working in the first half. Not a run for negative yards for Lenny, a blown screen to Lenny, and then third screen. Yeah.
Third and long where,
you're just trying to get out of your own end zone.
Shout out to Shaggy. He says, Matt making Cookie proud with the segues. Thanks for that comment. Yeah, yeah, I miss Mark and I love him, and I do hope I am making him proud with these segues. So thanks for that comment.
Sure you are.
Long Lost Glazer says that he's bowled a 145 twice. No big deal.
That is a pretty big deal. You put those
Not a
together,
big
that's
deal.
almost a perfect game.
Brady's first pass, is incomplete to Russell Gage, but at least they threw the ball.
Yeah, no, nothing wrong with the play call there. Now you don't want to come back and go. You're going to see whether the Bucs really want to try and move the ball down the field here. If you go with a run out of shotgun on 2nd and long, they're just trying to eat some clock.
Brady to Gage makes the catch. That'll make it 3rd and short.
Yep.
Very important here. You don't want to have 2 straight 3-and-outs.
Right. 3rd and 4 is definitely manageable.
Plus, the defense has been on the field for a bit.
Yep.
You want to give them some more time.
So no Chris Godwin.
Interesting.
Yeah, Scotty Miller.
Brady look at him, rolls to his right. Looks like he's throwing it out of bounds. He does. 2 3-and-outs for Tampa Bay. UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. 2 bad offensive drives back to back. But this one too, like they call for 3 passing plays. So I don't hate that. They just didn't execute there. Brady's giving an earful to the ref. Next time Williams scored the touchdown, he also had a really good return. So this is going to be very important for the Bucs punt coverage team. Maybe they're on a fake. No, I'm just kidding.
Look at
again,
impressive.
Good hang time.
Yep.
Nice acting by Williams at the end there.
Great job by D. Delaney to making sure that he got the tackle on the fair catch. He just used a Falcon to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
So he doesn't get penalized. Yeah.
Great disguise. Great disguise. All right, Pewter people, how are we feeling right now? Are you worried? Are you feeling okay because the defense is solid? Let us know how you're feeling. I'm very, very curious. Common Sensei says, man, this ain't good. Timba, shake a head. Falcons in shotgun here. A fake pitch, throwing over the middle.
Ooh!
Mike Edwards had a chance. Oh, I thought he was going to do a kip up there. But it was incomplete. Jonathan says, my mom bowled a 300 in college for her bowling team, but I have no skill, so it wasn't passed down. Well, shout out to your mom for bowling a perfect game.
So a guy I work with in my other world, he is in the South Carolina Bowling Hall of Fame, I believe, as an amateur bowler. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, his wrists have been developed so much from it, he can tear a phone book in half.
I can't tell if you're messing with me or not.
Nope, that is sincerity.
How the heck did Drake London catch that?
I'm not sure, but I think that's why the Falcons drafted him in the first round.
Yeah.
For stuff like that. Now he can really rip a phone book in half. And for our younger viewers, a phone book is something that we used to
That's
use
true. They probably don't know.
To find out how to call, what number to call a person at.
There's your pressure from Shaq Barrett. Maradio's going to scramble, though. Oh, please don't call a late hit.
Nope. No flag.
All right.
Antoine,
by the way,
again.
All this bowling talk, the Pewter Report Bowling League is going to be coming back in a little bit. We'll let everyone know. But if you want to join the Pewter Report Bowling League, mention it in the comment. We definitely want a big turnout this year. So, and please help us help our sponsors. So, yeah, keep a lookout. Just keep your ear to the ground about the Pewter Report Bowling League. 2nd and 7 for the Falcons at midfield. They're going to run it.
Yards after contact.
Yeah, that's kind of been an issue for a little bit.
Yep, there's a flag, though.
Michael says, if they score here, we are in trouble.
I don't know about trouble, but you would be a little more concerned.
Oh, I guess they're going to get Atlanta as they show the replay. Yeah.
And that's Wilkinson again.
And that explains the yards after contact.
Mm-hmm. by and large, you got to be happy with the Bucs run defense today. They've allowed a couple of big ones here and there, but for the most part, they've been able to keep Atlanta out of executing their game plan the way they want to. So it's good to see. I think we use this term a lot leading into this game, but overall, it's been a get-right game for both sides of the ball, even special teams.
2nd and 22. Play action. Mariota's going to run, and the Bucs are mostly there. They keep it to a short gain. So nice job by the Bucs defensive line.
Yeah, they didn't let him get outside. They kept their rush lanes intact, and he was able to slip upfield, but you had some second-level defenders there ready to go.
3rd and 17, ladies and gentlemen. 11:15 to go in the game. Could be in a really important stop for the Bucs here, as they obviously have a cushion here with a 15-point lead. Play action. Whitfield on the blitz, and Vita to Mariota. Let's see the sack dance that he does. He's very happy. Vita, a very nice bounce back game. Obviously, a little criticism about him last week. He's showing up big in this one. Nicely done by the big fella.
Obvious he subscribes to Pewter Report on YouTube. He saw my
video.
Of
course.
And with the sack, you know what that means also, who's happy? Our sponsors over at Pirate Republic.
That is. I can't get to the picture fast enough in time. But yes, they are. And Jalen Darden returns it up the sideline, uses that sideline as his friend, but a positive gain there. Sack brought to you by Pirate Republic. I'm also going to show... These are the cans, a closer look at the cans for the anyone that wants Pirate Republic. You got the Long John Pilsner, that's the red one, the Take No Quarter IPA, that's the green, and the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian wit beer right there. So check them out where they could be near you, especially in the state of Florida. They are expanding. Pirate Republic beer.
So great response by the Bucs defense after allowing the touchdown on the previous drive. Offense sputtered again with a 3-and-out, and you love to see that they were able to kind of reset their heels and reestablish dominance. And Vita Vea with the big sack there to finish up.
Good comment by Long Lost Glazer. Find someone who loves you as much as Darden loves the sideline. Great comments today.
We've had some really good ones too.
Yeah, really appreciate everyone watching along with us for our in-game reactions and analysis, and you guys bring it as well, which is makes it really fun. We want it to be as interactive as it possibly can, and I'm having a really good time doing this every week, but especially this week has been a ton of fun. So thanks everyone for their participation, and we still have half of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that last comment you put up about Vita Vea being hungry, I don't know about anybody else, but my mind wanders to really random things from time to time. Can you imagine a Vita Vea grocery bill?
It's probably the equivalent of a family of 5,
Yeah.
Go
So
grocery shop.
Long time ago, I used to be a merchant marine. I used to work on tugboats up in New York Harbor. And so you go shopping. We had a crew of 5. You go shopping for 5 guys for what amounted to 3 weeks worth of food. And we'd rack up $1,400, $1,500, $1,600 bills. And I just have to imagine that's like a 1 week bill for Vita Vea.
Right.
Or going back to the 90s, since I did the phone book thing, and we'll just go back to the 90s, or supermarket sweep. I can just imagine him going, I'm just going to take this entire meat section.
And he's got the speed to do it.
He does. So first down, looks like a run to the left for Leonard Fournette. I think he got about 3 yards on that, setting up what'll most likely be a 2nd and 7. So, and you do want to see the offense reestablish some of that chemistry they had in the first half.
Yeah, without question. I mean, we're looking at, as that pass goes incomplete, we're looking at potentially a third straight 3 and out.
Yep.
Oh, we got a little chippiness now.
Yeah, you don't want to kind of follow in the footsteps of the Packers offense over the last few weeks, which you and I talked about during the pregame, getting off to a hot start and then just kind of stalling in the second half and letting the other team come back. The Bucs almost beat the Packers if it weren't for a failed 2-point conversion to kind of get the ball. Take it to the overtime a couple weeks ago. And then today the Packers let the Giants back in and ended up losing. So you hope Byron can draw up a play here on 3rd and 7. I'm hoping it's not to Fournette. Get it into one of your better playmakers' hands.
How about Otten?
Yeah.
And that one goes incomplete. So we're talking about 3 straight 3 and outs for the Bucs offense. They have not gotten anything going other than their initial drive of the second half. Chris Godwin has not been in the game, if I'm not mistaken.
Jets leading the Dolphins, buddy.
Yeah, they're at the 1 yard line too, so they're about to punch it in.
Yep. The Bills are doing to the Steelers what you would expect the Bills to do to the Steelers.
And that's exactly what Tampa Bay should do to Pittsburgh next week when
absolutely.
Yeah. Camarda with the punt almost got blocked.
Yep. Still great hang time.
Yeah, nice job. I mean, making them they still have to go the whole field. With 9:49 to go in the fourth quarter. So we're not even halfway there just yet.
So you don't really see how number 44 was able to get the edge there, who he might have beat.
Yeah. But yeah, that was dangerously close.
Yep. Camarda has taken a couple of shots here today.
He has. He's
couple
banged up like the rest of the everyday players.
Yep. So I also saw New England was shutting out the Lions 26-0.
Yeah, they're dominating them.
And that's with Bailey Zappi.
Weird stutter step by Algier.
So anyway.
But you know what? That's fine. Let him keep running the ball.
Yeah.
Need 2 scores. Let him keep running it.
Yep. So Chicago,
wow, it's crazy. Like
Minnesota. Wow. Sorry, I'll get off of that.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. I was just saying, it's crazy. Like, Brady threw for 300 yards, and he did most of it in like that first half, and just hasn't thrown for any really in the second half outside of the first drive.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to have 3rd and short right here. And the Jets did score a touchdown, so they're up by 9.
There you go.
Take that, Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, because Bridgewater was out,
yeah,
right?
he got hurt early in the game.
Gotcha. Oh, Patriots.
I should text Scott like he always says Emwa. That's like the Kansas State thing. I should say
every
like
man a Wildcat.
I should say like just do like EMAJ or something like that. Like every man a Jet.
Oh gosh. All right. So it looks like, was that Algier or Huntley? Falcons just ran it again. Logan Hall had it, and you can see kind of a lot. They had a big front, right, to try and stop this. It was Algier. Hall has him, wraps him up, and then Algier's able to just kind of surge forward to get that first down. You really love to see. I mean, he was reaching, so it would have been a really tough tackle to really pull him back. But it's something.
The good thing is and Mike Edwards blitzes on the play. They do get to it. It's caught by the tight end. Nice tackle by Neal. I know I've been on his case, but that was a solid wrap-up tackle there. They are making the Falcons like fight for every yard, though.
Yeah.
It's not, oh man, Nacho, if he would have been able to drop back like a second, like another yard or 2.
Yep.
Or if he timed the jump a little bit better.
Yeah. And you just saw the graphic. It said that, the Falcons are averaging 5.4 yards per carry. They've had 145 yards total. I think that's a little misleading. Some of that was Mariota on some scrambles and a couple of design runs where he's picked up some chunk yardage. I think the Bucs have allowed like 2 sizable gains, But for the most
Yeah.
part, they've been able to bottle up this Falcons running game.
Yeah, I agree. There's been a couple of outliers, but the majority it's been fine. Zion McCollum's in the game.
field.
What?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Good for him. Good push by Vita Vea.
There's Shaq Barrett.
The Bucs need to do a little bit better at gang tackling. Like one guy will make the tackle, then everyone else kind of just stands around. You got a group tackle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Barrett was in on that one. Let's see what the flag is for.
Oh, it's on the Bucs. I didn't hear what it was.
I'm not sure.
Guess it was on Logan Hall based on the camera angle.
So if the Falcons score a touchdown here, you're getting into some really dangerous territory.
Yeah, very much so. With the Bucs' inability to move the ball, Todd Bowles is yelling at something too. It's at the bottom of the screen. Again, like, why is there only one guy around the ball carrier? I get it, it's Vita Vea. It's tough to get around, but yeah.
Yeah, and Golston helped him out on that one. So good job by the big beef up front.
You had 3 other guys standing there. The offensive line goes and pushes and helps, but no one for the Bucs. I don't know. That just bothers me. All right, we're under 6 minutes. The clock is in favor of the Bucs, who have a 21-7 lead. Mariota looks over the middle. It's caught by London. Good for a first down.
Found a soft spot in the zone. He had 4, maybe even 5 Bucs surrounding him on that one. With the game still in question here, McCollum being in, it's curious. I wonder if there was a Bucs injury.
Maybe.
That's usually Carlton Davis's spot.
Which is interesting because, I mean, McCollum was inactive last week, if I'm not mistaken. So SMB came in when Carlton got hurt.
Right. But SMB's active this week.
Yeah. So you have both available, but they elected for the, the rookie.
Anthony Nelson and Carl Nassib are back in at edge.
Yes, they are. And, they've gotten good pressure, this season so far. They've done well in their roles as a backup, outside linebacker. Incompletion there by Mariota. That'll set up a 3rd and 7. Again, crucial down. I mean, at this point, I think it's got to be 4 down territory for Atlanta. As much as their defense has stopped the Bucs in the second half, you can't expect to get the ball back like 2 or 3 more times.
Yep. Some confusion with Atlanta on the offensive line down with the tight ends.
Yeah. Mariota gets the snap. Some pressure. It's caught by London, and I think he gets the first down. He ran right into the guy on the sideline. The guy that holds the football. Bucs, who did they send on the play? They sent Devin White.
And Keanu O'Neal.
Yeah. Nice catch.
Yep.
Yep, they give him the first down. 4:43 to go. Atlanta at the 19. They fake it, then throw it to Algier. Missed tackle by Edwards, and it's a touchdown for OZ.
Yep.
Olamide Zacchaeus. And just like that, the Falcons are right back in the game. Bucs have to show that they can move the ball on this next drive.
Yep.
All right, let's see if everyone's freaking out.
Yeah. I mean, you wonder how big the bet that Lefty had on the Falcons plus 10.5 was.
Yeah. Ken is mad that they missed the tackle.
Yep. Yeah, that was Mike Edwards. We talked about that earlier in the game. Edwards has had a fantastic start to the season in coverage, and that's what you really want out of a safety. But he's had some missed tackles. There's no doubt about that. He isn't Jordan Whitehead when it comes to wrapping guys up and playing the run.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good look. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, never mind. Ooh, Edwards is down on the play.
He's favoring that right arm.
And remember, the Bucs are down Logan Ryan.
So you might see.
And
Winfield.
the Falcons are going for 2. Wow.
I like it.
Yeah, you're the analytics guy.
I like it. So if they convert here, they set themselves up for just a traditional touchdown and point after to win the game. If they don't convert here, then they're just saying, okay, we definitely have to go for 2 on the next touchdown if we score it. Yeah. So there's not a lot of downside there.
Unless they don't get it either time.
Well, sure.
Oh my God.
But they did get it.
Jamel D. Yeah. No, that's huge. And Brady always likes to clown the Falcons 28-3, but the Bucs are about to choke away a 21-0 lead.
Yep.
Jamel Dean on the coverage.
He just
beat him by a second.
Yeah, it almost seems like Dean just jumped a little too early.
All right, well, there's no more messing around. You've let the Falcons stay in the game. You failed to move the ball on offense, and the defense, they found a chink in the armor on the the Bucs defense, or what is it? A clink in the armor? I don't know what it is.
Chink in the armor. Yep.
Yeah. Things are not good for the Bucs right now. Again, we don't know if Chris Godwin is available. First place in the NFC South on the line. Yeah, so that's definitely something to monitor. Making more of a reason to have Odell Beckham on this team.
Oh, you're going to start that up.
Well, I mean, Julio's not going to be available, and we don't know how long Chris Godwin's going to be hurt for. Oh, man, I didn't start Breece Hall this week. No, I don't think Scotty's done enough. Okay. Breece Hall has 26 points. I didn't play him this week.
Oh,
Damn
man.
it.
So we're finding out from Scott Reynolds, Zion McCollum is in because both Carlton Davis and Sean Murphy Bunting are hurt. Plus, we just saw Mike Edwards go off the field favoring what appeared to be his right arm. So that Bucs secondary, you're now looking at your cornerback depth is Jamel Dean, Zion McCollum, and D. Delaney. And your safety depth is Antoine Winfield Jr. and Antoine Winfield Jr. Antoine Winfield Jr. and Keanu O'Neal. So that's it for your secondary. So if you're a nickel, you've got every guy out.
Yeah, Nolan Turner is probably going to get called up this week, I would imagine.
Yep. So, this is where your offense with your future Hall of Fame quarterback just have to convert. They've got to convert a few first downs.
It's on the offense now. Make them use the timeouts.
Yep.
Move the ball.
So, I know Byron Leftwich is loath to go back to a play twice in one game, but there were a lot of things that worked really well in the first half that I would say let's take a look at these again.
Leonard Fournette runs it up the middle for a first down. Truck stick Lenny, ping pong Lenny. That is how you want to get that drive going. Yeah, first down Lenny. So that's important.
Right. And this is where you hope your playmakers show up. Lenny showed up on that play. You also see Chris Godwin back out on the field.
Yeah, very, very important. Keefton as well. Haven't said his name too much today.
They're in 12 personnel. Got both tight ends off to the right here.
This is reminding me, we'll see how this play goes. Another handoff to Fournette, who gets 2 yards on the play. This is reminding me of the Bucs-Panthers game in Brady's first season, where the Bucs jumped out to a big lead. The Panthers scored 2 touchdowns late, and then the Bucs sealed it late with like a long Leonard Fournette touchdown run.
Good.
And Atlanta calls their first timeout. So they're getting rid of the timeouts early.
Yeah,
which is good for the Bucs.
If they can get another first down while using Atlanta's timeouts, that can really help seal this earlier rather than later.
Plus, they just need a field goal, and then they're back up to a 2-possession game. So we're talking about, you got Atlanta on their heels here. I know they obviously just came back into the game, but the offense starting to pick it up.
Yep. Yeah, I'd love to see a play action here on 2nd and 7, not for a deep shot, but for something in the right flat that'll pick up 4 or 5.
Brady looking, throws, caught by Godwin, very short gain.
Yep,
Godwin pointed forward as if they got it.
I got the first, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys made a spot like that in the first half. Why can't you give it to us here?
Huge play right here, 3rd and 4. Bucs have had their issues moving the ball in the second half.
Interesting that Atlanta didn't use another timeout.
Yeah, I know. We'll see what Tampa Bay calls here. Brady and shotgun. Godwin moves a little bit. Throwing over the middle. It's incomplete, but there's a flag.
Oh, there you go. That should be a first down.
Bucs get bailed out with the flag. Brady's been in the ref's ear all day, and they call holding on Atlanta, a crucial penalty that helps the Bucs get a first down with 3:15 to go in this game. And remember, Bucs up, so they need a field goal to make it a 2-possession game, and Atlanta only has 2 timeouts remaining.
So
I don't. Did you see a penalty there?
I didn't. So I'd gotten a text from my wife who's watching downstairs, and she's always been a much better analyst than I am. So I'll share it. They better not F this up.
Hey, it's a strong statement, sound advice.
Fournette?
All right, for Fournette.
I like that.
Yeah.
How is that not like a name for him?
I mean, 4 yards isn't usually something to brag about, really.
I get it, but the alliteration is amazing.
Excuse me. Falcons call their second timeout with 3:06 to go.
Yep, and that was one where
We're now 3:09. What the heck? What the heck? They put 3 seconds on the clock.
They Fournette, I've been very critical of his hesitation in the backfield. That time it served him well. So he looked like it was initially supposed to go into the A gap on the right side. He gets up to Hainsey's backside, puts his hand on Hainsey's back, and then kind of shifted to the left and found a crease that allowed him to move upfield. What was that, a 5-yard gain, I think?
Yeah, they had it at 2nd and 5. 2nd and 5, 1 timeout left, and the Bucs are just over midfield. At the Falcons, we'll say the 47. Play action here.
Scotty.
Deep down the field for Miller. Miller gets hit into.
That's got to be pass interference.
Incomplete. No,
he caught it too.
That's a very interesting no call. It looked like he ran into Miller as Miller was making the catch. Let's see.
Yeah. I guess they're going to call it incidental contact.
I mean,
he didn't get turned around.
He just dives right into him.
That's
a bad. That's not a good call. I mean, he dove right into him. So now it's 3rd and 5. Brady looking. He has to avoid the sack. He's going to get sacked.
He got beat
on the play. We'll see if
Brady
Atlanta
has
uses. There's a flag, though.
And that may be against Brady for trying
Brady pointing against Atlanta. Honestly, if that's a makeup call for the last play, that's fine.
I'll take it. Yeah. I thought for a second there they might have gotten Brady for unsportsmanlike for kicking at Jarrett.
Yeah, I know.
After he was getting off of Brady.
Roughing the passer. Whoa.
Oh, Arthur Smith is losing his mind.
I don't blame him.
Let's see this. That was a great stunt.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a really great stunt.
That's a horrible, awful,
and they can't pick that up now.
egregious, awful call, but the Bucs will take it.
Yeah. Oh my God. That was great. Oh man. If anything, like I said, I thought it would have gone the other way on Brady for the kick. So,
Yeah.
but like you said, this may have been a makeup for the DPI that should have been called.
Yeah, if it's for the pass interference, that's fine.
Yep.
Ed says that's a weak ass call. It was.
Yep.
But
Yep.
Yeah. The fix is in by a Falcons fan. Bench Gedeke, please.
So that was a really tough one for Gedeke because Jarrett followed that stunt all the way to outside of Donovan
Oh,
Smith.
God. Screen pass to
Mike
Evans. Drops it.
That was a forward pass. Ooh.
Why are they passing it, though? Yeah, I guess a screen pass you got to expect.
Yeah, it's a high percentage play there. They're going back to the...
That's an awful call. That's a terrible call. Hey, I call it like I see it, you know. 2nd and 10 now. I imagine you got to see a run play here.
Yep.
Yeah, Fournette makes something out of nothing. Nice 4-yard gain.
Yep. So that sets you up with 3rd and 6. This last play, the Falcons are using their last timeout.
Yeah.
So no matter what, this next play will not get the Bucs to the 2-minute warning.
No.
So, and I believe they're in field goal range.
I think so.
It's always a little dicey with Suckup in his range.
I know.
You have to imagine if they feel confident in his leg that it's going to be a run play to get them down to about 206. I would hope that the Bucs would actually take it all the way down and then just call a timeout on their own. You kick the field goal, and then after the kickoff, the Falcons will probably get it back with 201, 202. So they'll have the 2-minute warning on their side. And then after that, they won't have any stoppages. But it looks like the Bucs are in shotgun, and they may be just going.
They are. Going for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, you're in field goal range, so you feel like you're going to get the points to make it a 2-score game. So
Brady over the middle. It's caught by Evans. Huge moment. Huge play
that
for
should do
Evans. And the clock is like right at the same time as the play clock, so I'm not sure if they have to run another play or not.
Yeah, just a little dig. Evans is able to use his massive frame to box out AJ Terrell. Great. That was a good play call to get exactly what they needed. And now with the Falcons having no timeouts left, the Bucs should be able to take this down, get the field goal, and the Falcons might get the ball back with less than 20 seconds left, but down by 2 scores.
Yeah, exactly. And since we are at the 2-minute warning, why don't we hear one more message from our friends at Age Rejuvenation?
When I got over 40, all of a sudden I didn't have the same kind of energy that I used to have, and I was sluggish all the time, and I wasn't sleeping right, and I started to have some sweats when I was sleeping and different things that, as I looked into it, I found out could be a lack of testosterone or low testosterone. So I reached out. I've known Brett and everybody here at Age Rejuvenation for a long time, so I knew that they were the right people to help me. They did look at all of my testosterone levels and all of my hormone levels and found that my testosterone was very low. So they put me on the pellets, which I love because there's something about not having to take a shot every week and doing 6 months at a time that really is convenient. My wife certainly noticed the difference, just my energy day to day, how motivated I was when I got up in the morning to just get up and start doing things as opposed to laying around the house and being unmotivated. All of a sudden I was like looking for projects, looking for things to do around. Don't tell her I said that, but looking for things to do around the house.
So Age Rejuvenation, I'll make a quick kind of analogy. It seems like the Bucs offense in the first half was, doing their thing. And then the second half came and it was kind of like they hit 40 and they started to fall off. And it seems like this last drive here to kind of put the nail in the coffin has been their Age Rejuvenation to get them back in the game.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. I like it.
Thank you. So,
wow, what a turn of events.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because the narrative is going to be completely around that call on Grady Jarrett. The questionable at best call. And it's going to take away from what was a really, solid game in the first half by both sides of this, on both sides of the ball for the Bucs. And then I think Fox kind of did a really good job. Brady's been hit around quite a bit today.
Yeah, he has. And again, like you said, like everyone's going to point out the bad roughing the passer, but no one is going to bring up the fact that Scotty Miller drew a pass interference on the last play.
Right. And just in general with Scotty, I mean, I think on the box score, you're going to see him with a couple of catches, which is nice, but he was much more contributory than that. I mean, both of those deep plays that ended up not being catches for him, he did everything you would want him to be able to do. So, I mean, he had a really good game. Damn it, I'm back on the Scotty Miller bet.
Brady takes a second knee. So they'll set up 3rd and 12.
They're going to be able to get under 40 seconds.
Yeah. The Bucs are going to have to kick a field goal from that.
No, I think.
No,
because we're at a minute. They'll get down to 35 seconds. It'll be 35 when they have to take this knee here.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so one more knee and this is over.
Man, what a game.
Yep. It should never have been this close.
No, it shouldn't have. So it's weird. It's like, okay, it's a win for the Bucs, and that's very important, but it doesn't feel like a win, with the way that they played in the second half. But Brady just took the last knee. The Bucs are going to win the game 21-15. The Bucs are going to be 3-2. Atop of the NFC South Division, so very, very important in that aspect. They finally win at home, another extremely important factor. Before we sign off here, just want to remind everyone, next week we'll be back Pewter GameDay and the Pewter Tailgate Show. Tailgate Show first, then Pewter GameDay. That'll start live at 11 from the Walk-Ons in Wesley Chapel, and then we'll go live for the game at 1 o'clock for Bucs versus Steelers. But as for today, the Bucs beat the Falcons 21-15. Josh, any final words or thoughts about the game today?
I think it was a tale of two halves. I think the Bucs, from a play perspective, they were fantastic in the first half. And then in the second half, it seems like from a play calling standpoint, as well as an execution standpoint, they let their foot off the gas, and then you have some worries about, what do those injuries in the secondary look like? Are they long-term? Because they got real thin real fast there.
Yeah, injuries are definitely going to be important to monitor. Good things. Kate Otten, obviously, Rachaad White, great. Scotty Miller played really well. Evans and Godwin did their thing like we kind of expected. Defensively, great push up front, but injuries are another huge aspect of it. Just want to say thanks again to everyone for watching this live stream with us. Had so much fun interacting with everyone. So for Josh Queipo, I'm Matt Matera saying we will see you later for another edition of the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter Report Tailgate Show. Peace out.